What's your final? What's your back?
I've played my games yet.
Yep. All right. We're good.
Look at the size of these raspberries. They look like strawberries. It's very normal. I love raspberries. That's a good question before we start. It's totally random. The, office buildings that were UPS, Jimmy John's, or whatever it's called, Jersey Mike's, do they have to pay for recycling?
I've never seen you so good.
Really? Because they do their own trash pickup. Because commercial does their own. I found out yesterday that the UPS.
Unfortunately, Matt couldn't
Because the landlord.
see fit to dress as nicely, so.
And so all that cardboard they put in the tree. I was like, you're in Birmingham, right? I gotta get that. No, commercial, they have to see
Morning. Just fixed my trip for England for my annual trip in April. Flying to Manchester.
What's the price difference from Manchester? I thought about that.
It's probably like the same, but we have to. There's no direct flight, so we have to fly to Amsterdam.
Wait, I thought there was.
She covered? I'll keep
no.
it, but we don't recycle. I was like,
That's why I thought about that one.
Not when we wanted to go anyway, but there might be. Not on
You know what?
Good plan.
and
So we're gonna rent a car and match it.
and I was like, not for long. She looked at me like,
Yeah, that makes sense because
5 days in London.
What do you think you're gonna do? Oh, you just wait.
that was pretty funny. I was like, this is Birmingham, right? We're not getting Royaloaks.
Mine? Way over here.
Yes. It is. All right. We all
A lot
set?
of fruit on that.
Oh, that was some good fruit.
It was really good. Yeah.
Isn't this like from Josh's?
Matt and I were discussing how I still have to
Yeah,
polish
so I was like, okay, I'll take
when
it.
it comes into the house and we never get to see it.
I already ate mine.
So we both eat with the raspberry ones as well.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Birmingham City Commission Annual Long-Range Planning Meeting on Saturday, July 25th, here in the Municipal Building on Martin Street. If everyone would please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Therese Long.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Here.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Here.
Commissioner Haig.
Here.
Commissioner Host.
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Here.
All right, we have a very ambitious and robust agenda today. We're scheduled to go to roughly 1:30 p.m. The agenda is broken up into subsections A through P. And so we are going to, as is our practice, take comment from the public at the end of each lettered session. So at the end of public services, at the end of engineering, at the end of planning. And so I think that allows people to make remarks contemporaneously with the topic, but not to interrupt each presenter. So with that, we will take introductory comments from the city manager.
Good morning. I have my mouth full. Well, I think, welcome to another day of long-range planning. We're going to go over a lot of topics, things that are of concern or issues that are going on right now or things that we're going to be looking forward to working on over the next couple of years. And we're certainly looking for your feedback and input as we move along and your feedback as to whether these are the types of projects that you would like to see us deliver. It's based on feedback from all of you along with the City Commission goals for the future. So there are several ambitious things in here in the packet to discuss, and we look forward to hearing your comments.
All right. We begin with finance. Mr. Gerber.
Good morning, everyone. In your packet is the 5-year financial forecast that we typically start off with every time. And with us today is Philip Feminino from Plant Moran. Mr. St. Andrew couldn't join us today. He had other obligations. So as we talk about the 5-year forecast, some introductory remarks before we get into this graphs and so forth. When we look at the forecast, what is it that we're looking at? We're basically looking at some history. We're looking at our current budget, and we're basing the forecast mostly on the budget for this year with percentage increases for inflation, for what we think wage growth is going to be, various other factors. And based on that, we come up with a set of numbers. Now, these numbers aren't meant to be what our budget is going to be. It's not going to be a projection of what will be. There are a lot of assumptions that are put into this. There are things that we don't know at the time we're putting the projection together. For instance, as we're starting to build our budget for 25-26, I have no idea what the requests the department heads were going to make at the time this was prepared. So there may be other items that through the budget process get approved by the city manager and presented to you for further consideration. There are changes perhaps in priorities of the commission, special projects that the commission may want to enter into that haven't been foreseen in this forecast. There may be things that happen on the state level or other unforeseen disasters, sinkholes, et cetera, that may occur in the future that may disrupt what we're projecting here. But what it does do is kind of give us a roadmap going into the budget. It also provides us an opportunity to look at some things that we may want to look at in more depth and consider. I know comparing this forecast to last year's forecast, one of the things that popped out was we're going to need more money in the major and local street fund. So we increased the transfers compared to last year in this forecast. And it's things like that that this tool is very useful to do. It kind of helps us get a good head start on the budget and helps us see perhaps when we put the budget together, hey, this falls outside of what we projected. Why is that? It could be a number of reasons. It could be that the assumptions we applied or the base that we used to do the projection was not bad, was a bad number. So what I'm saying is take this with a very large salt and just see it as what it is a tool. It's not something that is meant to be a solid representation of what the future is, but kind of gives you a glimpse of kind of what the future may look like. So with that, I am going to hand this over to Philip, and he'll go over some of the slides with you.
Yep. Thank you, Mark. And just some kind of opening notes as Mark. So good morning, first of all. Happy to be here with you and happy to be here with Mark to help kind of go through this long-range planning session and really talk about the 5-year financial forecast. In our mind, it's a really great tool, as Mark was mentioning, to help in a good best practice for planning that not many of our communities do. But we really, because they don't put the time into it, but we really do think it's a good thing for the city to be working on. As Mark mentioned, it is important to note that for these results, these are estimates based off assumptions. So we always say in the forecast are explanations of those assumptions that are assumed, to read through those and just gain an understanding, because those really do drive the numbers, with a lot of your revenue being based on assumptions of property tax value increases, which we'll go through in a couple slides, as well as some of your major expenses really being those capital projects and just personnel costs. So before really diving into any details, just some high level summarizing. So revenue has grown for 9 out of the past 10 years. That only down year would have been the COVID year, 19 to 20. And that's what we saw in many of our communities. And that is expected to increase, mainly led by property tax revenue. And then expenditures, as I mentioned, those can significantly fluctuate depending on what projects you're planning, as well as personnel costs. But with the projected increase in revenues, the city is still able to fund their future projects that are planned. So on our first graph here, we're kind of looking at your main revenue source. So the 70% of the general fund's revenue is property taxes. So that's why we're kind of looking at the state equalized value compared to your taxable values. So the state equalized value, there's no limit on its growth or decline, and it's estimated about half the property's true market value. Whereas your taxable value is limited by Proposal A and Headley on existing properties. So there is a limit on what it can grow, but there is no limit on what it can decline for your taxable value. So we always like to say that it's good to build that cushion between your state equalized value and your taxable value, just because if there is declines in the market, if your state equalized value is still higher, you can still continue to grow that taxable value. So in 2024, there's about an 8% growth in your taxable value, and it hovers between 5 to 8% throughout the forecast, with the next year being 7 to 8%. And your SEV, or your state equalized value growth, was about 8.3%. So you can kind of see on this graph, there's still that steady difference between your taxable value and your SEV, leaving that room for growth. And with the SEV is expected to grow about 6% throughout the forecasted period. So you might see that graph grow a little bit depending on the years and the property tax values, but you want to kind of see that still keep that cushion. If we go to the next slide, so this kind of kicks in. The consequence of strong taxable value growth, though, is Headley. So you have your Headley limit and the rollback. So you'll see here that back in 2001, it was about 14. The Headley max was about 14.1 mils, and so it will be reduced down to about 11.03 mils and under 11 in 2026. So this was not an issue, though, for the city, because as in the past, the operating millage that's been levied has always been less than the maximum, and that's due to prudent management of funds. So as the taxable value continues to grow, that millage capacity will continue to reduce, but as you can see, it's still projected to keep that gap from just issuing or levying lower millages than the max. The next slide is showing the forecast of your fund balance. So this has your general fund and your major and local streets. So you'll see in 2025, a slight decrease in the fund balance, using it largely driven from capital projects such as sidewalk construction replacement, kind of a steady, and then a more steady growth throughout there for the general fund. And this is really due to that strong, continuing to grow that taxable value in the property tax revenue. For your major and local streets, you'll see that in 2025, there's expected usage. This is once again just due to those capital projects, your sidewalk and replacement and those in place. And then you'll see like a very steady, kind of maybe slight growth of that fund balance, but remains relatively steady throughout. This next slide that we have is looking at your unassigned fund balance, and it's compared to your target level. So the city's fund balance is to maintain anywhere between 17% to 40% of unassigned fund balance as a percentage of your operating expenditures. So for the forecasted, you can see that the general fund is usually in that range. Sometimes it's slightly above the maximum level, but we like to say, as Mark even mentioned, that these are based off assumptions, and it's not a bad thing that you might go over that, just because if these assumptions change or there's future projects, that might drop down. So the intent of the forecast is the long-term implications of various financial scenarios. So it's not a bad thing that maybe it might go over that maximum in some years. And this can really help the city commission with prioritizing some long-term goals and city initiatives. The next slide is looking at your water and sewer rates. So what this does, it looks at the expected units sold and compares that to the cost for both your water and sewer funds. And from there, it kind of forecasts a rate to determine what the expected rate is to cover those costs. And then too often we'll see that sometimes communities will do it 1 year at a time, and that can lead to significant upticks and just significant fluctuations in the rates. So we do think it's a good thing that the city is looking proactively so that you can have a smoother increase if needed for rates than having any significant increases or steady or decreases. So we do think this is a good planning process, and it helps you better plan out things that result in a smoothing, as I mentioned, the smoother increase as you'll see in this graph. The next slide, this shows your unrestricted net position of the water and sewer fund. So this will fluctuate just depending on your projects. So you'll see in some years, such as 24 to 25, even to 26, there's some growth, and then you'll have some significant projects in 27 that will use up some of that growth, or use up some of that fund balance, which is why you're kind of are growing that fund balance, and then you'll start, increasing back onto it after that. And then finally, the last graph we have here is showing the operating levy from the property tax and kind of showing how it's used really to help fund the different areas. So you'll see the city has a significant amount of capital project expenditure needs. That's what this is trying to show you with your infrastructure plan. And if you look and kind of comparing to the last year, in 2026 and 2027, you'll see that water, sewer, streets, they're all kind of be significantly increasing, using up that fund balance and using, with some of those significant projects. And then you'll see a little decrease in 28, 29 from some of those projects being completed or less projects being planned. So that's really what we had from our side, just kind of going through some of the highlights of the forecast and really the increases and decreases.
Anything else to add, Mr. River?
No, let me just go back a couple slides here. Where we talked about the water and sewer rates, as we discussed at the last budget hearing and the meeting after when we adopted the rates, we talked about a 2-year jump in the increase in the water and sewer rates. You can see that in 26, and then a more smoothing out of the increase as we go into the future years. I know the city engineer is going to be presenting some other information about infrastructure needs coming up here in a couple sessions. And so this is just based on what this is. As she talks about what the infrastructure needs are, we may need to relook at this plan and adjust it based on what the commission thinks should be done with the infrastructure.
And the water and sewer rates used to be subsidized by property taxes before the lawsuit settlement, and so have we completed the transition
Yes.
entirely to a rate-based system?
Yes. This fiscal year, we still have some property taxes going to it, but the assumption is going into the future is going to be just rate-based.
And that was not our choice, but that was a...
Well, it was more of necessity in that we couldn't afford to keep putting operating millage money into the water and sewer fund and still conduct operations for the city.
Okay.
So it was kind of that necessity to make the change.
So when will that transition be complete?
So in 2026, we are not projecting any property tax money into the water.
One more year.
This would hopefully be the
That would be
last.
26 fiscal year, so actually
Yes.
ending in June, July 25, right?
Yeah, so for the 25-26 fiscal year, there are no planned property taxes going into the water sewer fund.
Can you go to the last slide for a second?
Yes.
May I ask another question?
Sure.
Does that mean that the increases that we've been seeing in water and sewer rates will begin to level out a little bit?
Yes. So we talked about last year that we wanted a 2-year jump in the increase to get to where we want to be as far as money. So 25-26 will be
Right.
the second year to get us closer to where we want to see. And again, like I said, Melissa's going to be sharing some information with you later about what the infrastructure needs are. And so again, we may need to plan this out again in terms of what money she's going to need in water and sewer to keep the infrastructure plan moving forward. So everything keeps moving. Inflation in these areas keeps making the need to keep planning out important to do.
Right. And may I?
Yes.
I would just say to everyone that I hear that, from residents about these increases that are pretty dramatic, 7%, 6% in water and sewer rates, that my response will be, well, you'll start to see those level out because,
Right.
and bring some comfort, maybe?
Right, and these rates encompass fees that we are paying to other entities that we don't fully control, right, for water and sewer. So that's why I raised the issue, because I knew that the property tax had an impact, transition had an impact on this. Ms. Ecker, you wanted to go back to this?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, you can see here with the, all of the infrastructure projects, basically the street, water, and sewer. So the gray, the blue, and the brown, they take up a significant amount of everything that we're planning to do in terms of all of our assets and infrastructure. And that's based on the commission's goal, of course, that we want to upgrade our infrastructure, specifically the roads, water, and sewer. So you'll see, as Mark pointed out, when Melissa Cota gets up and talks about the engineering projects, there's a substantial increase in infrastructure projects as we try to get rid of all of our 4-inch water mains, for instance, throughout the city. The fact that we even have any is a surprise to many other communities, but we are an older community, so we're working on that. The unimproved streets, as you know, is something that has come up repeatedly, and you will see also later in the budget when we present it that there are significant projects moving forward, but it is expensive to do. That's why you see our local roads and street funds are low, but we will potentially be able to take a little bit out of our fund balance if we need to continue with an aggressive schedule to update the infrastructure, if that is still your priority, which I believe it is.
May I?
Yes.
It is for me, and it is for us. And as aggressive as you say you are being, and you are being somewhat more aggressive, I personally would like to see you be even more aggressive, because again, this is what I hear. We pay a lot of taxes, this is what I hear, and look at our roads. So we can replace lead service lines like that. We can be 85% funded on retiree pension and health care, and we can do great in all these other areas, but our people drive our roads every day. That's what they see, and that's what they want fixed. So there needs to be some balance there. I'd be willing to give up 10% on funding of retiree pensions for a street improvement.
Interestingly enough, we had a couple of hour meeting yesterday to talk about the capital improvement plan and how we want to do this, because the problem is that we had for so long infrastructure that wasn't invested in to the extent that it needed to be, so it's lagging behind. And so that's what we talked about. We've caught up on the funding for some of those funds that you mentioned, but we have a lot of infrastructure projects. So
Do we have, sorry, were you finished?
I was just going to wrap it up anyways and say.
I was going to ask for other commissioner comment,
Yeah,
too.
that's fine. Go ahead.
Other commissioner comment on this end of the room? Commissioner Host?
I agree with Commissioner Baylor.
No other comments, I agree.
I just have a question, probably from
Yes.
an attorney versus an accounting standpoint, because accounting's not my strong point, but the forecasted fund balance sheet, can we pull that up for a second? I just want to see the interplay between, so we've got that one, and if you look at 2025, well, we look at 2024, at the bottom, we've got 28, almost 29 million, 6 million, 4 million. And then 2025, we've got 26 million, 1 million, and 393. How does that interplay with the last slide that you pulled up that shows that for streets that we're going to be spending, it looks like about 8 million? Is it because it gets dumped in there and it's not dumped in there yet? Why does 2025 only have 1.1 where 2024 had 6.2?
Because we are going to be presenting a budget to you that has a significant amount of capital improvements that will use up those funds.
Okay, so that's not what's in the account right now. That's what's forecasted down the road.
Correct.
Okay.
In addition, we had a lot of projects that carried over into the different fiscal years. So some of the projects you see in 23, 24 were not completed in 23, 24. So they got dumped into, into 24, 25s.
Well, that was my next question, because we did a bunch of street improvements in 24, yet it shows as 6.2. Is that just because we haven't written there in the check yet?
Right.
Okay.
Right. So for instance, Arlington Shirley, that was supposed to be a 23-24 project, but it really didn't occur into the 24-25 fiscal year.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Haig?
Somewhat along the same lines as Commissioner Barlow, because I've been looking at the whole thing, and I'm going to have comments throughout today. But to talk about the infrastructure side of things, I've been looking at this from a rebaselining of purpose, and looked at it from Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And on a municipal basis, it's actually called Wojo's. There's a guy called, I can't even pronounce his name, it's about a mile long, a Polish name, but he calls himself Wojo. And about 10 years ago, he wrote a hierarchy that started with infrastructure at the very bottom. And I'm glad to see that, because I had an awful lot of thoughts and comments about this and the repurposing of ourselves to focus on that. So it's nice to see it, but I've got a lot more comments to come later. Thank you.
All right. Any comments from the public on the 5-year forecast? I see none in the room, and I see none online, so I'll bring it back to Ms. Ecker if you had any final remarks.
No, not on this topic, but we'll get into it more as we get into engineering as well, because they're all interrelated.
All right, well then, thank you, Mr. Ecker, thank you, Plant Moran, and we'll now move to Public Services Park Improvement Plan. We have Mr. Zelinski.
All right, good morning. So as we've all recently been discussing with Booth Park's trail improvement plan and the MDNR grant, and how that by accepting the grant was going to be delaying our project for there, we kind of had a reshuffling of our intended plan of projects. And this is with the intent to keep moving forward, keep spending bond money as planned with this fiscal year and moving forward. So the biggest thing you'll see is we took items from 26 and 27 and moved them up, because as they are, although smaller projects, they are easier to incorporate and get contractors in and secure like actual use of dollar. So with that, it was neighborhood parks, as we discussed in the actual commission meeting. So that's moving up the Pump House Playground, the Lincoln Park Playground, and we'll be finalizing our MDNR stuff. And that's kind of like the short term for this year. But then moving forward, it's obviously our Booth Park project's being pushed back a year, but we're still going to be working on trying to continue on with having our Poppleton Park fully inclusive playground project, and start working on our Pembroke playground project as well. But in the background, to keep us from falling behind on anything, we also want to be working towards redoing our St. James master plan kind of coherently with the senior/rec center project, because we know that directly impacts some of the entrance to it. But this sets us up to, as that project hopefully is coming to a close in 26, 27, us being able to actually continue roll in, potentially even have St. James ready to roll at the exact same time as the rec center. With that, at the same time, Kenning Park's had changes over the years. There was an initial plan with Kenning Park, but as we watch people's needs and wants grow through our master plan, we know that we need to go back to Kenning Park and reevaluate exactly how we want to move things around in the park. So the same thing is, at that time, trying to by 26, 27, be able to be looking into redoing the playground. We've seen a want in every playground for getting walking paths for citizens and for general increase in abilities to use bathrooms, that sort of thing. So all of that needs to kind of be reviewed. That's why we put it in the 25, 26, so that hopefully by 26, 27, we can actually start kicking off these projects, rolling into 28 if needed. Just depends on how things roll out. That's the short version of the parks.
All right, I had looked at your next slide, the facilities list, and just kind of made a mental note of what has been touched already and what is planned, and it is more than 3/4 of the facilities have had or will have work, before 28, so.
Yep, and yeah, I think we had 3 facilities that won't have been touched by 28. And even with that, what we don't have on here is some of those, we may still do additional playground improvements. It kind of, we'll see how things shake out. Don't want to spread ourselves too thin, but we're making sure we use that bond money as planned, basically.
All right, well, if it concludes the park improvement plan, any questions from the commission? Commissioner Bauer.
Sorry, I had my mouth full. You talked about the St. James Park Master Plan. Is there a plan to work with the architects of the building?
Yes, there is.
Coordinate? Thank you. That's all.
One more question.
This may be like too granular, but I know on the other slide where you had the years marched out, how many of these park improvements have like all access play structures? Is that intended for all of them that you're updating?
We are trying to make things as inclusive as possible with our improvements. There are our intent with each area, though, is to go in and have meetings with the neighborhoods, find out what they want in their particular park. And we use the demographic studies and items like that that's the bigger answer to your question.
Sure.
Is we're trying to make sure the neighborhood's getting what the neighborhood wants.
Right. Keeping in mind that the neighborhood might change and, everyone's lens is focused on themselves. So I would just hope that, like you said, you're going to try that there's something in every park for, someone who's disabled or whatever it might be.
Any other comments from the commission? Any questions or comments from the public? In the room, I see none, and online, I see none. So thank you very much. And now we move to the municipal fleet management plan.
Yeah, so in general, our municipal fleet has been, includes approximately 200 pieces of equipment. The reason we say equipment is, although we indicate 155 vehicles below, that includes things like trailers, tractors, large use items like leaf suckers, things like that. That, the fleet is not just vehicles, or like what everybody thinks of as a large truck or a pickup truck. It's all sorts of equipment. One item of note I want to clarify on here is, although we call out the fire department's 15 vehicles here, DPS directly is responsible for the purchasing of only 3 of those vehicles. The rest is actually handled through the fire department's own funds, which I'm sure they'll be addressing later. But we do include them as part of this, as our staff does work on their fire trucks to help maintain them. So we do have impact on them. So you guys have likely seen this evaluation once or twice as we've brought vehicles forward to you. This is just kind of for everyone as a whole's general knowledge. We have 2 separate charts for identifying when we should be replacing vehicles. And although this was created a long time ago, we've found through looking at the breakdown of how much it costs to maintain a vehicle that the numbers we use in here, depending on if it's a large heavy-duty vehicle or if it's a sedan, that it does seem to line up really closely with an indication of when you should get rid of a vehicle. And we've talked with other cities, municipalities, and some have programs where we replace every 8 years flat. They don't care what the condition of the vehicle is. It could be in perfectly good working order. It's not taking any of that into account. They just replace it then. Other people have a straight mileage thing. We hit this mileage, we're replacing it. Ours is a blend of these things where we're taking age into consideration. We're taking how many breakdowns we've had into consideration. What's it going to cost me to replace this vehicle in the future? And so the biggest thing we're seeing is thanks to, hang on, sorry, I'm losing myself. This gets into our fleet management. I was getting ahead of myself. Fleet management system we use in our garage is designed to help us track these costs. So, because cost is one of our major things with it. It's called the RTA system. And we basically, from the instant we bring a vehicle in, we have the initial cost of the vehicle. And because one of the factors on those previous sheets is, have we hit 50% of the cost of the vehicle to replace it? Because it's a major indicator that you need to replace a vehicle. We also use that system to, as they're getting gas, if we notice their mileage is getting to a point where they haven't been in like 6 months for an oil change, we notify them that, hey, you got to come in for an oil change. We've hit a certain mileage when we do that. So we use these different systems to help us keep tracking it. And when it's in, our mechanics do a look over of the vehicle, and they'll know if there's significant damage that needs to be repaired that maybe it hasn't been seen. Over the years, as a vehicle ages, you will see significant cost changes in it. So in this example, we pulled a vehicle that qualified by our scoring for replacement back in 2020. Due to the system that was in place at the time, we didn't actually have, and I'll get into it a little later, the setup that we have now for being right on top of tracking this. So what did it cause? So we had this vehicle in 2020 that scored a 45, and we'd spent over its lifetime $54,000 in repairs. Well, in 2025, when we finally get the replacement vehicle for it, because this happened to be a larger fleet vehicle that takes 2 years for us to get, we'd spent an additional about $35,000 in maintenance. Now, what this doesn't show is, because we had low snow years when this vehicle would be more frequently used, we weren't using it nearly as much. And in fact, we hardly used this vehicle for the last 2 years of its life. Although at this time it was costing us about $8,000 a year to maintain. And that's with hardly using the vehicle. So this speaks to that it should have been replaced back in 2020. Now, newer vehicles, granted these aren't direct comparisons because these are just pickups. We've got these two pickups here that, they score really well overall. We wouldn't be considering to replace these at all. And the one with 1 year's maintenance was only $1,700. The other one, if you do the math on it, breaks down to about $3,300 a year. And those are normal usage expectations. And what you see is, as a vehicle, as you all probably know from owning your own cars, over time, expenditures go up. And so when we're seeing these rates increase to how they were over that 5-year period with the previous vehicle, that's where we know we need to replace these vehicles. So that brings us to the condition of the fleet currently. We have a huge portion of our fleet that is meeting these requirements. So how do we get to this? Well, in the past year, we promoted a gentleman, Chad Check, to be our garage foreman. For about 8 to 10 years prior to that was the last time they had someone in that position that he's in direct that was specific to just the garage. And with that, we weren't watching the condition of our fleet. We weren't necessarily straight applying these principles that we had before, how we evaluate these items, because there wasn't somebody in a role whose responsibility was to care about the fleet as a whole. Chad has been working his tail off to maintain these vehicles. Now, the bigger issue with this 39% of poor vehicles is not only how much time it takes my staff to maintain those vehicles, but when the vehicle's down, we can't use it at all. So to the point of that vehicle that was hardly used for 2 years, I know at least 6 months of the final year we had it, it was either up on hoist or we had to send it out because it was stuff we couldn't actually take care of. So you're not using your asset at all, which is a complete waste. And thanks to his due diligence in working on this, we're improving this. Our ultimate goal as a department is that poor 28 plus gets down to a level of spending where year to year, we're seeing that by the end of the year, as I'm getting ready to put my budget together, that poor plus is less than what I intend to spend on a budget. Because A, we won't have vehicles down. B, my mechanics can respond easily in an easier fashion, in a faster fashion, to get other vehicles back up on the road. And we'll, overall as a fleet, be more cost effective. That vehicle 65, the one that could have been replaced in 2020, we actually look back, it could have been replaced in like 2015, had someone been paying attention to it. You want to guess the cost implications of that, not replacing it in 2015 versus replacing it now? I could have replaced it twice for the cost in 2015 that we paid for it in technically 2023, I think is when we secured that. That's how much the price doubled. So our suggestion is, although we're not thinking we should go out, because it's also a bad plan to replace all 40% of the fleet at once and spend that money at once, because 10 years down the road, I might run into the exact same problem. Everything dies at once. We want to increase funding over the next couple of years, which you'll see come budget time, to try to eat into this, and to my point of get to that point where we're at a minimum replacing everything that's in the 28 plus, but then getting into this 23 to 27 range. Because if you look back, I know it's kind of hard to see on some of those slides, but if you zoom in, that's actually our recommended for replacement if budget allows. 28 plus it should have already been replaced. So we kind of get forced into just taking care of those. And that's our goal, is to get more balanced in our fleet, which helps us with responding to everything else and taking care of things as a whole. I think that's so that's the last for that.
Any Commissioner Host?
Scott, you want to get the 28 plus down to a more manageable level. You indicated maybe you'd like to have everything in the 23 to 27 area. Approximately how much money are we talking, and how many years to do this?
So, like we said, we don't want to, from a management standpoint of vehicles, if we were to just do this today, it's about $5 million worth of fleet. We don't want to do it all at once because of exactly the fact that it would overload us. We've already seen an improvement since Chad has gotten into his role, and we're intentionally selecting these vehicles that are like the worst of the worst to get them through. We're managing. Currently, what you'll see is, if you look at our budget, for years it floated between $700,000 and $900,000 on a regular for vehicle maintenance. And that's what they were asking for and replacing. And we have set vehicles that we have to replace at set periods of time. Like with the police vehicles, we found by engine hours, they always meet their requirements of every 5 to 6 years need to be replaced. So as you're balancing these known items, it can vary, but we've recently, since I've been the director, we pushed up over $1 million in expenditures on replacing of these vehicles. And like this next year, we're pushing towards, this past fiscal year, we had 1.2 million, I believe, in vehicles that we were replacing. And because of that, as we roll into our tentative plans for next year, we're already looking at, if you just say we're only spending this, how much of the future outlook of those 23 through 27s are going to become 28s, we're actually progressing $400,000 in the positive. So it means 1.2 going out, 800,000 dropping in, because that's a constant battle you're fighting, right? Everything's always going into that 28 range at some point in its life. So I don't have a direct answer because vehicles, although age is constant, right? I can't predict what vehicle is going to necessarily maintain longer than others. Sometimes you'll have two trucks that look exactly the same, and one will break down every Tuesday, and the other one might not break down for 3 years. So our goal is by pushing up, we're thinking if we push up towards $1.5 million a year, in that 5-year range, we might be able to get this down to my ultimate goal of having the poor vehicle basically be, every year as I put it on my budget, we're covering that. Now, what fights that is the truck that cost me $350,000. If I have an emergency repair of, say, our Vector truck costs $500,000. So I've got, there's random vehicles that really can eat into this, and you would see no difference in this. And that's where the extra spending allows us to take care of, if we bump up our budget, we can knock out a couple of these really expensive vehicles while maintaining more of the smaller fleet vehicles, which is the majority of the fleet. So the goal would be in 5 years to be completely caught up to this, but we will see.
Commissioner Waller.
So are you telling us, are you asking us if we want to accelerate this or do it according to your plan? Are you already planning to do it? Is this?
We are planning to accelerate spending in our budget requests.
Okay.
And if we were told to do more, we would try to do more. Another background part of this that we've been working with finance with is ensuring you'll see it across all the departments. For those that aren't aware, the departments do a, quote, rental fee on the vehicles associated with their department. On the back end, that program information we've been using, we've calculated out what's the actual expenditures that it takes to maintain the vehicles in a specific department. And with that, I'm also putting in, because of the unforeseens, like basically a vehicle that doesn't exist, so that they can work towards putting money in, so that there's money that their department has put in towards the emergency replacement we can't predict. The random driver who totals out one of our police cars on us. That sort of thing is trying to be planned into what budgets are being requested so that we can make sure this fund is here. But if we were told to be more aggressive with it, we could be more aggressive with it, but we would have limits to how much we would want to replace at one given time, just because you don't want everything the same age.
Yes.
Just the goal would be to be more proactive about planning this so that we're not reactive as all of a sudden 1 year 3 vehicles break down because our fleet quality is diminished because we haven't put the money into it. So if we kind of build it into a proactive policy, so again, to your point earlier, you can kind of smooth out the cost and you don't get those years where you get the unexpected expenses, because it's always, you spend money on new or you spend a ton of money maintaining the old. So it's a balance.
Commissioner Long.
How do you build in to your plan when it takes up to 2 years sometimes to get a vehicle? And when do you pay for the vehicle that you order? Do you do it when you order, or do you do it when it was delivered?
So we pay on delivery, but the funds are always secured in the year of purchase. So when you pull a purchase order, it's kind of like what Mark was talking about with the construction projects. Money gets reserved in this year, but you don't actually see it leave the fund until you're actually making the payment. And the prices are guaranteed on the bigger trucks. It's really big trucks that are the delayed that we've seen 2 years, and that there was a time where if you ordered at the wrong time, you were getting a 3-year delay, and that was back to COVID-related items. We're seeing it slowly accelerate based on what we're being told it'll take to get vehicles. Our like sedans and SUVs, trucks, like personal size trucks, those are depending on the time of year, be in the range of, sometimes I can get them as soon as I have approval from Jana because the price range is low enough that we literally see the truck show up within the week. To it can still take 2 to 6 months. It just depends. So we basically, how we plan out our large fleet now with Chad and I, because of what we've seen, and Charles also is directly involved with this, is we have a replacement plan for our big trucks based on, we're assuming it's going to take 2 years to get these vehicles. So we're already programming in a bunch of planned replacements that we have to make adjustments for. Hence why my budget's affected more than anyone else in this budget session, because as far as general percentage of cost of the fleet, DPS probably is 75% plus of the cost. So like I'm holding back more money to be able to replace small trucks and big trucks in my like emergency replacement. And given the age of my fleet, I have to assume sooner or later I'm going to have that emergency replacement where I'm buying something I wasn't planning on buying.
So, I mean, the bottom line is that's working against you as well as a budget working against you.
Yes and no. It's predictable. Let's put it that way.
It's all the more reason to be proactive, though. When you know that a vehicle is going to need to be replaced and you know it's going to take you 2 years to get it, you need to plan ahead.
Right. I mean, I'm all for it. Just the example of the vehicle that we could have replaced in 2015 that we didn't replace until 9 years later, and we could have bought it twice. That's what we want to obviously avoid.
Exactly.
That's the worst case.
So looking at the numbers here, the poor, that's 78 units within the fleet, if I take 200 and take the percentage. And then with the example of the heavy truck that you showed up there with it was over a 20-year life, with 200 fleet units, we're looking at, over 20 years, 10 units of equipment every year, or if we actually go to a more realistic 10 years of usable life, it's 20 units of equipment every year. Looking at as an average. Every year is going to be different, but average. Do we have any kind of, I'm sure you do, but the thing that's jumped out at me on this was, what are we looking at for the replacement costs on many of these items? Because you've identified what they are. So looking at the forward spending curve, and then with the projection of where you're going with the new measurement of use life, usable life, the forward prediction of, in 5 years' time, we're going to need to replace this unit, today's cost is. In 4 years' time, we need to replace, etc. So it's like a spending curve, and I'm sure you've got something, or you're thinking down this path already by what you're talking about. That's what I'm sort of mulling over here is, we've got into a little bit of a situation, and that goes back to my comments earlier about rebaselining into a hierarchy of needs as opposed to wants. And to me, a poor condition of fleet is at the bottom of the triangle of needs. It's the foundation of needs, because if we can't provide the support, then we can't really do a whole lot of anything. Not for you to explain all of that here now, but do you have something that would be shareable, even if it's just for me because of how my mind works? I'd be curious to see what your fleet plan looks like and what the prediction of costs would look like on all of them, because I was literally looking at 78 units and thinking that's a large chunk of money that we're going to be looking at in a very short period of time. Because in the example of the heavy truck, could have been replaced in 2015, it's still in service, but the last 2 years were effectively useless. For all intents and purposes, they were useless. So it was a depreciating asset that was costing money that we got no functional use out of. Next step of the thought process within that was, have we looked at, like the fire department has the Oakway Collective, where there is a sharing of equipment. If we have underutilized resources, is there a pooling that can be done with other municipalities where we have an asset that others don't? We can lease it to them, or there can be a sharing of particular items that we have an investment in this particular thing. They have an investment in that. We don't need it for 6 months because we don't have a need, but when we have it, we have the need. They have a need, share, pool, and that way costs can be distributed between other municipalities, And then the additional thought beyond that was, are there any thoughts about certain items? Is it more value add for us to just lease them? And then we take the asset value effectively off our books. We take the upfront investment off our books. We may pay a higher amount on an annualized basis, but then when it's done, we hand it back, and then within whatever the lease period is, and I would say with some of the heavier equipment, it's probably not a 3-year lease. We're probably looking at 5, 8-year leases. Then we restart a lease and we get another new piece that has a much lower maintenance cost. I mean, this is the whole concept of how airlines like Ryanair work. They don't have aircraft over a certain age because they know that their replacement and their maintenance costs go over a threshold value. So they always replace their aircraft. Always new, always new.
So we have looked into both leasing and, so we're members of SOCPWA, which is a local group that gets together of municipal in our general area. And if we have an emergency need, say all my plows died, I can put out an emergency request and people will shuttle together the equipment for us to use on a sharing basis. And there's, to my knowledge, no costs associated with that, because we've had people go, hey, who has the grain belt for filling a salt dome? And they'll share that piece of equipment between different groups. You know, obviously you're responsible when you have it for maintenance associated with it. And if you were to break it, you would be helping towards paying for replacement repairs on it. But the general use of it is if, hey, we're not using that piece of equipment, by all means. Example, Southfield, during the storms where we were, dealing with all the trees being down and stuff, they said it's not even just the equipment, they'll ask for manpower. They said, anybody have a chipper truck and people who can come help us? And if we go help them, they would ask us, what's the direct rates that we need to pay you guys for, using your staff? But the problem was at the point I said, hey, I have the chipper. I don't have the staff. I was like, I can send you the chipper if you want it. I can give you a truck to drive it. And we can't give you the staff. They're like, well, we need the staff too. Appreciate the offer, but so there is a inter-network of shareable items as needed. So we only buy something if we believe we're going to be using it on a regular basis. As to the leasing question, when that's come up in SOCPWA, some people do lease. We've found it's way better in a small municipality who doesn't have the funds to outright purchase a lot of equipment, or say there was a mass storm that specifically hit DPS and wiped out my entire fleet. And so we have this giant cost. It might make sense to lease half the fleet and purchase the other half so it lessens the burden on the city for direct upfront. If we're truly following our replacement guidelines here and getting into that 23 through 27 and selling vehicles back while they're in that range, auctioning them off, we actually can, in ways, make money over a lease if we do that. We found that, example, last year we sold a 2012 truck for over 10 grand. That's impressive because the truck when it was purchased was 20 grand. So we sold it for half of its cost. And if you just did a lease agreement, you would give it back at the end of the lease sooner than we would have. You get no value out of it. And we still would be responsible most times for the maintenance of that vehicle during the time in which we own it. So we found that leasing doesn't make sense for our municipality because we're in a cash positive state where we can afford to purchase vehicles. And if you can afford to purchase it, usually selling it back at the end, if you're following the model correctly, has more pros than cons.
Okay.
Any other questions from?
I just want to say this graph we're looking at is wonderful. Is this the first time the commission's seen a graph like this? This is an old scoring system, but it's summarized
to my knowledge, it's the
Yes.
first.
So this is great. So I think this would be very important for us to see over, if your plan is to do this over 5 years, each year, this thing, next year come back with this graph. This is where we were last year. This is where we are this year.
Yep.
Because this summarizes a very in-depth process that you obviously are going through but it gets it to the level that I need to see it at. So this is great, so keep it going.
Yep. Excellent work. In the same way that we're much more proactive about streets and parking decks, I'm glad to see that that same attitude and approach is being applied to the fleet. All right, do you have another question?
For DPS, but not related to the fleet.
Well, he has one more DPS.
Oh, he does?
Yes,
Asset management.
asset management
Okay,
plan for
sorry.
the facilities.
Got it.
So this asset management plan for facilities is more focused at this time on just our main campus area. As many of you know, we promoted Connie last year as officially as ice rink supervisor, but also as our facilities like superintendent. And so although I don't have necessarily the ice rink and golf course on here, this is specific to just updates needed at our campus. We recognize that basically most of the structures on my property are pushing 30-plus years old. When I walked in over there, I started encountering heaters dropping on a regular basis in the middle of winter, which nobody wants to have, and other such items. So we're trying to plan out long-term because a lot of these items are more significant in cost. Some upgrades, which go from upgrading our wash bay so that to help maintain our fleet better because it'll be cleaning it better in a more appropriate way, to replacing garage doors that aren't insulated so we're losing heat in the winter and like any cool aspect that's inside during the summer, and making sure that they're closing completely so that critters can't get in and out of the building just due to the fact that there's a gap at the bottom. And, you know, general modernization, some green ideas such as getting in electric chargers for where we plan to have fleet vehicles in the future, and LED lighting throughout the facilities, those sorts of things. We're also looking into like just updating long-term a bunch of different things that are good for both the staff so that when it's a really nasty event, they have more preparation for being able to stay here longer, clean themselves up, that sort of thing.
And is that going to, also going to be reflected in additional budget requests?
Correct.
Okay. And on the gray column, is that, items are repeated the last two, is that implying more than one building, or is that just an accidental duplication?
I asked the same question. It's multiple garage doors, for instance. They have many garage doors. So they're splitting them up, like, I think it was
Okay.
2 in the first year and
It's-
then 1 and 1.
Yeah, so like our goal is to get 2 part of this fiscal year, 2 part of next fiscal year. One of the future years, I think it's 26, 27, we have 4 doors planned. And so it's like, again, it's the same concept as the fleet. You don't want everything to die at once, so spreading it out so that you don't have all your garage doors failing at the same time. Because our general feeling is why half the heaters went in our main building is they're all the same age. And so it's like we want to spread this out also because from a cost point, it's easier to swallow chunks of updating stuff across the facility the size of DPS than it is to do it all at once. So.
Commissioner Host?
On the doors, for instance, say you have 5 that you have to do, you're doing it piecemeal versus maybe you get a better rate if you do all 5 at once. But in this 5-year plan, how much money are we talking?
So for what's up on the screen, it's approximately $100,000 in 25, 26, about $62,000, 26, 27, and about $75,000 in 27, 28.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other commissioner questions? Any questions from, sorry,
That's
Commissioner
okay.
Waller.
I'm impressed. You've been in the job how long?
Just over 2 years.
Yeah, really seems like you're coming into your own. Okay.
I'll say it's my team.
Yes,
honestly.
and I was going to suggest bring your team into one of the commission meetings, because I don't recall seeing a complete
Complete DPS
organizational
team? No.
organizational chart even, and it's impressive, and I really appreciate the proactiveness and the professionalism that you're bringing to one of the most important and unsung departments we have. I do want to ask you to talk a little bit about street maintenance, because we focus so much when we talk about infrastructure on reconstruction and a lot of the stuff that engineering is involved in. But you execute a lot when it comes to street maintenance. Is that correct?
Yes and no.
So on the big projects where we do the Cape sealing, that's an outside contractor and everything. But
Yeah.
there's a certain amount that you guys do, and I'd like you to talk about that, what you do, and whether there's anything we can do to help you do more.
Yeah, I mean, there's background. We're discussing like a 10 to 15-year plan for being able to do more as a DPS when it comes to the actual street maintenance. Back when they had way more people at DPS, is like if I remember what the records show, we're talking 10, 15 years ago, there was 10 to 15 more people.
How many people do you have now total?
I have, I believe, 16 in my, plus management. Let's just say union are the guys that do the real work. So let's just say I have 16 union people on the street side and like 15, I believe, on the park side. And that's the core. So we're talking about there was 15 guys. When you go back into the having 10 more people, I want to say, if I remember correctly, so don't quote me on this, just know it's a ballpark, it was between 5 and 8 of those were on the street side. And they used to have a kettle crew. They used to have...
Kettle crew?
Yeah, so one of the repair measures that I don't know if Melissa's going to end up talking about or not is when you have cracks in your asphalt, and sometimes even in your concrete, they pour tar into the cracks, and there's literally a device called a kettle that keeps it warm. And there was a crew that went around, and that's solely what they worked on. So they between working on that, which helps maintain your life of your asphalt roads, and the patch crew, there were literally a patch crew and a kettle crew out during the summer every single day. I can tell you, I do not have the staff to do that. Between water main breaks, sewer repairs, cammering that we need to do, general like underground maintenance that we should be doing, like cleaning lines. We have regularly scheduled jetting of like rear yard sewers and stuff that we do to help maintain the infrastructure. Between all that, I don't have the ability to keep a crew specific to only working on trying to patch potholes.
There's got to be a financial analysis possible that would balance the cost of a crew against the cost of deterioration and...
Well, and additionally, we have more equipment we need to purchase that long since has been gone. It was gone before I joined the DPS. I think it was gone before I came to the city. And so like there's a lot of planning that we're doing in the background that might be part of like next year's budget or the year after for how we would lay out how we want to come into that, because that's literally one of those items we have to come into with a full plan of how and what we would take over at DPS and what staffing I would need to be able to do that successfully and work more with engineering on that aspect of things. But overall, as far as road surface goes, we do the emergency repairs. We do and if it's small enough. So we do catch basin fixes. So if catch basin's settling in, we fix that. If you have a random pothole, we're coming through and we're throwing in patch, we're packing it down. But the problem with potholes no matter how good you do your patch, especially this time of year, plow goes through, catches it with an edge, it's gone. You get the right frost freeze, pops out, it's gone. So like, we're in a position for roads, and she'll get into this more, where there's not much more we can do at DPS to slow what you have going on out there. It needs more than a Band-Aid. And that's the level of service we provide is more of a Band-Aid service. It's the fill in the immediate problem so you're not blowing your tire out as you're driving down the street, but that's not any type of long-term fix. And we could get into more maintenance items that help maintain when it's at a high level if, you know, we budget correctly and bring in the appropriate stuff. And I make, like what I've done so far in upgrading DPS as a whole, make key hires of people with the knowledge to do that type of work. Those are all the things that are needed to lift that level.
Well, as one of 7, I would like to see you lift that level.
Excellent. Any comments from the public on the municipal fleet management plan or the DPS facility campus management plan? I see none in the room, and I see none online, so thank you very, very much, Scott, for this work, proactivity. All right, we now move to engineering. We have Melissa Coda, who's going to start with unimproved road construction prioritization.
Good morning, everyone. So the first part of 3 topics for the engineering department today is the unimproved road construction priority list. Back in October of 2023, we did a city commission workshop, and part of the task the engineering department needed to follow up on was create an unimproved road priority list. With that, as mentioned as previous city commission meetings and several resident meetings, public meetings, et cetera, one of the tools that we do use to select projects is infrastructure scores. So the road surface gets a score rating from 0 to 100, sewer and water. And the higher the point, so closer to 100, means that it requires replacement itself. The max point that is needed is 300 points. That's one of the tools that we use to be able to select projects. Some of the other items that we use to help select project is nearby streets, to see if there's a next block over needs improvement or needs replacement of water, sewer main, et cetera. Other agency projects, so we do look at coordinating with other agencies from the Road Commission from Oakland County, MDOT, and or other communities that surround City of Birmingham to see if we can team up with them with some of their projects. We also do look at utility flow and coordinating downstream improvements first. So as mentioned previously, as our upcoming project in Wimbledon, that first phase is ultimately your downstream portion of your sewer of that whole entire area north and east of there towards Adams. So we do have to look at downstream improvements to occur first. And then also, too, we have other discussions with city departments, includes Department of Public Services, Fire Department, Manager's Office, to be able to see where priorities are, especially with help with the Fire Department for any water flows for firefighting capability. So when going through and creating the list, we pulled out and created this map here of what would be unimproved roads that had previous water main construction. So there was a little bit done in the 1950s. And near Villa and Hazel on some of the side streets there. There was one street in, off of Poppleton that was done in the 1980s right here. In the 1990s, you do see in yellow here various locations in the city where the water main on unimproved roads was replaced to at least an 8-inch water main. So just to give you guys a little bit more information on that. So those are the streets that we know the water main is running about 25 years old approximately. So those are the streets that we would look at potentially doing sewer lining or treacherous technologies to repair any sewer, just because we know the water main is not that old in that location. And
I'm sorry, are you saying that only the water main was done on these streets? Nothing else?
Only the water main was completed.
We've since changed our policy, right? Okay.
Correct.
so that we
Correct.
do it all if we
We
can.
do it all, and we factor all of those elements into the prioritization list.
So I'm looking at some of these streets. They dug up the street, put in a new water main, and in many of these cases, these are unimproved, all of these cases, they're unimproved streets, right?
Yes.
Correct.
So they just put it back Cape Seal, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And then in the 2000s, there was only one location along North Lawn, east of Cranbrook Road, that was done for a water main replacement on that street. And then the 2010s, you can see in the blue area, we're either at the dead end of Ann Street, because the south part of Ann Street was completed, and Dorchester, Yorkshire area, where new water main was placed, because it was existing rear yard, and it's going into the main street itself. And so going from 2014 to 2024, here's what the city has progressed over the past 10 years of work on unimproved streets. And with that, what's shown on red, if the road got converted to an improved street, or when water or sewer work was completed, that it remained as an unimproved road, so a Cape Seal treatment went back on that. So we use this information from the past historical information to create, and then I'll go a little bit more for, so those streets shown on the previous slide, they're kind of on the lower list of the work order for unimproved roads, just because they have water main that's not as old. And as I mentioned previously in the presentation, we would look at trying to do some type of treacherous technology to, if there's any sewer issues or sewer repairs that need to be done on those streets. So the upcoming capital improvement program for fiscal year 24-25 through 29-30, as mentioned in this previous budget meeting last year, we're looking at targeting this area from Wimbledon north, just because the locations of the northern part of the city is fire department would like to see the improvements occur there, and also there's existing 4-inch water main in this subdivision area. So we're looking at doing this over the next 5-year program. And then also too, there's a small section, it's called Bloomfield Court off of North Old Woodward, that also has 4-inch water main and has a higher score for sewer ratings. So with that one, it's towards the top of point-wise for the infrastructure score. So we've got that in the capital improvement project for the next 5 years.
Can you just tell them for information purposes, what type, size water main that you want to have?
The minimum size that the state of Michigan allows for water service is 8-inch.
So we have half that in several locations throughout the city, still.
And also to hydrant leads, now currently the standard is to have a 6-inch lead off of a water main to a hydrant now. So just to give you guys a size comparable of the requirements from the state of Michigan currently.
And also to be clear, the ones that are 4 aren't 4 right now.
Correct.
Right. Right.
They're like 2.
Yeah. Can I ask a question relevant to this?
Yeah.
As you make your plan, and I assume you're taking into account how much it costs as well, are you assuming that these will be full reconstructions? And does it matter? So we've already seen, for example, on Wimbledon, that we decided not to do a full reconstruction, which is, A, going to cost a lot less, possibly go quicker, and if I'm just saying, for example, potentially if none of these streets in here get full reconstruction, would that impact our planning? And should we know that a lot sooner than when the project comes up to us? And then, all this craziness occurs and we, people are screaming and we're wringing our hands what to do. And it happens then after it's already been planned. But how did you plan it? If you didn't know what we were going to decide in terms of whether a full reconstruction or a Cape Seal. And would it make sense to make those decisions sooner rather than later, so that if we said today, no, we're only going to Cape Seal those streets, you could say, oh, well, in that case, we can work over here too.
So with that, for budgeting purpose, we assume what would be worst case scenario from a cost impact, the highest cost. So that would be the road going back as an improved road.
Improved.
So with that, as part of your discussion, what we work with the finance department on upcoming here is to see Wimbledon's going to go out to bids in the next 1 to 2 months. where do those bids fall at, do a review of how that works with our future cost, and look at that, because usually we review cost projects and what our planning process is every couple of months once we receive a project back from bids in our capital improvement program to see where we're at on fund levels. And potentially, if it goes back as an unimproved road, it might be a year or two where we've got that, where the money builds up, where we can move a project forward or a segment of road further up and do it quicker in the capital improvement program.
To your point, would it help to know in advance? Yes, but we look at what we hear from the commission is we want to get rid of all of our unimproved roads and get them improved, and that's what the goals are, so that's what we budget for. It makes it harder when it comes politically.
This is why we need to
Right.
have this conversation, because, I mean, there are certain, I don't want to get into a discussion here of it, but real quickly, I look at streets like Tottenham, those people don't want full improvement. I look at it and say, I don't care. Give them what they want.
And is it a major road? Is there a lot of
Yes.
traffic on it?
And so why don't we just make those decisions when we can so that you can do a better job planning?
I think that it's very clear from the other half side of Wimbledon people that were here, that they believe that they will also be Cape Seal. I think they don't, there's no,
But they're not planning for that. They're worst case, they're going
right,
with
so
most
worst
expensive.
case budget-wise, but staff and engineering and people resources is going to be the same regardless. It's just the impact is as far as engineering staff and budgeting and the sewer and water cost will be the same. It's just the surface that will change. And yes, that will impact budgeting, and yes, that's a discussion worth having.
And to your point, Wimbledon, for example, is a more major road. So that is, from a staff standpoint, a professional standpoint, we would recommend, yes, it should be improved. But that doesn't mean it will be when it actually comes up and everybody's out in the audience, you know.
Right. So let's let Melissa finish her presentation.
So here is what the engineering department compiled would be our unimproved roads construction priority. So what we did is, it's in a rainbow color, hopefully it comes off well projected on here, is red would be what we would be looking at completing first, down to orange, and then you get to the yellow, green, red, purple, and then brown, and then the grayish color would be the last ones. So those in red would be the ones that we'd be looking at completing in fiscal years 2031, 2032 type of a deal. Those have existing 4-inch water mains. So that'd be the goal of, also with working with the fire department and DPS, is to get rid of and attack the 4-inch water mains so those replacements are done. And then so with that, it's kind of the same attack that we did with over in the Wimbledon area is, so you've got this location of here of Crofton Torrey that's got 4-inch water main, and then you've got some of the segments through here that score higher on the infrastructure rating score. So essentially take about 2-3 year period in this location here to be able to do the improvements in that location. So all the utility work is completed and done in that location, and then kind of go to another location to be able to go to the next step in doing the underground infrastructure coordination. Also, when we did look into this, we've got the area of kind of near Corton Lake, just to the west of it between Maple and Corton. This area is kind of towards the bottom of the list. This location, the sewer system's in the rear yards. So over the past 5 to 10 years, the city has gone into this area and lined most of the sewer segments in this location. We've got 1 or 2 remaining that will be done here in the next couple of months. So the thought process was here is, at that time, once you get forward, we're about 20 years out. So what you run into is that the sewer lining in that location is going to be getting towards the end of the service life. So we'd be looking at potentially extending sewer service in the public right-of-way in this location of these streets, and that takes a lot of coordination with city commission, agreements, et cetera, type of a deal for that. So that was kind of the priority thinking of using the infrastructure scores, grouping locations together, and then also in that location right there, knowing that's going to be a big undertaking to potentially provide new sewer service in the road right-of-way. So this map takes it for unimproved roads that either have 4-inch water main and 6-inch water main, and the water main was installed in the 1920s and 1930s. And so this location here off of this graph is showing the 0.75 miles per year. That's about the average of what you're doing currently. That could potentially increase over time because a lot what you're running into is Wimbledon or Arlington and Shirley have larger diameter sewers just because it's the downstream section of the sewer system. So you might be able to run, the average is about 0.75 miles. And then if we are able to increase our this to 1.5 miles per year, that's what the right side shows of the potential years that the work can get done. And so this map here essentially takes where this list doesn't show the projection of it, but taking the capital improvement program for the next 5 years that I showed in the previous slide, and then you start seeing in fiscal year 3031, once you start seeing this list here on a couple of pages, it's actually a visual location of potentially the order of construction for unimproved roads.
And could you point out, with the unimproved roads, what year, based on your plan, you're going to have all the 4-inch water mains brought up for the unimproved roads to the current standard?
It's going to be approximately year 2032. So we're about 7 years out to replace all 4-inch water main. And just to note also, we do have 4-inch water main on improved roads that will be completed in fiscal year 29-30 for improved roads to replace 4-inch water main.
Yes.
It's related to this. I just want to point out, someone mentioned 4-inch water main versus 8-inch water main, and it's half. That's the logical thing. But for flow and pressure and water main quality, it's more area related on the circle, and the radius is squared. So that means the capacity of a 4-inch water main is 4 times less than an 8-inch water main, not 2 times less. So like in terms of how important it is to replace these water mains, from a public safety perspective, it's really important.
And if you recall, the fire department has presented, their ISO ratings that they've had, and that's one of the areas of concern is upgrading those 4-inch water lines for them as well.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Host.
Melissa, you said you expect to have all this done by 32 fiscal year. Is that correct?
For replacement of 4-inch water mains? Yes.
When will you commence, or is it between now and then?
It's
for all of
ongoing.
this?
It's ongoing with that. So the upcoming capital improvement project, this upcoming year, we've got a section of Bird from Pierce to Woodward is an existing 4-inch water main. So we have Bird programmed in the next 3 years to get replaced. Linden has some existing 4-inch water main that's further in the capital improvement program, I think year 28, 29, to get replaced also. So there's ongoing efforts to replace 4-inch water main in the current 5-year capital improvement program, and then in these locations here for unimproved roads past the 5-year capital improvement program.
Okay, and the schedule is 3/4 of a mile a year, though you hope to double it.
So the goal is right now we're approximately averaging about 0.75 miles a year for utility for water and sewer on unimproved roads. We would like to do more just to be able to reduce that cost, because what you're going to run into is in this location here between Maple Road, that water main north of Maple Road, west of Horton Lake, was installed in 1926, 1927. So you're going to be running into, with the existing average of 0.75 miles per year, that water main is going to be approximately 130 years old before it gets replaced.
Okay, one last question. Over in Birmingham Farms, is that 4-inch water main?
Where is that?
The southwest by Birmingham Country Club, the blue area.
The blue area, no, that's existing 6-inch water main in the blue location.
Commissioner Bauer.
So this is very interesting. I'm very happy to see it, and I think it's a work in progress, and I think we need to have more understanding and more input, and maybe we can do that at the workshop Because, well, let's just take the area west of Porton Lake for an example. I believe we studied that so people are understanding. The sewers are in the backyards. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're saying that we're not going to improve those roads until the sewer linings that we've just done in the backyards are ready to replace, and that's going to be like 20 years from now or more. To me, that's not acceptable. And I wonder, as they rebuild, and so many new houses are going in there, are we requiring them to put, let's say, dual sewer connections on the new homes so that when the time comes that they need to move their sewers from the backyard to the front yard, that house is ready to go and they can just unhook and hook? Or are we oblivious to that and the builders are oblivious to it?
I wouldn't say they're oblivious to it, but
So there was essentially a sanitary sewer study for the rear yards back in the mid-2000 in this location here for west of Corton. Right now, this was the first essentially looking at infrastructure scores and where that would fall in the construction order. That just came out earlier on this month while engineering department was working on this. We haven't had discussion with building department about potential connections or anything else to the front for the new houses being built, but that from this map, there's a discussion that's going to happen with the building department about this.
Overdue, I would say.
I can say that on Yosemite, we had new sewer and water in the road in 2014.
Yep.
The sewer was older than that. At that time, the city passed a motion that gave every home on the street 10 years to move their connection from the rear yard to the front yard. This is the 2024 year, and a lot of the homes. But if you were building a new home for sewer, since the sewer was there, they required you to connect to the front. Once the sewer was in the street, anything that got built had to connect to the front, even though the rear yard sewer is still active and functioning. So you have some homes on our street that use the front and some that use the back. They were going to decommission the rear yard, and they have yet to do that because they've done some repair and relining. So, but for water, once the new water was in the street, they gave every house 10-year time window to move to the front, and then they are abandoning the rear water, I believe, anytime now. You said February.
Yep.
So it should be next month. So, and so a lot of homes did it this year. The cost per home was roughly $5,000 to $6,000.
To move water.
To move water.
I imagine moving sewer is more complicated and costly.
So the city does notify the neighbors. They do tell them that this is happening. And you have the choice of when you wanted to do it within that 10-year window.
But I think I understood his question to be, are new builds future-proofed? In other words, is there a stub that's laid that's just capped and maybe valved off so it doesn't fill up, but is it sitting there so that when everything moves to the front, it's a very simple block off the back and activate the front? Is that...
Well, and I think
that was my understanding of the question, is that, I didn't hear a clear yes or no, I didn't understand a clear yes or no.
The answer is I think they're going to talk to building and determine whether they want to start requiring that.
at this time, the answer is no.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was
Because
thinking.
this decision has just been,
Because it's dirt cheap to do it when the ground's open.
Yeah, and again, using this neighborhood just as one example, you told somebody who just built a $5 million house in this neighborhood that street isn't going to be improved until 2030, I don't think that would be an acceptable answer to them.
Not to mention in
Given that they're
2030,
paying,
they're tearing up their front.
$60,000 a year in taxes.
but they do have the opportunity.
Not to mention in 2030, they're tearing up their front yard because they're going to have to put in a sewer line that could have been built when they built it.
Right.
I think this needs more thought.
Mr. Gerber.
To say that nothing's going to happen for 20 years, obviously, we would continue the Cape Seal program for that road, to maintain that road, so that, we are continuing to maintain that road. We're not going to just let it go for another 20 years in its current state. So there is maintenance that will continue to happen on these roads until the time where it comes, hey, okay, we need to make a decision. Are we improving this, or are we continue with the keep seal?
Understood.
Commissioner Long?
This wasn't my comment, but following along with that, if you're that homeowner that built that $5 million home and you're going to have to move those sewers, and you could have done it when you built the home, you got that cost, you got your front yard being torn up down the road, and you're being charged for Cape Seal. So if I was living...
You didn't know any of it.
And you didn't know any of it, yeah.
You didn't know
Yeah.
any of it when you bought the house.
But my comment was this, when we were back talking about Henley and Wimbledon and I think Commissioner Fowler made and we're going to have a workshop on this, but made an interesting point, which is, we could just Cape Seal all of it, put new sewers in, Cape Seal all of it, and move on to maybe another area, maybe to get another road in that year, right? But there's a lot that goes into that. And if you don't think for a moment, let's just say I'm looking to move from my house to another place in Birmingham. I'm looking to upgrade. What do you think the first thing that I'm going to look at is? The roads that I'm looking at to move on to, have they been improved? Are they unimproved? Do they have a 2-inch, 4-inch, or whatever water main? Are the sewers in the back that are going to be moved to the front? This is public information. And if you don't think that realtors in this area know this stuff and advise their clients on this stuff, they do.
No, I disagree.
I disagree with that.
I think if you're looking to upgrade your house in Birmingham, you're not thinking about the water main.
I think that, well, maybe I have a better realtor than you do.
Well, you maybe.
But the
Let me sit on the city commission.
Yeah, but the bottom line, and I'm
Far more
educated on this.
informed than most people are.
But the best part is, yeah, that's the point, though. I'm informed. I'm not the $5 million homeowner that didn't know any of this.
Look at
that then
6%.
comes to our meeting when we tell them, by the way, we're shutting off your rear sewer in 2 years, and you got to move your sewer to the front. And they're like, well, I built my house 3 years ago. Why didn't you tell me that? So I agree with Commissioner Baller that while this is awesome, and this is a very large, complicated process that we're tackling, so taking nothing away from anybody, but I think we can do better to try and streamline this with this type of thing. And it's very street specific. It's very street specific. But I'll give you an example. If I wanted to look at a house, Arlington and Shirley would be my first choice if I could afford it, which I can't. Commissioner Baller maybe let me live in his basement. But the bottom line is that those streets are done, they're improved, and they're probably not going to be touched again for another 50 years, probably until after I'm gone. So if I'm buying a house in my 50s, I'm looking at that. And if you don't think people are, I disagree with you. Anyway.
I think people, can I have a quick comment? I think people might if they were paying attention and understood, but I just think your lens is so focused now that you almost can't put yourself back in the position of the average citizen homeowner, especially someone who's moving from outside of Birmingham into Birmingham. And if you think realtors are telling people, oh, by the way, you might have another, 30 grand coming your way with this house.
They're not, because that kills their commission.
that might kill a deal. So I think we have a lens that's very unique, and I'm with you, right? Like, we know what's been going on and what's been done, but we could try and inform the public of this. I just think it's not low enough hanging fruit that they care to pay attention to it.
All right.
Or they think, not me, or,
But one last point. But the point is that we don't want to deal with the public when they come in sitting here when we're doing their road, which is when we see them, when they find out what is going on. So I would like to see us do a better job
of educating.
Educating, because when people come in and say, I just want it Cape sealed, I don't want to spend the money, I don't want to have you, there's a lot of things a lot of tentacles attached to that decision that they may not have considered.
Commissioner Haig, you had a comment?
I do. I wasn't sure when to bring this up, but I'm going to do it now because of the direction the conversation went into. I think we're actually missing a very large opportunity, extremely large, because what we've got, and this is something I was going to bring up in more than one section here, but what we're looking at is, effectively the 5-year plan is a strategic plan. and we're missing pieces of the strategy. And the part that I'm looking at in particular is we're missing the marketing aspect, internal marketing. The reason why I bring it up now, if we go back to the original part of Mr. Gerber's presentation, he skipped past it, but I think it was page 3 of 4A. Melissa, would you mind going back to that? Because it's actually relevant to what you're talking about. The reason why I want to go back to this and then come forwards to where we are is this is the spending, and that's the marketing part. When we look at the budget that we have, our revenue, and how much money is, keep going back, it was actually a table. Page 3 of 4A, I think it was. Keep going. Oh, no, maybe you've gone too far. No, you've gone too far. I beg your pardon, Melissa. No, it's actually a table. This one. Oops. The reason why I bring up marketing is I want to highlight the dollar amounts that we're spending every single year on these infrastructure projects, because Commissioner Balla brought it up. People say, well, I don't like the state of the roads, I don't like this, I don't like that, what are we doing? This was actually a really interesting table, because if I looked at the sum total of spending on major local water and sewer per year, and if we show that as a function of our annual revenue, it's a very large percentage of our annual revenue is actually spent on infrastructure. Remember I was talking about Wojo's hierarchy that's based on Maslow. The very bottom is the infrastructure. The marketing aspect to me, to get back to where Melissa's going, is look at the dollar amounts that we're spending every year on trying to improve our infrastructure. And we don't tell everybody. By the way, you do realize that, like, you know, a third of the money you pay in taxes to the city is actually going to improve your infrastructure. We're not just frittering it away. This is what we spend every year. The other part of that, so thank you for showing that, Melissa, because that was important, because it shows how much of our revenue you need just to do your job. That's it. And this was terrific data, by the way. Thank you, Mr. Gerber. Now, to go back to where Commissioner Balla was asking about, well, do we know that we're going to actually do improved streets? And Melissa said, okay, we have to budget for the worst case. Absolutely right. Budget for the worst and hope that you're going to get better. The marketing side of it is, to his point, ask ahead of time. Now, it may be a project in 3-4 years, but then that allows people to start wrapping their heads around it. They'll forget about it in 6 months, and then in 2.5 years, when it comes back in front of them, it'll be back there. But we need to be out there actively pushing the questions early and go to people and say, in 3 years, we'd like to do this in your neighborhood. Are you prepared for this to happen? Here's option 1, here's option 2. We want to engage with you now. By the way, did you realize we're already spending a third of our taxes on your infrastructure? Just so that you know, that's what you're getting for your money. So to me, that was the marketing aspect of just this infrastructure that brought about his question of, do people know what they're going to get, and are they prepared for those costs? Some areas, yes, some areas, no. So I think we need to highlight this more, and this is an aspect that I found missing in here, was we don't market our achievements well enough. We market things like the Birmingham Blast that my kids are probably going to be going to in the next hour. But we don't market, this is what we achieved. This is how we're trying to look after you, to keep the roads under your wheels, the toilets flowing, the water. Mm-hmm. We don't tell people that. That's where the money's actually going. Do it better.
Kind of an annual state of the city type of a report.
No, it actually needs to be out there in a more market. I kept thinking marketing. That's where I think Mary Ann's probably got some really cool avenues to do this. Yeah. Not just here's the annual report, because everybody, I mean,
Because we do that, and we provide that.
Yeah, we all get annual reports for stock market, and they go in the garbage.
We are getting significantly behind schedule, so one last remark from Commissioner Host, and then we'll move on to the next section.
Melissa, I would like you to address why is on the local streets in this next year, we're approximately $1.5 million light in spending on the local streets.
So with it, as Mark Gerber mentioned earlier on, a lot of times construction projects can last 2 fiscal years or potentially 3, depending on how big the project is, because we may have to start design in 1 fiscal year. Construction starts at the end of the middle fiscal year, and then most of the payments and construction payments are done in the next fiscal year. So that's the thing that you run into with this projection here, as the finance department provided, is a lot of times it gets allocated in a purchase order, but when you pull the money from the purchase order, it can be varied from 6-month period depending on the project, or it could be over a year depending on when the first payment occurs to completing the project and issuing the final pay estimate to the contractor.
So timing.
One last comment, and Melissa, verify this. The liners in Court and Lake Estate, they're guaranteed for 50 years.
About 50 years, with the projection shown on, in this location right here, you would be working on the water main up front and the street up front in 2051 to 2056. So that's where the time frame you start looking at of once you have the improvements happen in the mid-2050s, and then 10 years for residents to essentially start moving potentially their service from the front to the back. So you're looking at anywhere between 2060, assuming that you're doing 0.75 miles a year on unimproved roads.
Question on that table. Did those numbers include special assessments?
I believe so, right? Because we fund it up front
Which table are you?
The one that
in your 5-year forecast.
that Andrew had.
So
pull up.
that's just expenditures.
So it would include special
Yes.
assessments that we're going to eventually get back from members of the community or the property owners. And I don't want to get into a big discussion of this, but it's definitely a point that we need to talk about, and that's that split of 85-15. And I also want to bring up something that we need to talk about, and that is that arguably, as we say, the road benefits the property owner, and therefore the property owner must pay 85% of the cost of the road, don't the sewer and water lines also benefit the property owner? But they don't pay any percentage of that. And maybe there's some balancing act that can be done where we consider special assessments on water and sewer
Well,
as well as, so that we
that's-
lower one.
That's not
raise the other.
entirely
Different.
true.
Right,
Because the water and sewer rates that we charge people include
Upgrades to infrastructure.
upgrades. So there's a component of the water and sewer rates that we currently already pay that are budgeted for
So
this
to
work.
your point, they don't pay a special assessment, they're paying through their water and sewer rates
Right.
for infrastructure improvements to
'cause that's-
water and sewer.
It's built into the rate.
Built into it.
So they are paying for that.
Okay.
Because you're right, they do get a benefit from that as well.
Okay, so let's let Melissa,
And just one clarification of that, there is potentially a special assessment for water and sewer laterals, and that's what the homeowner's responsible for, from the main line in the street to the right-of-way, and then eventually into their house.
Which is their personal.
right, which is what I just paid for. Okay, so Melissa, we now thank you, and now we move to the capital improvement program.
Okay, I'll try to go through this quickly to catch up on time for this. So with this, just to let you know, 2025 construction projects, we do have a carryover of some of our 2024 project. Here's a list of their providing it. Some of it was, we actually had very good weather for construction season in the fall of '24, but it hit us extremely fast. So some of the streets like Oakland and Hayes and the resurfacing program, some of the asphalt could not get placed because the asphalt plants closed right around Thanksgiving timeframe. Most of the contractors hoping weather timeframe with what we were having was going to be beginning in December. So these are going to be some of the carryover projects where, like Arlington and Shirley, there's some restoration that needs to have. We need to walk the project with the contractor to complete the punch list, et cetera. And then here is a list of the upcoming 2025 projects that will be happening. I'm going to go to the next slide and just give a location and a quick description of what's going to be happening for this upcoming year project. We're going to be concentrating with our concrete sidewalk program in what we call Area 2, so the southeast corner of the city for our trip hazard elimination program. And then for the replacement of the concrete sidewalk itself, we're looking at the northeast corner of the city, so north of Maple, to do replacement for that itself. The asphalt maintenance project, we are looking to do mill and overlay and some retaining wall installation to remove the existing concrete wall. In this location here in the northern part, off of north of Oakland between North Old Woodward and Woodward Avenue. And with that, we're currently doing the cost estimating for that to see if we can do all the streets in location plus the walls, or there might be budget depending. Park, Ferndale, and Euclid might get pushed back another year. The 25 sewer rehab program, that's annual spot lining and repairs, that's in various locations throughout the city. This upcoming year for the 2025 Cape Seal program, the hearing of necessity happened at the previous city commission meeting, so that's the list of streets that we plan on doing the annual Cape Seal program on those projects. And then kind of what we call special projects, or projects that are not part of our annual projects. We'll be doing North Adams from approximately Roper Middle School all the way to the city limits itself. With that, that will be good. The existing 4-lane road will be reduced to 3-lane road as previously approved by city commission. That timeframe is going to be late spring, early summer. We're coordinating that with Derby Middle School when school gets out for construction. Also with that project, the traffic signal at Adams and Derby needs some maintenance done to it, so part of that's going to be doing a box span signal at that location at Adams and Derby. Another special project will be Wimbledon, as the City Commission is aware of, from Woodward Avenue to Oxford to be able to do water and sewer improvements on that street. Bird Avenue from Pierce to Grant, that's also on the Steers construction project. It's got an existing 4-inch water main installed in 1931, and then some existing 8-inch sewer that will need sewer improvements done with that. With that, we're looking to start construction in summer after Pierce Elementary School gets out in middle of June. Next up would be Willits and Bates. We're looking at resurfacing Willits and then also replacing a 6-inch water main on Bates, and that's going to be probably later in the summertime, fall for that construction project. And then we've got the East Maple Road Rehabilitation Program. So with that, that's going from underneath the bridge to replace that existing asphalt that will get replaced as concrete as part of this project, and then doing concrete patch replacement from Eaton all the way east to Coolidge Highway. With that, on the south lanes, it will stop at approximately Whole Foods because that's the city limit for that project. East of there on the south lanes, at City of Troy. And with this project, we do have a grant from the state to cover some of the costs for the concrete replacement patching. And then also in this location too, we're looking at replacing some of the existing water main on the north side of Maple Road. DPS has experienced probably 3 or 4 water main breaks in this section since I've been here at the city, so we're looking at replacing that water main. And then finally is the Simcox Street Lighting Grant. With that, that's converting some of our streets to LEDs throughout the city and also in a few locations in downtown, so that's going to be occurring this year. And then here's a quick summary of each of the projects I just mentioned and on the map previously in the slide. And then going into the 2026 projects, just a high level kind of some of the special projects or the larger utility projects that we would be looking at would be doing Abbey and Wimbledon in the north corner of the city, doing Bird, so doing another section of Bird from Grant to Cummings, and then also doing the Eaton project for the bike lanes, et cetera. This would be approximately construction season of 2026. And then in 2027, what we're looking at is resurfacing and doing utilities on the North Old Woodward, north of Oak to where it meets Woodward, doing some additional sections on Henley and Oxford, and going back to Bird to finish out that section from Cummings to the dead end near Woodward Avenue itself. The road commission is going to be doing some concrete patching on 14 Mile Road from Southfield to Greenfield, so that's in their capital improvement program for 2027. And then this location here is the Derby Road Bridge. It was originally built in 1930. Since I've been here, we've tried 2 times to get an MDOT grant for the bridges. They apply for it every 2 years. We applied this year. We did not receive grant funding for that, so that project is approximately $5.5 million to replace that bridge. And that is it for the capital improvement projects.
May I add something?
Certainly.
Commissioner Butler, to your point, how much are we doing and should we be doing more? To give you an example, for the current fiscal year, so 24, 25, we're looking at about $14 million of improvement, water, sewer, roads. For the next budget year, that capital improvement is going up to 19 million. So significantly more. And this year, we only hit one 4-inch water main. Next year, we're going to hit potentially 3 upgrades of 4-inch water main stretches. So we are looking at those things all the time, but there is a finite budget that we're dealing with. But you are going to see it. And then for the following year, it's also going to be at a higher level. Because right now, like I said, we're at about 14. It's going to be at 17.1 the following year. But we try to spread it out so that it isn't too.
Any idea what we were spending 10 years ago?
10 years ago?
Not enough?
That's a good answer. That's correct.
No. It's quite clear from all of the presentations this commission has had over the last 3 years about streets, sewers, water, parking decks, and now DPS fleet that there was a systemic underinvestment in infrastructure for quite some time. So, you have a comment?
Question.
Yes.
Bird. Will the improvements on Bird, will that separate storm and sanitary, or will they remain combined? And will it provide any relief to the reported flooding and backups that occur on that street?
So we're in these locations, we're looking at catch basins, installing catch basins, having separated storm. Unfortunately, in this location, the ultimate discharge of the storm sewer would be back to the combined system, but we are looking at ways to install separated storm and having that size of it. It's required to be a 12-inch, potentially upsizing it to a 15-inch, so it has more capacity to store within the storm sewer while doing sections of Bird.
But it leaves Birmingham almost immediately, right?
Yeah, so the westerly part of Bird, so essentially in this location right here, that actually goes to the Evergreen Farmington and goes to the Beverly Hills RTB. The easterly part of Bird does go to the George Kuhn Drain, which exit in this location in the city itself.
East Maple, is there cooperation with Troy, or are we only doing the north side, or I'm confused about that? You said it ends at Whole Foods, but on the map, it showed it going all the way to the city limits.
Yep, so the way it works is that this south part in this location, you can kind of see right through here, that's the south lanes are owned by City of Troy. We did look at City of Troy potentially joining our project to be able to do this. They were not able to due to the grant funding with it. But they are looking at potentially doing some concrete patching as part of their annual project in this location too in the next year or two. But we did talk to City of Troy to try to essentially bring them into the project to see if they could also replace some of the concrete panels in their section of Maple Road between Whole Foods and Coolidge Highway.
So we're responsible for the north side of the street.
Yes.
So the westbound lanes are ours. The eastbound lanes are not. In that area, yeah.
Question.
Yes.
Same part of town, question. Regularly, I see, I think it's Consumers or DT, I forget which one, on Coolidge, pumping out their underground gullies where they've got utilities running through there. There seem to be all sorts of problems there now, and I believe that's actually Royal Oak, which is where it gets really fun, because we're now mixing 3 cities.
Yeah, there's 3 there.
Yeah, so because I see that regularly, and they're always blocking off a lane, and there's always pump trucks and always work going on underground, do we feel as though that's going to have any negative effect on activity we're doing? Is there going to be like, I don't know, for want of a better description, is there like going to be a water hammer effect coming back and negatively affecting any of our new infrastructure? Because that's clearly got failures in that point, but we have zero control over it.
Not necessarily from a utility standpoint. It's the concern for coordinating with Consumers or DTE is mostly your pavement disturbance,
what I'm
et cetera,
getting at
type of
is
a deal.
they seem to be pumping water out of their what should be dry gullies.
So, and with that, usually they end up, if they do need to pump anything, they do look at the city sewer system maps to see what utility do they discharge to, and also to usually when they do that, it's low sewer flow in our system itself, so it's not raining. It's usually in the middle of the day where potentially people are not at home, they're at school or at work potentially. So some of that stuff happens automatically when they're essentially dewatering their system.
Perhaps I stated it wrong. There seems to be a failure somewhere, and their conduits are filling up with water.
Yes, and we
What
do.
I'm getting at is, when we do our improvements, is that failure that's outside of our control going to give us negative impacts in our improvements?
Not necessarily. So usually before, like Maple Road, we already had a utility coordination meeting, probably last November type of a deal. So with that, they're aware of the project. And usually if we see something during construction, we coordinate with them to be able for them to get the repair. But if we see something abnormal during our normal routines itself, we do reach out directly to AT&T, DTE, consumers, et cetera, that, hey, we see an issue potentially with your utility that's affecting our pavement or something above it itself.
Okay, all right, thanks.
All right, Melissa, changes in stormwater management.
Yes, so quickly I'll go through this. Engineering department is working with the planning department on some of these locations for stormwater management. To be able to do a quick highlight, what we're looking at this year is parking pads. So right now, a resident on an unapproved road with no curbs can apply for a special treatment permit, which allows parking pads in the right-of-way in front of their property. The ordinances are listed here on the slide presented. There is a few requirements with the special treatments permit with the parking pad. It needs to be 6 feet away from a city tree and 4 feet away from a city sidewalk, or they need to install a curb parallel to the city sidewalk. So that prevents the vehicle being parked on the city sidewalk itself. So with this, what some of the concerns of the parking pads within the city right-of-way is resident maintenance. A lot of times if a resident had moved in, they think the city's responsible for the maintenance of the parking pad, but the property owner is responsible for the maintenance of it. Drainage issues, as these are unimproved roads, we cannot guarantee drainage, and so with that, what you sometimes run into is where a property owner may want to put a parking pad, might be the low spot of the roadway type of a deal. Also, this does reduce the grass cover, an increase in storm runoff, rain runoff, because you don't have grass there. You potentially have gravel, concrete, pavers, asphalt, which is a higher coefficient of runoff than grass itself. And then also, too, for city tree installation, depending on how long their parking pad is with the street, potentially the city can't install a tree in that location itself. So with this engineering permit, part of this year, one of our goals is to review potentially either eliminating parking pads going forward on unapproved roads that have no curbs, or create a maximum size that would just only accommodate one vehicle. So that would potentially leave locations to be able to install city trees, et cetera, in the right-of-way itself that the city owns.
Quick question. I have a quick question. Yeah. What would you do with ones that already exist?
So those would be grandfathered in, and with that would be the discussion of what we would review of potentially if someone wants to go back and repair it or install something else in there, review that with the manager's office and the city attorney of how does that work going forward. And that's one of the process we're reviewing.
Yes.
To that point, there are different things you could do, have a sunset clause where they can, you can give them time where they have to be out by, those kind of things, but they're possible.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, if the whole entirety of Corton Lake becomes a Cape Sealed haven, that neighborhood is riddled with just meandering versions of this. On Chesterfield in particular, I do park in them when I drop my kids off at school, but I wouldn't if they weren't there, so.
And do you require people to get permits if they want to do a permeable one?
Yeah, so any work within the right-of-way to be able to put a parking pad, are required to pull a special treatments permit for it.
Or would there be a way to standardize what they look like, so there's some uniformity to them?
And that's one of the things of, do we potentially create a maximum size to accommodate one vehicle? Does it need to be a certain type of material, only certain type of material, maybe gravel versus concrete or asphalt, brick pavers? That's one of the things that we're in the review process that we hopefully can complete this year.
Because I think there's some suggestion that you are parking in someone's private space without realizing that it's actually the right-of-way, it's public property. So I think some people think like, oh, you can't park there, that's their front yard. It's like, no, it's not their front yard, this is the right-of-way. But I think if they all looked the same, like we have city standards for so many other things, like the way a park bench looks, the way a light looks, if these had to look a certain way, then people might understand this is city property, this is for your use, it is not someone's private property. I don't know how you do that exactly, but.
Man.
Yes.
When I lived on Smith and Cummings, and I actually did the appeal process to get it paved, I was on the corner of Smith and Cummings, and I had a parking pad. I had to. I mean, there was just not enough room. The road didn't get any wider, but when they actually did the improved road, I had no need for the parking pad anymore. There was no need for it, I didn't have a choice. The city removed it, but. I just throw that out there. It's just one of these other tentacles that people don't realize in this whole process. That, you do an improved road with curbs. The road just seems to get wider, and parking along a curb is much more comfortable than parking along a road that doesn't really have a defined end point.
And I would say, as you consider some of these concerns, the benchmark ought to be a 26-foot improved street. And what would that do to drainage issues, reducing grass cover, increasing runoff, and the ability or not to install trees? Sometimes where they're putting the pads, the road's only like 18 feet wide, and then there's actually more permeability.
All right, back to the.
And then the next thing from stormwater management requirements of the engineering department is looking at with help with the planning department, coordination with the planning department, is new single-family homes stormwater management. Just to give a little bit of background, current stormwater standards adopted in May of 2024 for non-single family homes, that was modified for if it was 0.5 acres or greater to meet Oakland County standards. Non-single family home greater than 0.5, the city ordinance provides detailed information on that. None currently exists for a single family residential home. As part of the Birmingham Green Healthy Climate Program, item WS8 requires stormwater detention and filtration for all new single family construction. So with that, we started pulling some of the information with the planning department, looking at other agencies and standards. Currently, the state of Michigan through Eagle, Oakland counties, and as far as we're aware of other communities in Oakland counties, they have no requirement for a new single-family home for any requirements for stormwater management. City of Ann Arbor does have a stormwater management requirement. For them, if you're doing an impact of 200 square feet or greater of new impervious area, stormwater management is required. Less than 200 square feet, it's not required. And for City of Ann Arbor, here's kind of a list. I'm not going to state it out loud to try to catch up on time on the presentation, is what they require if you're putting in if you're putting an addition, a garage, or a deck, that's part of their requirements for City of Ann Arbor. And so with that, they provide a spreadsheet where it provides your new calculation of your impervious area, and then you multiply by 0.08 for your required volume. And with that, they provide some of the stormwater treatment measures that could be able to be used for that. And they kind of give you some quick calculations of it. So if you got the required volume, then what type of essentially rain garden size would you be looking at itself as part of their calculations for the permit. And so what we're doing on with the planning department is looking at calculations of the required volume required is for City of Birmingham is potentially 0.8 the calculation that should be, or should it be increased or decreased type of a deal. So that's what we're working on with the planning department. And then also too, within the City of Birmingham, we do have various parcel size. So in the south part of the city, you've got smaller lots that are only 40 feet by 120 feet versus some lots on the west side of the city could be potentially up to 1 acre. So we're checking to see, does does one calculation work as a standard for the city, or is it potentially maybe 1, 2, 3 calculations depending on what size parcel you have in the city itself? Also, too, with this, what engineering department is reviewing is the type of measurements that can be used, rain garden, rain barrels, et cetera, that would be feasible for the city of Birmingham, and then also to coordination with the city stormwater utility fee, since we've got that, and people can get a reduction in their stormwater bill using some type of measurements, see what that coordination also happens. The goal with the engineering department and planning department is to bring something forward this calendar year for consideration.
Commissioner Waller?
What do you mean by new? So does that mean that anything that exists is kind of grandfathered, and if somebody wanted to put an addition on or do something like that, and would it apply to tear downs and rebuilds? What do you mean by new?
So that's what we're looking at is City of Ann Arbor. It includes new, so if there's not a garage, there would be a new garage. If you're demoing a house and building a new house, if you're adding a deck, that a deck doesn't currently exist, that's what City of Ann Arbor has in their determination. That's something that, with planning department's help, we're looking at currently to see, should it include 200 square feet or could it be up to 400 square feet? What is new considering? So that's some of the things that we're reviewing internally.
But I think it's fair to say for new build
it would also include new builds.
would be in,
And
for
if you
sure.
if you add a patio, are you just talking about the patio, or now are you
That's what
talking
they're
about
studying.
the whole house?
That's what they're studying.
Yeah, so say someone has a 100 square foot deck and they go to a 300 square foot deck. Using City of Ann Arbor's ordinance, they would require stormwater management because it's greater than 200 square feet.
The whole thing.
Here in the city of Birmingham, depending on our, setbacks, et cetera, that might not even be feasible. So that's what some of the stuff we're reviewing internally is.
Okay, Commissioner Haig?
So when you look at the different options that you listed, are you almost talking, so with things like the dry wells and what have you, cisterns, swales, storage basin, you're almost looking at like a closed leach field?
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you.
Any other, Commissioner Emerine?
Yeah, a couple things on this. First is this is going to get involved with this ordinance, or whatever you're going to create here is going to be involved with the sustainability, the WS8, and also the zoning ordinance, which has definitions in it that don't jive with all of this. So we can't just make this plan and not have it coincide with the sustainability thing, and also not have it coincide with the zoning ordinance and the definitions of impervious surfaces. So I'm assuming the staff will make sure all that is.
Hence planning's involved.
Well, this is mine and Nick's favorite topic. I'm worried about smaller lots, which I'm sure you're going to look at, particularly on 40-foot lots. If some of these best management practices are going to be put in rear yards, how that's going to get up front, and is it going to be piped? And on these 40-foot lots, they have a 5-foot side setback on one side and a 10-foot side setback on the other. So, and on the 5-foot side setback side, typically that's where the water and gas services are. And then you got a driveway on the other side. So now a homeowner is going to have a pipe underneath their driveway that they're going to have to maintain, which is potentially problematic. And then if they do go with some sort of underground basin or some cistern or something underground, I'm curious on the ordinance in terms of, I hope it's just 100-year flood control that you're going to be looking at. But a lot of these orifices that you're going to put on these things are going to be very small. These things are going to clog. And then a homeowner's going to have to maintain that. So I think it's important to get stormwater management involved in this, but we have to make sure that we're paying attention to all these details. I can only imagine a small basin in my front yard would have a tiny orifice, and as soon as one leaf gets down there, it's clogged, and then it's not going to work. And then we're going to be asking these homeowners to maintain this, and no one's going to do it.
Yep, and that's one of the things we're working with the planning department is to figure out, potentially provide some typicals that might be able to be used for this, but what does that do with the ongoing maintenance? Because knowing that going future and forward, there is maintenance in anything that you install underground for construction, and be able to be cognizant of that when looking at some of the potential treatment measures that could be used.
And then the last thing I want to mention, and this came up with the gas generator spacing from the houses recently, a planning board member was concerned that there's not enough space to move these generators further away from the houses, and these 40-foot lots are so small already, they only have so much green space available to them, so on and so forth, and now we're adding another element on top of it. So we need to be mindful from the planning level for the people, particularly with smaller lots. There's already concern raised if there's enough room for the generators. Now we're talking about another thing. So I don't know how that all works. That's probably Nick's thing to take care of, but.
Maybe also to add on top of that, DTE's new requirement that any house drops, they've got to be underground as well.
Yes, that too.
So now we're going to be crossing
all of this
high
jives
voltage
in.
wiring with piping.
That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Host.
I want to thank Melissa for trying to put something together to help us with the permeability of our lots. I hope you will consider a graduated system. Namely, the 40-foot lots are 30%. Well, a 100-foot lot ought to be somewhere closer to 50%. But more importantly, thank you for putting this together this year because it's long overdue.
Any other commissioner comments? All right, any comments from the public on either the unapproved road construction prioritization, the capital improvement program, or the changes in stormwater management? If you're online, please use the raise your hand function. I see no one in the room and no one online, so thank you very much, Melissa. And now we move to the planning department. Mr. Dupuy.
Okay, a little later than we expected, but that's all right. Okay, the planning department. So the good news is I don't think I needed my full half hour anyways, but in preparing for this year in particular, we've struggled in the past with long-range planning on okay, so what do we bring here? We spend a lot of our time looking into the future anyways as planners when we're doing master planning, for example, but even small things like zoning ordinance amendments. What will these changes do to in the future? Rezonings, if we rezone this property, what causes will it affect in the future? We spend so much time looking into the future, sometimes I feel like I might have to start wearing shiny robes and carry around a crystal ball. But even so, I think we must do this to make sure that we're prepared for what will eventually happen in the future. So we located a document from the American Planning Association called Planning Trend Report. They started doing this in 2022. And I thought to myself, well, this is a great thing to do every year at long-range planning. Thinking a little bit further out than just this year, but starting to think, okay, so what's coming? Because global national trends, they always come, whether it's big or small. At some shape or form, we always experience them in our local government. So these types of trends, the APA categorizes them 5 ways: societal, technological, environmental, economic, and political. And in this trend report, they separate into 3 main sections. The act now, like, hey, you should, if you're not looking into them, do so. Prepare, start to work on working them into your thought processes, and learn and watch to see how they evolve. So we took that report and we tried to sort of bring it into a local context a little bit here at long-range planning. Consider the new tools and technologies that either this report or some of the past that took us touched upon. We try to scale down some of the bigger global issues into a Birmingham context. Review some of our current plans and policies to make sure that those jived. And also occasionally kind of just dismissed some of the things that may not apply in Birmingham. There's 17 broad trends in that report, and we pulled out 6 that we felt were worthwhile to bring. First, the AI era. Now, forgive me, that first word should not say general, it should say generative AI. I think that'll make more sense now when you read that. But in general, AI is promised to be this next wave of technology in humanity. It's projected to be unavoidable in most cases, and of course there are many benefits but many consequences as well. So we have generally already started looking into it. I think Eric in IT has mentioned our AI committee that we were a part of in planning, just developing some policies and guidelines for us. And I think more broadly, the planning profession stands to benefit more than it stands to suffer. I think when you hear about AI taking jobs, I think it would be great if it took away some of the more remedial, everyday tasks of our jobs and allowed us to become more what planners are supposed to be. Allow us to get out in the public, engaging with them a little bit more and in more substantial ways. So, of course, understanding that there's a lot to planning, there's qualitative and quantitative stuff. It's more the qualitative stuff that I feel really safe and secure about in terms of the AI takeover, if you will. But we got to be careful. We all hear about the biases that generative AI tends to have in scanning the web and things like that. So in particular, we're looking at 3. I thought, again, in my studies and in my research for this, it was really interesting to understand that we could use generative AI to research zoning codes for us, whereas we, frankly, just have to Google it and guess sometimes as to which communities, say, have a standard similar to what we're looking at. I think AI could make that much easier. It could also write zoning codes for us. If I want to say, hey, develop a zoning ordinance that reflects a impervious surface percentage so we can manage our stormwater better. It could probably do that eventually. The one we're most excited about, I think, which is a little bit further along, is called augmented creativity, which is really the more graphical tool when it comes to AI. Most of the more popular tools, it's, okay, I put a picture of my car into ChatGPT and say, hey, turn it red and make it look really fast. It can do that for you. There are other programs being developed, an NVIDIA program, for example, where you can just draw on a screen some really scribbly, basic things and ask it to transport into hyper-realism for you, and it can do that. So when it comes to public engagement and getting people to visualize and being able to share concepts a little better, those types of things could be really beneficial. Of course, I wouldn't be up here not talking about climate change and sustainability, which I'll get into a little bit more later. But one of the big problems here that we face, that everyone faces, is a little bit of relatability. So the media, what we see are the wildfires in California, the wildfires in Canada, the hurricanes down south and out east, and frankly, we don't really get much of that here, which is good. So it's a little bit harder for people to relate with those big issues that climate change causes, and more globally, the famine issues, the displacement issues. But we are not, of course, immune to climate change, as we did go over as we adopted the Birmingham Green Healthy Climate Plan. We set a bunch of goals, and we are really looking good moving into the future. But one thing we didn't really consider as I did my research in that plan, and I'd like to pay attention to, is more of the climate displacement factor. So if you Google Michigan as a climate haven, you get all sorts of stuff coming up. At a high level, Michigan sounds like a great place to go if you're having problems with climate change. Lots of fresh water, we've got progressive policies, we're trying to upgrade our infrastructure. But on the other hand, there's only so much space in Michigan, and when you think of Michigan, when you Google what are the best places to live in Michigan, guess what city pops up quite often? Birmingham. So when those people come, when they eventually come, how are we going to respond? And in Birmingham, but again, broadly Michigan, we do have our issues with stormwater, we do have our issues with growing heat and cold, and we do have our infrastructure problems. How are we going to deal with that? Sort of related, housing challenges and solutions. It's another thing that's it's a little bit hard to perceive in Birmingham. We're a majority single-family home community. Housing generally for human beings is viewed as a human right. I say here, not in the United States. We've signed on to a bunch of different treaties and organizations that are going that way, but there is no law in the United States or in Michigan that I'm aware of that states housing is a human right. So we don't have the many of the issues that the United States is experiencing, or even some places in our region are experiencing, but we do have some. We do have an aging housing stock. We do have, again, potentially an influx of a population coming in through Right now, our vision is 2040. And what are we going to do about it? I mentioned here that we've got some plans in place. The Birmingham Plan 2040 has a lot of housing recommendations, both to increase our stock, but also to try to upgrade and bring into the 21st century our aging housing stock. There's also, I discovered through this research, a Michigan statewide housing plan that was adopted in 2022. There's a whole new slate of goals that we were going to look into as this moves forward. Political polarization and societal division, this one's a little bit tough. As planners, both ethically and just in our day-to-day lives, serving the public interest is our primary obligation. And when it comes to the public interest, I believe very firmly that planners are sort of your frontline officials here. We're the first people to disseminate some of the information as its policies are being developed or policies are being implemented. And we have to be careful how we do so. And it's very obvious. I think we've had some of the things that have come up lately with unimproved streets, or even I recall during our the adoption of our master plan, lots of conspiracy theories are becoming more and more mainstream. Someone came up and talked about the 15-minute city conspiracy theory. Those are real things that we really hear about, climate change being a hoax, those kinds of things that we have to deal with. And they're valid comments. We need to make sure that we intake them and understand them. But we need to work with people to try to start to build some confidence and support in local government. So with that, we're going to be looking into any new tools or techniques or different professions, even looking at different professions to try to boost our public engagement skills, so that we can sort of build back that relationship between local government and the public. It's also very interesting because during that master plan process, we were, I don't want to use the word accused, but it's all I can think of right now, sort of accused of trying to social engineering our community, which is sort of a misnomer. We do a lot of sociology work in our profession, too. It's not just land use. But we're going to have to find ways to maybe get our message out a little bit better. Transportation inequities. The good news here is, if you recall, in 2024, during long-range planning, we did a sort of a deeper dive into this kind of thing. Just the idea that we have made a commitment over several decades to becoming a very safe and walkable community, and we kind of put our money where our mouth is in that regard, so feel very good about that, but we are still a city designed for the car. When transit plans come, and they will come from any group, the RTA, SEMCOG, or the newly minted Oakland County Transit Department, how can we be prepared and how can we be ready for those to come down? And then continuing changes in work in retail. I firmly believe that we've been very progressive over the years in our retail and development standards. I think for, Jan, as long as probably we can remember, every time a development comes to the planning board, say an office building, we ask if it can be transitioned to residential over time. Or even with the failed Bates Street project, we were trying to consider how we can build a parking structure to transition to residential over time, should things change. I feel very good about that. Again, the Birmingham Plan 2040 is going to help us out there. But COVID-19 did change a lot, and it did accelerate some of those things, so we're going to have to make sure to pay attention very closely. I think the adaptability and retrofitting factor is going to be something to really pay attention to. So I guess I'll stop. You guys have been stopping in between. I'm happy to answer questions, or I'm happy to keep going.
Any questions from the commission? Sustainability, then.
Great. Sustainability, I mentioned, like I said, I wouldn't be who I am if I'm not talking about sustainability today. As a bit of a side note, I was very pleased. Most, if not all, of the departments in long-range planning mentioned sustainability or some sort of sustainability project somewhere in their long-range planning reports and presentations. Very proud of that. I love the way the direction that this is going. But I'm going to be a little bit specific today in terms of sustainability. I will give you a bit of a background and an update as to where we are now with the Birmingham Green Healthy Climate Plan. And basically, there's a few things you definitely know. We adopted the committee. We've seated 6 members so far. We've got 1 in the pipeline and a few other we've reached out to really fill out that board. We plan to meet in February. So that'll be our kickoff meeting. We're going to do a lot of different stuff, some organizational, some actual projects, which I'll get into in a little bit. We've also been working on budget proposals that they've been constructed. I've been talking with a bunch of different people about them, so they're ready to rock. Hopefully you can see them soon. We've also been working on a residential rain garden program, actually frankly longer than post green plan, but that's going to be ready soon, so we'll be bringing that to you. That's one of the first, investing in a 1 to 3 year scope. And then we're going to be building sort of a schedule of deliverables, sort of, we imagine in sort of a Gantt chart form to keep us on track, because there's so much in that plan we need to keep track on. Progress and what we need to be starting on and when. The biggest part of this is I wanted to start to introduce a sustainability fund. Now, that fund doesn't exist yet. Hopefully soon we'll be bringing something to you to discuss starting that fund. It's going to be, I guess we imagine it as its own standalone special revenue fund. This report in particular, my presentation, is going to be more about how we're going to plan to fill that fund. So there's 4 here. I think the benefits is I'm not coming up here, and I'm not going to come up here to ask you for to start a millage. Ann Arbor, the leader in sustainability in our region, has a millage. That's not really what we're going for. No bonds. I think our plan would provide for a really consistent fund balance here, and it would really jumpstart the plan. We were always very open that grants will be always looking for grant money to supplement or fully pay for projects, so that's it goes without saying. Redistribution, as I'm currently terming it, I know that'll be forever termed this way, was also introduced in the Birmingham Green Plan. Basically, any cost savings that we observe from sustainability improvements would be, instead of cycling back into the general fund, would be separated out into this new sustainability fund. The example that we did in the Birmingham Green Plan is street lighting. We estimated that if we transition all of our remaining streetlights to LED, we'd save about $84,000 a year. So in that example, that $84,000, instead of being circulated back into the general fund, would then be moved into that sustainability fund to fund our sustainability efforts. Philanthropy, you know about the new philanthropic portal or donation portal that the city rolled out. Sponsor a bench, sponsor Booth Park projects. I think it'd be just as easy to put a sponsor a rain garden project up there or something similar. The big fish here, I guess the most interesting thing or the new thing, is this congestion fee that I've dreamt up, which I describe a little bit in the report, which is why I wrote a report. But basically, I'm arguing that we park almost 3 million cars in the city every year. This 2.4 million does not consider monthly parking. I'm just working on fully transient, transactional parking. And emissions from cars and vehicle miles traveled is the 3rd highest level of emissions we experience here in Birmingham. So it's a logical target. What I'm suggesting is that if we take those transactions, the 2.4 million or more, if we include monthly parking, and just charge a nickel per transaction, we could generate a little over $124,000 that we could, again, put into that sustainability fund. I did the exercise. If it's a dime, it doubles. If it's a quarter, now that's really significant. Now, this is a fund that is supposed to accrue over time. It's not a use it or lose it type fund, so it's not an issue that maybe we don't have a year that we could spend $680,000. Theoretically, there will be a project over time that will need that kind of money. So it's a creative way to try to generate some revenue for a fund like this that isn't tax and isn't bonding. And what I especially like about it is it's not, the burden is not solely placed on Birmingham residents. We are a destination town. People come from all over the state and the region, and why shouldn't they contribute if they are contributing to the emissions? The last piece, and not to minimize it, but in order to go a little quick, I just wanted to make sure we did our justice to community engagement. It'll be literally the first task we start to work on at the Environmental Sustainability Committee. We're developing a community engagement plan. The goals of that plan are to inform, consult, involve, and empower our residents the entire way. As we mentioned in the plan, we cannot do that without them. We cannot implement this plan without them, so we're taking it very seriously. I think I don't need to spend too much time on it because you'll see it once we're done with it or as we're working on it. But I just wanted to do it justice and make sure I brought it up today. So I'll pause there and I'll answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the commission? Commissioner Baller?
Good report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Host. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. It's just,
When you do the thank you very much, I thought that was a close.
no,
And you pause.
that was an
Don't
opening.
pause.
No, yeah.
I think the congestion fee is very interesting. First of all, I wonder if it's legal, and whether a congestion fee charged on the part of the parking needs to stay in the parking fund or not. And if it doesn't, then it's a brilliant idea, not only for sustainability, but for some of the other costs that we incur being an attraction for, 250,000 people at least in surrounding communities. So I'm very interested in hearing more about that today or any day in the future, because
Yep.
I think it's a great idea.
The good news is we've had conversations, so, Mary and I. So I wouldn't have brought it to you if she said HE double hockey sticks no. I wouldn't have put it in this report, so I think it's a good start.
Was that your idea?
I did have the idea, yes.
You get a gold star.
Thank you.
He does.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Host.
I would like to say Commissioner Baller nailed everything with you, Nick. Way to go.
Thank you very much. I don't even care that you're late now. I'm just getting gold stars everywhere.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Well,
Onward and upward.
other cities have entertainment taxes too on their hotels and so forth, so.
Great.
Any other comments from the commission? All right, any comments from the public on the planning presentation for planning trends or sustainability? I see none in the room, and I see none online. So thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
Mr. Dupuy, we move to the Birmingham Shopping District. And we have Erica Bassett.
You see what they're doing? People, London Blade Runners. London Blade Runners. Google it.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Erica Bassett. I'm the director of the Birmingham Shopping District. So for us, just wanted to give all of you and then anyone listening at home just a little bit about the Birmingham Shopping District. So we are a downtown management organization. We've been established for over 30 years. We are led by a 12-member board and 4 committees. So they consist of local business owners, property owners, and residents. We are funded by a special assessment, and that is of the commercial businesses within the district boundaries. As you can see here, that's the general downtown area, and then the area of the Triangle District north of Lincoln, east of Woodward Avenue, and west of Adams. In general, we focus on making downtown a place where people want to be and where businesses can thrive. And we do that guided by our strategic plan and through creating a vibrant downtown environment, working with DPS to maintain and enhance the downtown, engaging our local and regional communities through events, marketing, and business recruitment and retention activities, and then, of course, acting as a resource to all of our businesses. We actually just finished our 2024 year in review, which is a great snapshot of some of the stats and what we do in our organization and what our operations go towards. So I just wanted to share this really briefly. We have over 600 businesses here in the downtown district. 75% of those are local businesses. Retail occupancy and office occupancy remains strong. We are welcoming several new retailers and large offices in 2025 and 2026. We had 25 new businesses open in 2024, plus several local business expansions. We had 4 business workshops that we hosted, and that was probably we had about 40 businesses overall participate, and they focused on digital marketing, social media, and a culture, employee culture. We work closely with DPS and other city departments to ensure that our downtown is clean and attractive year-round. We also coordinate with our private partners, and that includes some of the stats you see under the downtown maintenance, which is thousands of linear feet of sidewalk snow removal and maintenance, hundreds of flower baskets, and then, of course, the holiday lighting program that we contribute to. For marketing and advertising, we had over 12 million impressions, so we have targeted campaigns that run all year long. And, we're really just trying to raise awareness for our businesses, our downtown, our events, and things happening here. We have nearly 300,000 website visitors and 24,000 partner referrals. So that is when a visitor comes to our website and then clicks on one of our businesses and goes to their website. So we're proud to have that referral traffic. We have 2 new events. One is happening today, the Birmingham Blast, which, if you guys want to go ride the zip line after this meeting, it's a very exciting event. So that's going on. And then we introduced in 2024 the Birmingham Hamburger, which was a month-long event and competition among restaurants. We got a lot of great feedback from the community, from the restaurants that participated. All in all, we have about 7 million visitors that come here to downtown Birmingham. And this is not Birmingham as a city, but just our downtown area. And the average stay is about 2 hours. So a lot of people coming down here, lots for them to do and see. One of the other things that we're very proud of and we've established in the last couple of years is our business anniversary recognition. So again, just a way to increase awareness for our longstanding businesses. So we actually had over 25 businesses that had anniversaries in 2024, 3 of those over 50 years. So we recognize them in a variety of ways, and we are very proud of that. Moving on to key projects in 25 and 26. So business recruitment and retention, we are fine-tuning our recruitment strategy, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in detail on our next slide. On the retention side, as I mentioned, we host the business workshops and programs focused on business awareness and recognition. We've dedicated a significant portion of our committee budget to business recognition, awareness initiatives, and educational opportunities for our current businesses. Next is via an alley enhancement. So as you know, Pierce and West Maple were resurfaced in 2024 and then kind of late November. We worked with engineering to help communicate to our businesses and be kind of a liaison if our businesses had questions throughout the project. And we are currently working with property owners to replace some of the lighting throughout that alley just to make it a little bit more uniform, enhance security, and make those alleys more aesthetically pleasing. And a better environment just for pedestrians, employees, and any others that may be using those alleyways. In Henrietta Via, we enhanced the trees that are adjacent to Social Kitchen, make that area a little bit more welcoming. We added lighting to those trees this year, and we'll continue to do that moving forward. For Willits, guided by the elements laid out in the alleys and passageways plan, we plan to explore improvements to this alley space. This is an active alley, but we do want to try to add some elements that improve safety and walkability, but also add decorative enhancements like lighting, art, seating. We will likely go out to RFP this year for that, and that will be a phased approach. Marketing and social media. As I mentioned, we're busy all year long with various marketing and social media initiatives, trying to reach as many people as we can to raise awareness for our downtown. This year, we will be launching a new website. This is underway. We've kicked off this project, and while there's nothing wrong with our current website, this new website will allow us to improve the user experience and enhance more visibility and SEO for our businesses. It'll also result in a cost savings for us, so all good things. We are working on, and we'll continue to do so next year, a large social media influencer project. So we're working, this is a joint project between our marketing and business development committees. And again, just to raise awareness for shopping, dining, all of the assets we have here, expanding into those regional areas to draw people in for tourism, and then, of course, just our local community for the events. Wayfinding, collaborating with the city to enhance the current wayfinding plan. So right now we're currently exploring the feasibility and cost of adding interactive digital elements to the wayfinding kiosks that will be implemented into the downtown area. So we'll work closely with planning on that and the branding and wayfinding committee. And event management. So events are a big portion of what we do. We have 77 event days throughout the year, about 300,000 attendees at our events. And we really want to make sure that we're focused on safety, sustainability, and then, enhancements, partnerships, anything we can do to ensure the best experience possible for our visitors at all of our events. Recently, we've implemented a police detail to all of our events. The police department has always been very active, but now we've established adding them to all of our events, and it's a great way for us to feel safe, the community to feel safe, but also to interact with our police department. The BSD staff has all recently completed active assailant training and CPR and AED training from the fire department. And we continue to explore just new partnerships, collaborations, and ways to add unique items to our current events to enhance the lineup. So business recruitment. As I mentioned before, we're guided by a truly active board and committee here on the business development side. It consists of brokers, property owners, business analysts. We have residents on that committee as well. And we're developing and fine-tuning that strategy to recruit businesses that will appeal to office workers, residents, and drive daily foot traffic. As I mentioned, we've had a lot of office expansions, and we'll have more in 2025 and 2026. So we really want to make sure that we have the assets here to support that. Identify and recruit small businesses to fill the gaps in segments. So one of the things from our business mix analysis that we look at is just any areas where we might need to increase or target those businesses to maintain that mix, and then influence national retailer attraction, especially in apparel categories, by developing retail attraction assets and building landlord-broker relationships to rebalance that mix. So our national retailers are kind of like the bat signal, and our local, retailers are intermixed in between. And it's really important that we maintain that mix, but also maintain the mix of types of retail that we have here, so we don't get too heavy in one category. We don't have, from our office, a whole lot of ways to do that, other than partnering with our brokers and providing the assets that they need to go out and do that themselves. So that's really what we've been targeting. And, kind of how we're doing that is making sure that we have strong relationships with our brokers, our property owners, and other stakeholders, maintaining that business mix analysis. That is one unique thing that we can do. That's data that's not easily and readily available. We've spent years working and compiling this data, and we now have it in a place where we can update it in real time as businesses come and go. So we're maintaining that and then publishing that and making that visible to the community and to those stakeholders. And then developing a library of recruitment materials and assets. So that includes videos, and I know we've shared those with some of you, images, trade area data, just any resources that we can pull together in one hub for all of our stakeholders to be able to access and use in the ways that they need to. This year, we developed, last year, 2024, a new business guide, and that was a collaborative approach between various departments. So the planning department, the clerk's office, there are a lot of things that when a business opens, they need to know and they need to do, and it can be confusing. So we want to try to make that process much easier for them. So if you're a new small business and you come to us, we want to make sure that you know exactly what to do and who to contact. So that's something we're very proud of. I know we've shared it before, but we want to make sure they have easy access to the right data. But this is also a tool for landlords and brokers, making sure that they're informed of our city process. I know that's come up before, but that's a tool that they can use to, when they show the property to a potential business or tenant, they can pass that along and have them interact with us. So couple things on this slide, and I know that it's small, but I just wanted to give a snapshot, and there are links in the presentation to all of these elements that I mentioned. So if you want to look at the full business mix analysis and you link there, you'll be able to see all of that. The recruitment materials and assets, you can see everything that we've put there thus far. And then the new business guide, of course, if you link, you can see access to that as well. But in total, just a couple of charts that I pulled out of the business mix analysis to show today. The business mix by type. So of the almost 600 businesses that we have in this analysis downtown, 68% are services. That includes, anything from spa salon to professional services. And 18% is retail, 12% is restaurant, and as you can see, there's a couple of other categories as well. If we pull out the retailers, we have in this chart 100 retailers. We can see that the heaviest categories are furniture and home, apparel for women, apparel for men, and then jewelry and watches. So those are categories that, while we still, want to focus on those categories, we want to look at some of these other smaller categories and see what may be missing. The chart on the side is, again, a little difficult to see, but if you go into the analysis, you'll be able to see it. It's a comparison chart between two other communities that are similar in demographic as to Birmingham. They are not in Michigan. We have Naperville and then also Greenwich. So this shows where we stand on these different categories. So in apparel and women, it just looks at the chart, apparel unisex, and we can see how many businesses we have and where we are along that chart in comparison. I know that was a lot, so are there any questions on that part?
You have one more slide, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Finish the slides.
So continuing on with the long-range planning for 2026 through 2028, what we're focusing on, some of these projects will carry over across the years, but again, just the continuation of the via and alley enhancements. And then wayfinding, continuing to collaborate with the city on those projects. And then the Triangle District will come more into play in future years. Obviously, development continues to grow there, and we will be working closely with the planning department and other city departments in this area to collaborate on enhancements. You can see at the box at the right, there is a bit of a timeline laid out. But in the short term, just kind of expanding some of the programs that we're doing just to connect the two areas a little bit better visually, even with light pole banners, lighting, some inviting elements there that will kind of identify it with what we're doing downtown. And then obviously you can see, midterm and long-term options there as well, which may change depending on, what we're doing with the other city departments. And then holiday lighting and decor. So as Booth Park, is undergoing the renovation and completes, we will add our holiday lighting program, add some additional elements there. And then South Old Woodward, those trees are getting larger. That area continues to grow. So we'll probably enhance some of the things that we're doing down in that area as well. And then again, just making sure that we are paying attention to our events and that they always remain wonderful and safe, sustainable, and then just partnering on that as well. Farmers Market physical enhancements. So we had talked about environmental enhancements to the Farmers Market just to continue to ensure that it's a place where people are comfortable, where they want to continue to gather and enjoy every Sunday. So we will move forward with the items outlined in the 2040 master plan as we move through the years for focus on the Farmers Market. And that is it for me.
All right. Questions? Commissioner Ballard.
Yeah, I had a few comments and questions. First, since you brought up the farmers market, I've heard informal discussion of, are you happy of the location? Are you happy with the location? Have you thought about putting it elsewhere, or is there any discussion of that?
There has been some discussion, especially when we talked about potentially the Booth Park construction happening, moving the market. We've looked at areas like the, I think is it lot 5 behind North Old Woodward. So I think the one thing that we did do this year in trying to determine what we want to do with our farmers market. The way that we operate our farmers market now, with the staff that we have, the resources that we have, we're kind of at our maximum, and we love the farmers market. So just trying to identify, are we at our sweet spot now? Should we continue to expand? Do we need a larger area? Those are all things that we're going to continue to explore. But we did a deep dive this year into all of the local farmers markets just to sort of see where we stand, how many vendors, what is the pricing. So we have all of those results, and really we're in line with others, and if not, bigger than some, a little bit smaller than others. But I think with the resources that we have right now, I don't know that we would be able to expand or move to a different area. However, it is something that we're planning for future.
This is your first year? Mm-hmm. Your first presentation to us?
Yes.
Good job.
Thank you.
And I see a lot of new ideas, which I like. Thank you.
You're welcome.
There was something in here about restaurants and Sweet Green. That was in your report, wasn't it? Sweet Green being successful and the need for more fast casual restaurants, and the percentage of restaurants that are luxury, which is one of my concerns. And you also said that you don't have much influence, other than talking to brokers and such. Well, I'm going to suggest that you could have a little bit more influence, because a lot of projects come to the city commission, okay? Usually they involve special land use permits. So every bistro that opens in town has to come to us. And I've never heard the BSD comment on these applications, and I think it wouldn't hurt. In addition, the planning board reviews every commercial property, every commercial project in town. Oftentimes, those include retail spaces. I'm not sure how much influence you can have about what ends up occupying those spaces, but I recall the project on Adams Road, which is probably outside your district.
No, it's in.
Okay, so there was some discussion, quite a bit, at the planning board about the retail space in that building and how it's utilized and how that affects the Triangle District. So I'm going to suggest that there is opportunity here for the BSD to have more input, whether that's something you have to institute, formally, but certainly everything that's coming before the planning board and the city commission, you should be aware of. And personally, the more the merrier at the party. So, you guys should come. I don't think there's any barrier to us receiving the input of the BSD or the planning board receiving the input of the BSD on these projects.
Or to provide the wish list of what you want to the developers when they're looking at retail space and new projects. This mix, this analysis, and saying, here we are, here's our resources, and here's what we're hoping to get. Because they probably don't know.
And they oftentimes appear 3 times before the planning board, once for a pre-application discussion, once for a preliminary site plan, and then for a final site plan. So there's a lot, and then if there's a SLUP involved, they're coming to us. And so there's a lot of opportunity for input.
Commissioner Emery.
Just want to add on to that, and Jana, maybe you can pass this along to Nick. The planning board's reviewing bonus height provisions right now, and maybe that's something that could mix in with something that the incentive program for something BSD wants. Just a thought.
We have a simple sort of reminder system on our, every agenda item in the packet includes financial impact, legal impact, design impact. Maybe we need a BSD impact.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Very nice job. I thought it was interesting to look at the 2 communities that you sort of like compare us to in other places and see where we don't meet the mark or we have too much going on or a whole lot more going on in one particular retail specialty. So I think that's helpful to look where we're deficient as compared to another community that might be like ours. So.
Commissioner Haig?
Also, thank you. Nicely put together. I think the way I'm looking at this is when I go back to what I mentioned earlier about where I want to try and look at our priorities, and Mayor Long kind of said it, that we've had deferred spending on the infrastructure. We've spent it on a lot of other things like the downtown upgrades. So my question to you, Erica, would be what enablers can we help you with? Because in my mind, we've spent the money here. Now I look at you and say, how do you get them to come? What enablers can we give you to make the investment in downtown worth it for the city? Because that's where I really look at what else can we do? Because you've put an awful lot of really good stuff out here. I think my kids are literally like 200 yards over there right now. What can we help you with so that you can do even more? And if you don't have an answer right now, that's fine.
That's kind of a big question. I might have to think
It is a
on
big
that
question,
bit.
but I'm looking at you as being the conduit to where we bring these businesses in, the conduit to where we bring people in. And then that's like the ecosystem, like Nick was talking about with the parking, where if there's a congestion fee he can charge, then Mr. Ford's going to be telling us he's got more revenue coming in from the parking system, etc. You're the pathway to help bring them in. I mean, there'll be some alignment with marketing as well. But if there are additional enablers, that's really where I look at you, because here's a sunk cost for us. Now we need it to, in business terms, make money. So if you take it away and just think about it, that's fine. I'm okay with that. But please do come back and say, well, we could try this, or we could try that, or we could look at this, we could look at that. I would really like to see that, because that's the strategic part of the 5-year planning. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
One more question?
Yes.
You've been in for a year. Obviously, you've heard from owners of businesses. What's the top 3 concerns you've heard, needs you've heard, comments you've heard?
So I've been in this role about 7 months, but I've been in the BSD for about 4 years. And I think what we consistently hear, I think all in all, I think we have a great downtown. It's very walkable. We have a lot of parking resources, but the biggest thing is always parking. People ask about parking and just kind of ease of access in and out. I know we've implemented, some of those 15-minute parking pilot program. So I think, that could help with some of those things. But parking is a concern. And I think for our small businesses, just general operations. I think it's difficult to be a small business owner or a retailer these days, and just they come to us for resources. I think that we can pull together resources that are at the state level, at the county level, even partnering with other departments in the city to offer some help to our businesses or guide them in the right direction. But those are questions that we get often, but I think all in all, we do get very positive feedback. We have a lot of involvement in our events from our local businesses, even businesses outside of our district that want to participate, so that's always great. We try to strategically place our events to draw foot traffic to different areas of the downtown, which, the businesses like, but I would say that the biggest thing that we get asked is about just parking and ease of parking.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you very much. Any comments from the public on the BSD presentation? I see none in the room. I see none online. So we will move to the Fire Department Police Fleet Replacement Plan. So,
Good morning.
Chief Wells, yes, good morning.
So every couple of years, I do an update on our fleet replacement plan, and then I do an ISO in reverse years, just so everyone's up to speed on what we do. We look at our plan throughout the year and update it as the fleet is aging and as we buy new pieces of equipment. So a little background first on what we do daily at the firehouse. So daily, as the shifts change, we're looking at Station 1 here in the first slide. It's staffed with 6 personnel. Even on Christmas morning, the personnel switch with each other. It's a paramilitary organization at the firehouse. That's due to just the nature of the job. When you go into a fire, you have to follow orders, or else, your lives depend on it. And you have to make sure your equipment is ready for the job. So they have an iPad. On that iPad, every compartment has a picture. Every piece of equipment is accounted for. You go over what runs they had the previous day. If it was like a CPR run and they were using the ambulance there, we call it a Rescue 1, you want to make sure everything's accounted for, obviously, which they do after every run. But sometimes runs run into each other on a busy day. So everything is gone over once and twice. And on some days, in fact, Commissioner Schaefer visited the station house over the summer. It was like a ghost town because everyone would go on a call and then leave, go on a call and leave. Sometimes these truck checks can last hours because it gets interrupted with just life happening. So truck checks can last hours sometimes, or they can just on a typical morning last about an hour. If it's a weekly check, though, that could be about an hour and a half. And then on a monthly check, for instance, on the ambulance, every piece of gauze, every catheter, everything has to be checked for an expiration date. So they take a long time. Then the pumper, like the mini pumper there in the middle, and then the ladder truck, those checks are different because they have pumps on them. They have air systems for the brakes, like the ladder truck there. So those checks take longer, of course, and have to be looked over. The tires have to be checked every day. Everything has to be accounted for because they're emergency pieces of vehicle. With our curbs that we talk about in the city and our narrow streets, we do have chunks of the tires get taken out. So that's, again, you do a visual check on those. The pumps this time of year, they are very critical to stay dry because they can freeze. And so every time they come back from a call in the wintertime, when it's below 32 degrees, they have to check all the valves, get any little bit of water out because they can freeze up and not work, or worse yet, the lines can freeze and break because some of these drain lines are very small. So a couple notes I want to talk about is Park Street fire. About 5 years ago, the ladder truck right there all the way to the right was very instrumental and keeping a conflagration. We have on Park Street, I think it's Little San Francisco, we call it, or some people call it, 3-story house. You couldn't tell it was a 3-story house at first just because it was kind of tucked back. You couldn't get ground ladders to access the 3rd story. The houses next to it, 12, 14 feet apart. And when the crews went to the 3rd story, they were pushed back by just way too much heat because the house was under construction. The neighbors called it in, so there was no one there to call in, that were in the house at the time, thankfully. But placement of that ladder truck stopped the houses from next door being catching fire because the crews pulled out. Ladder truck was already being set up because it was staffed. Knocked down the fire. Crews went back inside, put out the fire. Houses next door never caught fire, nothing on them. So having a piece of equipment like that ladder truck staffed, having it in place is very critical for a city like Birmingham because you have these bungalows that over time people want to upgrade, put a bigger house. You create a neighborhood like Little San Francisco. It's very different than you see in other cities because we're a city that everyone wants to live in. It's a beautiful city. So, as many of you know, we ordered another ladder truck almost 2 years ago. We're about 13 months from receiving a new one, and we're going to then have a backup ladder truck, which is very critical because about 6 months after ordering the ladder truck, well, again, some of you might not know this, and for the public listening, we actually had our ladder truck get hit. Not our fault. It got hit by a produce truck, and it ripped the back of the ladder bucket in half. And it took 6 months, that's 6 months, for it to get repaired because these are specialized, built to order pieces of equipment. It's taken 3 years for us to get our new ladder truck, on a waiting list. And then once it goes into production, about 4 months to actually get built. So it's the same thing for repairs. So we were very fortunate during those 6 months that we didn't have a need, well, we had a need, but we didn't have like a situation like Park Street fire, where we would have lost, a few houses potentially. So we got through that. We got the ladder truck back in service, but I will be very grateful when the new ladder truck comes. We're always going to have a backup ladder truck is my point here. So I want to just give a little backstory. We're very thankful to have another ladder truck on hand soon, and that's what, part of this little history is all about. So next slide here, please. So Station 2 apparatus, we've got 4 people at Station 2. Station 2 was rebuilt in 2018. It was built to accommodate our growth in the fire department. Over the last, basically 18 years, we've almost doubled our run volume. And with that, Station 2 in 2020, we put a second rescue in service. Just this past year alone, we've had 500 calls of just medical calls going on at the same time, concurrent calls. So you have, at the same time, 2 ambulances being used. So that's how busy we've gotten. That's why we have multiple fire engines too, and they're staffed with 2 people. So if, in fact, again, another stat here, but basically over the last year of structure fires, we don't get a lot, thankfully. It's all part of our fire prevention, and we have people keeping up on their houses, and so it's a mixture of everything. But over this last year, when we've had structure fires, we've had almost every one of them, we had a medical going on at some point, either the ambulance at the hospital or actually a crew just going to a medical, and then you had a fire going on. So you're kind of like the crew, the battalion chief in charge is scrambling. Okay, we got a fire going on. Mutual aid is being called to back us up, but mutual aid's 15 minutes away. Then if it's a busy day for every department, you don't know exactly what's coming because they might just be getting, very busy. I don't want to say words here. They're just, you don't know, and there's a delay. So again, staffing and being adequately staffed is very important, which we, are. So as we've gotten busier, we've gotten accommodated. It's worked out. We have, the 2 trucks there. And maintaining the fleet, again, the firefighters maintain the fleet too. That's the first line of defense. And then anything we can't maintain that's small, such as we do the light bulbs, the firefighters will grease things. They'll fix doorknobs on the trucks if they can. They'll fix magnetic switches. We do everything we can do ourselves. And then we will have the DPS mechanics do the next part. Chad Scheck was mentioned earlier by Scott. Chad Scheck's been with the city for almost 18 years, and then he was promoted to foreman a year ago and put in the office. He was always filling that foreman role for the last 10 years, but now he's been given that position. And then they brought in another mechanic, which was awesome. It was something we were pushing for the fire department. We're very thankful because now they're getting where we can be, where we can replace on their end all the other vehicles, and it's helped us at the fire department out more too. They've always, though, put us to the front of the list because we're emergency vehicles. So Chad's been working with us for years. He's great. Can't say enough about it, and Scott knows that. So in fact, when we went down to the plant in May to do some finalization of the ladder truck, I brought Chad with us, with Scott's permission, of course, and Chad was able to point out some things he wanted to see in the ladder truck that weren't finalized, like a grease system. We're going to have a new automatic grease system on the new ladder truck that will help prevent bearings from going bad and joints from going bad. So I couldn't say enough about Chad. So in 2018, we had an ambulance. I just became assistant chief. I was assistant chief for 5 months before I became chief in 2018. We had an ambulance shortage in town here. We actually had to pay Waterford Regional Fire Department for about 6 days to be in our city with their ambulance with a firefighter. And that was just kind of, I'm just telling you right now, that was not a good moment for the fire department. And now we've gotten ourselves a nice fleet of ambulances. Just a few months ago, you approved a 3rd one. And I'll show you that plan here in a minute here. And then in 2019, when we were, about 6 months in our roles, Assistant Chief Bartolino and I came up with this plan, and we've, improved it every year since. So I already talked about kind of what each truck does. The pumpers pump. They put out fires. That truck there also at Station 2, we always plan for busy days because some days we can have 3 medicals actually going at the same time. So what will happen then, we'll have actually the ladder truck respond on a medical, and then we'll clear, if we need to, we'll clear the engine from a call. That engine there is an advanced life support engine too. It has a drug box on it and a defibrillator, so we can even handle another medical until we're waiting for a ambulance from another community to come and help out. But again, that's about 15 minutes. So we have those days actually. Those happen. So next slide there. That is our 2019 and 2020 ambulances you see there on the left. That's a lot like what our new ambulance that's going to come in 2026 is going to look like, except that one's going to have a separate air conditioning unit on it. Again, that was ordered, and about $275,000 of ARPA funds was used to finance that, because these things are very expensive. The ambulances are $510,000 now. That 2012 one is going to be gone. That's the one that was one of the ones broken down in 2018. We have it set that we're going to get $50,000 for a trade-in for that. That's built into the contract, or we can try to do a private sale ahead of time. Next slide, please. This is a picture of our Class A engines. We have two of them. They were $618,000 in 2012. And then we are estimating a little high, like $1.3 million in 2028. That would be when we would order it and lock in a price. I'm hoping to be closer to 1.2, but with ARPA funding, it drove up the price on a lot of these, and then the waiting lists. But we're hoping that the waiting list will come down to about 2-year mark on engines. And we're hoping the price will be a little bit lower, but I like planning high right now. Next slide, please. And then here's a picture of our mini pumper that we have at Station 1. This is like, we're not going to trade this. We'll trade it in. We're not going to have ever a separate one. We can only get away with our model of response with our high commercial occupancy in this town. Again, we're different than a lot of cities around us. We have around 82 buildings, believe it or not, that are over 3 stories or 3 stories above. That affects our ISO too. They look at that every year. And then we have to have a lot of gallons per minute pumping capabilities. So we can only have, this has a smaller amount of capability, so we can only have one of these, but this does work for our model, response model. But it basically, we're hoping to get it to 2032. I think we'll have to lower that. Future chiefs will have to maybe replace it sooner, but it's a cheaper truck and has worked very well for us. So we paid $300,000 in 2019. We think it'll be around $600,000 to replace in 2032. And then you got the ladder truck right there, the cost there. We locked in the price at 1.83. And already in May, when I was at the plant, they said it was already up to $2.1 million. So in 2024, in May, the plant said that price, that same truck was $2.1 million. So we did very, very well. Thank you again to the commission for letting me lock that price in. It was money well spent. And that, again, will be delivered in February of 2026. We're on track for around then, so about a year from now. Next slide, please. And then the ambulance we ordered is looking around March, May of 2026. So here's just another breakdown of our, just kind of showing all of our 8 vehicles. We have the 2 on order right there. You see ladder 1 and rescue 3, the order date. And then you have all the way to the right, you have our estimated fund balance. When we came into it, too, just to mention, we also had an apparatus. Former chiefs were taking money directly out of our account where we put money in for future trucks. And they were taking out money for maintenance out of that account. And what I did is I separated it. So now I have a maintenance account so I can track maintenance. And then also Chad, the DPS garage foreman, he then started tracking each of my trucks for us too. So at any time I can say, how much have I spent on a ladder truck? How much have I spent on a fire engine? So that's all been tracked separately because they have, I think, a couple hundred vehicles total, Scott said, but I track these 8 trucks I do on my own. But they're very expensive trucks. So I have it all separated, and that's a breakdown. And it moves, obviously. We tweak it a couple times a year. Call the salesman, get a couple of prices. But we're looking really good. We do put in, we're escalating our input for my budget every year by 10% for the foreseeable future, just to make sure we keep up with them. And at some point, we'll throttle it down. But if you look at the next slide, please, you can see our spreadsheet going out to, I think, 2036. So if you look all the way to the left, you can see going all the way to 2036. This shows a replacement of the whole fleet of 8 trucks, except for the ladder truck that is on order right now. But this would show a tentative replacement plan of 7 more vehicles, I believe, except for replacing the ladder truck again, I believe. But we're looking good. that is all I have. Sorry for speaking so quickly. Do you have any questions?
Any questions from the commission?
Just one, when ladder 2 shows up, that other one goes in reserve, is it in reserve at the other fire
Station two,
station?
yeah.
Or is it?
It's going to Station 2 in reserve.
Okay.
So what would happen, it's going to Station 2 at reserve, and we have one more very ugly yellow truck that Commissioner Schaefer loves. Sorry, just joking with you.
That one's going to Commissioner Schaefer's.
I think she might buy it.
My driveway might be one.
So we have to make room. I actually have no room at the station, so it's actually going over to Station 2 where we keep Engine 11. It's a 1995 yellow truck, and we think we can get, we're hoping to get $50,000 for it, which would be great because we paid $160 in 1995, so it's actually a very good deal. We potentially have a buyer for it, and we're going to sell it ahead of time, and most of that equipment will go on a ladder. We do have to buy, in my budget, I have about $25,000 of extra equipment because it's a bigger truck, it has more room, and the two trucks will be identical. So if that truck ever goes out of service, the truck will come right over. But even if that fire engine goes out of service, that crew will just jump over to ladder trucks. So there'll be days that we'll have 2 ladder trucks in service, which is bonus, because that ladder truck, I can't stress enough, is critical. And I want to mention one more thing too, if you don't mind. You can't count on mutual aid ever for a ladder truck, because when these trucks get, it's a team sport. It's a team thing. We're always talking. The battalion chiefs figure out where their sources are in the city when a fire comes in, because you get the truck in line with the exact spot between the trees where it can be used. When the water lines are connected, you can't move them. They weigh thousands of pounds. You can't. And then look how tight our streets are with parking as it is. And I've been in front of this commission already with trying to get, on Park Street, we got one-sided parking after that fire because we could hardly get our trucks down the street. You can't use a Royal Oak ladder truck or a Madison Heights ladder truck and put it in front of the fire after the fire started, because all the trucks are already blocking everything. That's why it's so critical for a city like Birmingham to always have a ladder truck, and that's how I was able to get a second ladder truck. So, sorry, I talked a lot.
That's good. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions on this side? Commissioner Host.
Excellent report, and you're really being proactive, which I appreciate, Chief. I just have one question, and that is on holidays and weekends, for example, Christmas Day, do you find that events happen more often during the weekend and the holidays? Just as a generalization.
We've had more Christmas fires over the years, because people were out rushing, leaving and stuff, and then they forgot about this. So we've had some, back when I was I was a firefighter actually, and I had because we actually had families, because the families would come and visit their dads and stuff. My little kids were there when I was younger. I was not an officer. I had one of my biggest fires because it was on Christmas Day, because people were hurrying up, and a person actually was cleaning his fireplace out, and he put the ashes, and long story, we had a huge house fire. So we actually have a higher probability on Christmas Day or Christmas Eve to have a fire than I would say than a normal day. So we're staffed the exact same. So it's hit or miss. We get, on Christmas Day, we'll have people passing out of church because everyone's at church. It's a long service, so we'll have midnight mass, people passing out. So we do have on those holidays a high probability of actually calls. It's hit or miss.
But you gear up for it, in a sense.
We're staffed the exact same. 24/7, 7 days a week, we're staffed the exact same, because you have these highs and lows. Like we had a couple weeks ago, we just had our crews have double the calls than our average. And then you could have the next day, you could be down 30%. It's, in the middle of the night, you're going to be slower because people are sleeping, but in the middle of the night, it's your highest risk because people are sleeping, and the smoke is building here or there, and then smoke detectors do not just go off. It takes a lot for them to go off, and then it's panic sets in, and then you don't know where people are at, and you got kids down here or kids here and there, and that's when you have your biggest risk. And then your backup for extra firefighters to come and help out it's a longer delay too. And so.
Okay, one last comment. You're making me aware of what great work you did on the garage at 4 a.m. on Lakeview a couple of years ago, and that's part of why we live here. Thank you for your great service.
Thank you, and that was both of those thank you, that was both of those houses, both in between, because it was so close, both eaves caught fire, and that crew, Battalion Chief Slack, did an amazing job. They knocked down both of those fires on the other house. I'm sorry, it was the original house and the house next door. It was very close to being two houses on fire. So thank you very much. He did a great job, his crew.
Commissioner Hay?
Thanks. So, did I hear you right? You said this year we had 500 concurrent calls for the ambulances?
For medicals at the same time, there was, at 500 times, there was concurrent calls for ambulance, for medical calls.
And then I think you said that we had to wait for mutual aid for anything else should it pop at the time?
I think there was like 37 times there was mutual aid this year.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm looking at it. We've got Rescue 3 sitting in reserve. When I look at what you've got 6 staff at Station 1, 2 per unit. You've got 4 staff at Station 2, 2 per unit. So what I'm looking at is we actually have an ambulance, but we don't have people to be able to put into it if we need it in an emergency. We don't have enough bodies.
What we're staffed with 10 minimum staffing is perfect for us with our model, because the rescue it works, because those 37 extra mutual aid calls are including fire calls too.
Okay.
So it's very low amount at that point.
All right.
Yeah.
I was just trying to put the numbers together and think, well, all it takes is one issue, and we're now stretched too thin. The elastic band snapped.
It is not enough to put that I need a third rescue at all. The 2 rescue model is perfect. We're not at that point. Now, during the pandemic, we got hit very hard. During the pandemic, there was a time there where I did actually put 3 ambulances in service because we were hit too hard.
Mm-hmm.
So what I did is, that's a whole separate thing. I did a quick mutual aid thing, and we did staff it. We overstaffed it.
All right. And then
we always have that option.
All right. Okay. I just got a little concerned at 500 concurrent, and then we sort of ran out of people. Just I don't know, technicality question out of sheer curiosity. When I look at the current and future apparatus trade-in schedule, this slide, please, Matt. Just sheer curiosity, I see you're looking at replacing Rescue 2 before Rescue 1, but Rescue 1's the older vehicle. I was curious, is Rescue 2 just getting used that much harder?
Yeah, that's very fluid, because the years are so close. We're looking, they're going to be, one's going to go in reserve, and they're going to be flip-flopped too. We're very, very, very fluid on that.
Okay, that's fair enough. That's fine. Just, I was like, wait, why's the newer one going first? Okay, no, that's fine.
Yep, and that's it. It's being very fluid, and we actually might flip-flop those two too. So, yep.
All right, that's fine. That's all I was really kind of concerned about. All right, thank you. Good job. Keep doing it. Keep up our ISO rating. Make it better. What do we need to do to make it better? Other than the water system.
Yeah, I was just going to say it. You guys are right on it. I think you guys all touched the right thing. The Henley, Shepherd Bush, Tottenham thing, that's a big thing. So I think everyone's on the same page with that. Yep, me and Melissa have talked a lot about it, so thank you. So, appreciate it.
Thank you. Oh, do you have a question?
I do. The new apartment building on Adams is 160-ish units. There was a approved site plan for the southeast corner of Woodward and Maple that was 210 and 9 stories. And they're across the street, smaller, 5 stories, I think 90-ish units maybe, I want to say, but I don't know. And I'm just curious, please short answer, like to what extent you take that into account? Does it impact your planning? I know that you will inspect those buildings. That's not the question. It's the increased density, number of housing units, and in the case of a possible 9-story building, the height.
Impact on what part? For fire response?
Well, I mean, do you, is your staffing and the infrastructure that you maintain relative to population and number of housing units?
Where I'm at right now, my minimum staffing of 10 per day, I'm up to where I can be for any increase now I can handle. We do not, we were at 10 per day with 2 ambulances and everything. I'm exactly where I need to be for any growth in this city. If I can maintain it, right where we're at, we're where we need to be. We
We
predicted.
can add 160 times to 320, 400 people over there. and it's
Yes,
not an
if
issue.
I maintain with this, when we added, when we did Station 2 and we planned on the second rescue and we put the second rescue in service, we knew that would be, we planned for the future growth and we knew what these other buildings would be in. We knew that if we maintain that, the second rescue is key because we looked at our growth and what happened, we were so far behind. That was key to handle these double medicals, which we proved. We went from 160 times a year, 170 times a year, depending on mutual aid, and our mutual aid partners were like, hey, that's enough, that now we only call them 37 times a year. And of that 37 times a year, off the top of my head, 16, 17, 18 times is for fire calls because we will pre-call them just in case it sounds like a big fire because we want to get them coming and then we cancel them. So now it's just a handful of times, maybe 17 times a year for an ambulance, which is not much at all. And we're there already doing all the other stuff because we have that ALS engine that we can handle that growth you're talking about. What would hurt us though, is another, every time you add a senior type of building, those kind of buildings, because the last time I ran the assessment on that, it was like our 3 senior type buildings, that was probably like 18%, 20% of our call volume, medical call volume. Those just add more volume, but we can still handle it. We still are built to handle some growth. I'm okay with that. We were set for that.
And no issues with a 9-story building.
No,
I
because
assume
we
because you
do,
got-
because of our fire codes and because we have the standpipes, we have the fire alarm systems, all that, and we do heavy training on that. That's a big part of our ISO rating that was mentioned by Commissioner Haig. We do so much training, way above anyone else around. That is part of it. And that's part of that team talk we talk about. So, sorry, I was longer than you wanted.
Go to the fire ops. If you get a chance, go to it. You'll get a different perspective that you just didn't understand before. It's really, really interesting to go and see that.
We can just talk. Just come by and talk and have coffee.
Okay, so,
Sorry.
thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we have the police department, initiatives in city hall security. We are roughly an hour behind schedule at this point. But that's because you have such an engaged commission, but we apologize. So, thank you very much.
Yes, good afternoon. For anybody watching that doesn't know me, I'm Scott Curley, the Chief of Police here in the city of Birmingham, and I know we're behind schedule, so I'll try to be as brief as possible here. 2 issues that I'm going to be talking about is the safety and security of the police department and city hall, as well as some manpower coverage concerns that we've been planning for in the police department. First, the safety and security issues. Just to be brief on this, there's a couple different documents out there now that talk about the facility, the city hall building itself, and specifically the police department about some safety concerns. Of note, I'll just mention this past summer we did our reaccreditation through the Michigan Association Chiefs of Police Accreditation Program. During that period, the assessors that were on site noted the comments from their previous assessment team that had the security concerns, also noted that there had been no change. In their report, they mentioned that any future accreditation issues, we could be at risk by not making those updates and addressing those safety concerns. So it's something that we need to take serious and start moving forward on. We're starting to plan for that in this next coming budget year. And first I want to talk just briefly about City Hall and some of the things we're looking at doing in City Hall. Currently, there are no cameras within City Hall in terms of the public hallways and corridors. There are certainly police department cameras in this building, and cameras in this room that are for broadcast, but there are no security cameras within City Hall. So we're looking at installing at least 1 camera on each floor that is a 360 camera that will have the video and audio recordings to add that security level. The next thing we're looking at doing is updating the access control to the building. The system that you can see on the left, which is the card reader or fob reader, has been in place for quite some time. There are some on interior doors, but some of the interior doors that you can see in this bottom right picture have the punch pad where you can put in a different code. That becomes problematic as that code gets out there, or potentially maybe a problem employee gets dismissed. That code needs to be changed. Everybody's got to learn a new code, and that's a process. So through changing all those over to an access card reader, the new card readers have a lot more function than our current ones do. That will be better suited for our environment. And also it's easier to control who's coming and going, and we can kind of monitor that as well. The other phase of that which is kind of already moving forward, is adding interior walls to City Hall. The goal behind adding these interior walls is to really guide the community that is here in the building to the areas they need to be, while also securing other areas of the building. I'm going to move forward just a couple slides because I have a floor plan here just to briefly talk about that. So this is the first floor of City Hall. The idea is that we'll be adding an interior wall here, just beyond the stairwell. Another one here, just to the east, you would say, of the women's restroom. This would secure the police report room, our dispatch center, the clerk's office, and the police administration area, while keeping the community within the public counter space of the clerk's office, treasury office, restrooms, and being able to access the second floor. There would also be a wall installed at the west end of the building. Access would still be open from the ADA ramp to come into the building. This would then secure off the BSD office as well as the HR office. And then imagine this being the second floor. I don't have a layout of that, I apologize, but on the second floor there would be a wall somewhat in this area here that would then keep the public within the commission room area, community development, while at the same time securing the city manager's office area and the finance director in the finance department.
And the IT room.
And the IT room that's downstairs. Within the police department specifically, through those two different accreditation processes, certain areas have been identified as area concerns. Dispatch operations, the lack of an interview room, I guess I shouldn't say the lack of an interview room, but an interview room in a location that's more accessible. Currently, our only interview room is in the basement of the building in our detective bureau. A sally port and some evidence storage. So first, our dispatch operations, which is located on the first floor of City Hall. Anything in this blue area is the police department. This here is our dispatch center. So to zoom in a little bit more on it, the area identified in red is our current dispatch operation. This area is very confined, very tight. There's 3 dispatch consoles in there. The area in yellow is a IT room for the police department. A lot of our systems now are going cloud-based. The need for our own IT room is diminishing. For example, our new camera system we're putting in is cloud-based. The IT cabinet that's in that room now is going to be gone once the old system is completely replaced. Our in-car camera system that we're currently working on, we've received all the product. We're about to install that. That's also cloud-based. So the room that's in the current IT room where all that tower is for our in-car camera system, that's all going to be gone. It's all cloud-based in the future. So we're going to have available space there. The idea is to remove this wall, to expand this space, to create more room for our dispatch services. These pictures here kind of show our current conditions here. We have 3 dispatch consoles. There's one over here in the corner, the second where you can see the dispatcher sitting, and the third here that the room's so tight I really couldn't get a picture of it all in at once. The problem this creates is that when we have multiple calls going on, the communication between our dispatch team is challenging at times. Oftentimes they're talking over one another while the person in the middle may be on a separate call. Ideally, you'd want this room set up more in maybe like a half moon, or where they can turn easily and talk to one another. Opening up that space, we'd be able to do that in that new space created, and then we'd be able to use this space as anywhere our files go. We'd be able to bring our dispatch manager up out of the clerical area into this space so that he's within sight and sound of the dispatch operation. This is the current back room, that current IT closet that I had outlined in yellow. A lot of that stuff, like I said, is going to go away. The current mess that you're seeing there is part of the new radio system that we just installed within the last year. Some of that equipment we had to hold on to for a time period. That's what you see in boxes there. Once we get the okay from the county and from Motorola, that we'll be getting rid of that equipment. And that obviously creates a lot of extra room that we'll have in there to be able to relocate what's remaining to the IT room up here on the second floor. So the interview room issue that we have here is our holding cells in our booking area. Whenever we have anybody in custody and our detective bureau needs to interview them, they have to walk that person through our clerical area of our non-sworn personnel. They then have to enter the police lobby, which could have anybody from the public in there. and then they enter into the City Hall public corridor here, the stairwell, which is open to the whole first floor of the City Hall, and then have to go down a flight of stairs into the Detective Bureau. Obviously, that presents some safety and security issues and some liability issues. What we're looking to do is convert this area here that's in our clerical area. We have to remove a lot of file cabinets there, which creates a storage concern for us. But the idea is that we can create an interview room in this area and make direct access from our booking room right into a secured interview room, so that person does not have to traverse the public areas of the building. We would move some of the property lockers. We would have to move some of the file cabinets and look for off-site storage for that, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But this is an area that I think that we can utilize and create that interview room. Another issue of concern was been the lack of a sally port for the police department. Right now, anytime a person is arrested and transported to the police department, they are out in the open, going from that patrol car to our booking room. Oftentimes, they're parked across the street, or they may park right in front of it if we're dealing with a combative subject. Sometimes these spots are occupied, like it is now, so we can't park right next to it. The issue that presents is this area is often used by city staff as they come and go, anybody coming to a meeting. It's also used as a pass-through through a lot of the public from Shane Park to Pierce Street. So there's often times where we may be transporting a prisoner and encounter the public as they're traversing this area. Additionally, it's weather concerns, as we're dealing with now and we had earlier this week. You know, you could be out there in the rain and the snow and the ice and trying to transport prisoners, which is unsafe. Adding a sally port in this area would allow us to confine that area. A patrol car would be able to pull in, secure the area, secure their weapon, and then escort that prisoner up the walk and into the booking room. Next thing I have is a way to deal with our lack of storage and some evidence storage issues that we're dealing with. So this is an overhead view of the DPS area now. We're going to focus in on this spot of DPS. This location of DPS was formerly our animal control area when we used to have our own animal control officer. The area that I'm on right now was the actual indoor stalls or cages, I guess you would say, for the dogs. Up front here was a small office area for the animal control officer, and this was a garage for the animal control vehicle. The area fenced in outside here in yellow was the dog runs. It's still fenced in. We use it today now for maybe storing bikes that we find or different property that we can stick out there, but there's really not a lot of use for it because it is exposed to the elements other than just that screen across the top.
What are we looking at here, Chief? What is
Yes.
This is the DPS garage, the DPS
Okay.
facility.
So show them where the
I got
streets
you.
are.
Now I get that picture. I know that picture.
Okay.
Zoom in,
So then when we zoom in, it's this portion of that, which is this area right
It's
here.
along
Okay,
Holland
right on the
Street.
end. Okay, got it.
So today, this area is used as our long-term evidence storage, and this garage is used as our evidence garage. And this area, like I said, is very underutilized because it's exposed to the elements, so we don't store a lot of stuff there, but occasionally it's, bikes or found property that we can stick out there, but it's often not used. This area is fenced in. There's a walkway that goes through here that is essentially a walkway to nowhere. It's always closed off and locked off, and then there's some shrubs here. The idea here is that currently what we're using this long-term evidence storage for is for a lot of other storage because we don't have any other storage. For example, I just mentioned our new in-car camera system. We have all that equipment in stock already. We're waiting for Axon to go through the training and start the installation period. Currently, that's being stored at our long-term evidence storage because we don't have any other storage space. Our evidence garage right now is full. We recently had a confiscation of a lot of property on a retail fraud theft crew that we had an investigation on. We did a search warrant on a piece of property and obtained, I think it's over $150,000 worth of clothing and articles of clothing and shoes and stuff like that that are currently stored in that. We're working with the AG's office that took over that case. So we're kind of in a hold and carry with this property. So as of today, right now, we have no access to an evidence garage, and our long-term evidence storage is full of equipment that we're waiting to install in cars. So the idea here is to use a space that right now is already being occupied by the police department, in this space here that's underutilized, to expand and create a garage here that would be a 2-bay garage with some additional second floor storage. So when we have these equipment issues and we have long-term property storage needs, we have an expanded area that we can move that to. Additionally, we have things such as our radar trailers, our camera trailer, motorcycles, the Polaris that at certain times of the year are not being used. And unfortunately, some of that equipment sits outside and obviously is aging faster than it should be. So this would give us inside storage to store that. It would also free up space here in the City Hall garage. If we were able to get our motorcycles, bicycles, stuff like that out of there to give more room to the other departments here in the City Hall to use that space down there, because it's often a challenge in the shared space there. And then briefly, just a few issues with some manpower distribution that we're working on right now, and we're evaluating how we can make some changes this coming spring. So we've had increased demand in officers and officer deployment. A lot of that is due to special events. It's not only any surprise to anybody in the room of the different events that have occurred throughout the country over the years that is now requiring additional manpower from the police department at all kinds of special events. We've recently talked about the Village Fair. I think our manpower deployment for that is quadrupled over the years. We have new events that have come up. The event going on today that we've never had before, we have 3 officers out there today. Including the officer personnel, we've included an Overwatch program, which is new to a lot of this and some recent events and things that have happened. Where initially we staged officers on top of buildings to get a bird's eye view of kind of what's going on, and also be able to look at other rooftops and buildings in the area to make sure everybody that's attending that event is safe. We've supplemented that now with drones. We have drone operators out there. We have a drone operator out there today that's flying above the event to keep an eye on what's going on. In addition, as you all very well know, the Woodward Cruise issue. Ever since the pandemic, we've had 2 officers assigned on overtime on Friday and Saturday nights to deal with the Woodward Cruise related type traffic that we're seeing pretty much from the time snow melts all the way through September. Our officers currently are on 12-hour shifts, and on Friday and Saturday nights during this time period, they're working 16 hours, sometimes up to 18, to cover that event. With the 12-hour shifts and working those hours, they only got maybe 8 hours between shifts. They're lucky to get home, get 6 hours of sleep, and come back and work another 12, potentially 16 if they have to work that again. Obviously, fatigue is an issue, and which creates safety concerns. So our calls for service in 2023, if you saw our annual report, our calls for service in 23 were the highest it's been on record for the police department. In 24, as we're working on an annual report now, we have seen a slight reduction in that, but it's still higher than it has been for the previous several years. So we're still seeing a high call volume. So the manpower issues we're dealing with is obviously we have increased in overtime because of the special events, because the number of officers we're assigning to special events, and also with the Woodward Cruise traffic that we never dealt with other than the last 4 years. In 2024, we were down about 30% of our patrol force throughout the summer period. As we look forward to 25, we're going to be down at least 2 officers. When I say we were down, we were fully staffed. And you probably wonder, well, how are you fully staffed if you're down that many officers? Recruitment has really changed in law enforcement in the police field. 10 years ago, when we were recruiting a police officer, we would go to the police academy, and almost everybody there had sponsored themselves. They were there looking for jobs. Now you go to the police academy, and I would say over 90% of them already have jobs. They're being sponsored by a police agency to be there. We've started to do the same thing. There's state funding. There's grants now that pay for a department to hire somebody ahead of time, pay their wages, and send them to the academy. So the days of hiring somebody and they start as soon as they clear all the hiring process are pretty much long gone for the time period. When we hire somebody now, we have to hire them, put them through an academy, and then bring them in and do their field training here. We're looking at anywhere between 9 months to 12 months, depending on when we can get them in the academy, before that person that we hire is actually boots on the ground and counted in our manpower. So within the last year, I would just say over a year period, we have 5 retirements. 2 of them have already retired. We have 3 more coming up here in this next year. So each time we replace one of those people, we're short a body for 9 months to a year, depending on, again, when that academy started. Obviously, that creates issues with us with manpower. It creates issues with overtime. The other thing that we dealt with last year is we're always bound to have somebody injured, something going on, right? So like I said, last year it resulted we were about 30% of our patrol force was not counted in our active manpower, which created additional overtime. So what we're doing now is we're evaluating our staffing assignments. We're looking at our platoons and how we assign the number of officers per platoon versus what the minimum officers have to be working at any particular time. We're looking at the creation of what we would call a power shift or a traffic unit that would then overlap the 2 shifts during the busiest part of that time so that we could supplement the manpower with those units that would then also be able to be used for things like the Woodward traffic, so maybe only half of it's overtime, effectively reducing the amount of overtime there by half. Also things like today, like special events that maybe that traffic unit, power shift is used to cover some of those special events, so it's on-duty regular shifts, not forced overtime. So right now, we're evaluating what happened last year, the manpower we have, the manpower we're going to have for this upcoming year. And this spring, we're looking at implementing some type of power shift / traffic unit that will be used both ways to supplement manpower without having to force overtime. Assuming that we're not down 30% of our patrol force this summer, we'll be able to do that. So those are the things that we're kind of evaluating and looking forward to do is how can we control our manpower, our overtime with adjusting platoon assignments and mandatory minimums. That's all I have for you.
Any questions, Commissioner Host?
Chief, everything you said is wonderful. I'm so pleased you've gone ahead and attempt to secure your portion of this building. Do you have a number on how much this will cost to do the walls and the build-out, and to lose a parking spot back there and get the security that you want? You can have 2 parking spots or 3, anything you want.
Well, to your point, I do think at Sallyport there is going to take at least 2, maybe 3 spots with how it'll have to be the build out there. In terms of the walls, that was building department?
We do, we currently are out, we got 3 quotes on folks to design it. So we're getting a design together right now. We are estimating 125,000 is our guess, all in, including the design. But we'll have an actual design here in probably the next month.
Well, anyway, thank you for getting the ball rolling.
In terms of the other things I showed about the police department, those are things that we're looking at for our budget request coming up for the next fiscal cycle. We have reached out to a developer to come in and look at some of these things to give us a ballpark figure on what this is going to cost, and we're still awaiting those numbers at this time.
So do you have a number for the Sallyport yet?
I don't.
Okay. I thought you had a rough.
That was my rough guess estimate to put a bookmark in there for now, but no, we've not heard from the experts.
Okay, based on your 30% down of your regular force, are you going to ask us for another officer or 2?
I mean, as a chief, would I say, yes, I want more officers? Absolutely, right? Of course I want more officers. But what I'm talking about here is it's my responsibility to work within the budget I'm provided and the manpower I'm allotted to give the best service I can. And that's what we're planning for this coming year, this spring, this summer, is how we can deal with what we have to provide it the best service. So would I love more officers? Absolutely. Would that address some of these issues? Absolutely. That's not my decision. I'm working within the budget that I have and the officers that I'm allotted to distribute them the best way possible.
Sure.
Several questions and comments. How much does an officer cost? All in, FTE.
So it's around, I think at starting wages, I want to, off the top of my head, I think it's like around 150, 160 with benefits.
Okay. And does the forced overtime increase or decrease or have no effect on morale?
Well, it depends. If it's forced, it certainly has an impact, and it could lower morale. What happens is as we go through the summer and they're dealing with all this overtime, I'm trying to make a long story short, is we used to order people in on their off days to work that overtime because of the long shifts it creates otherwise. The officers kind of banded together and said, well, if we do that, that means I'm working every single weekend and don't get time with my family. And what they've done is volunteered to stay after their shifts to work that, so when you have a weekend off, you can keep your weekend off. They've done that, and that works good, and that did help morale a little bit. But as you go through the summer and they work these long hours, obviously the fatigue sets in, and it becomes a problem.
Okay. So as far as staffing, as long as that's what we're talking about, I'd rather see us overstaffed than understaffed. I'd rather see us occasionally overstaffed than chronically understaffed. And I think you should take the temperature of the entire commission on that, because that's important. One of the most important functions this city serves is police. So whatever it takes to get these people in the pipeline, get them trained at the academy, get them in service. Again, I think you're always going to be losing people, right? So if you're overstaffed for a period of time, that won't last long. On the facilities, I saw everything presented as a Band-Aid. I would like this commission to commit to having you in a new state-of-the-art police station within some reasonable period of time, whether that's 5 years or 3 years or whatever it takes. The plans that came before us, I wasn't a fan right off the bat of building a new police station behind City Hall. Everything else you presented was compelling. The tour of City Hall, the need for security, the pressure on every other department, and certainly the drastically substandard, conditions of the police department needs to be addressed. And I'm a little disappointed that, we haven't heard more about that. And I know that we talk about it among ourselves as something that absolutely needs to be done. It's on the horizon, and we're kind of just waiting for you to come back to us, or for us to force it, I guess. So I'm all for the Band-Aids, because we got to do something. Put whatever you got to do. But eventually, I think we're going to come back, and once police move out of City Hall and into a proper facility, then City Hall can proceed with a proper renovation. And so that's where my head is at. And I'm, just tell us what you need.
Ms. Ecker.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, first of all, in the next 3 months, you will be getting the whole discussion back about the building as a whole, a new police station, expansion of City Hall, that kind of discussion at a workshop level. Obviously, with a lot of the discussion, everything kind of got, there's a large project on right now with 400 East Lincoln, right? That's a huge construction project. It's a huge city project. It's taking up a lot of time and effort. And so I think what we had talked about internally was we have to do something now before their certification status gets affected. So what can we do that will be money that we can spend in the current building that won't go to waste later, even if we decide to move to another location, but we don't see that location being solidified or finalized in the next 2, 3, 4 years. It's too far out right now. So for instance, the interior walls, and I know I had talked to all of you individually about this before, that creates the public spaces within the building. Even if the city or the police department left and got a new site, that's still good. It still secures all the areas in the IT and the finance and all of those areas as well. If he expands his evidence area in that DPS building along Holland, that's additional space. If the police department doesn't need it, DPS can use it. They store a lot of things outside, and so on. So for instance, some of the changes internally with their department and the interview room, those are interim things, but they also don't cost that much, and they won't be bad things necessarily moving forward. The Sally Port is a bigger one that is absolutely important to the police department and critical. May not be needed to the same extent if the police department was out of City Hall, but it's like one of the top factors that they need for their certification.
Agreed.
Commissioner.
I just wanted to echo everything Commissioner Baller said, and I know we have a lot of balls in the air, and I know we have a lot of things that we have to pay attention to. We've talked about them since this morning, but I can't think of one thing that is not on the top of my agenda to want to look at and resolve in the most cost-effective but immediate fashion.
Commissioner Haig.
Okay, I talked about the Maslow or Wojo's hierarchy of needs. The very bottom level is public works. Then above that, public safety. Above it, management, quality of life, and civic engagement. So we know from the 400 East Lincoln project that we're looking at 100, 150, whatever it is, dollars per household per year. Do you want me to write a check on Monday for the next 10 years to go towards public safety? Because if you give me the choice of, do I want to have a civic engagement or quality of life, or do I want to have the roads work, the sewers work, the water work, a policeman to turn up to stop the crime that's increasing, and an ambulance to take me to hospital when I've got a problem, I can tell you where my money goes. The feedback we're receiving from this community, which is why I was talking about the marketing opportunity for the public works that we're doing, the feedback we're receiving is we pay enough as it is. We're starting to, people are starting to cry uncle. So pick the priorities, and I'm with the statements that have been made here. Let's take the best value for the money, and it's good to see the updates here. If you want to make that change over in DPS, how soon can we make that change to get some space? I was just looking at the layout. It's not the most conducive site for layout because the strangeness as you go further towards the railroad tracks with how it curves. It's just difficult for space planning. But the other side of it, I look at the garage we've got down here that's about 500 square feet that nobody talks about. There are 4 walls. Yes, there's doors on it, but there can be something done with that space, and it not necessarily for the police department because it's disconnected from the PD. But could the city do something with that space, take what's stored in there, move it elsewhere, and then perhaps that facilitates an improvement in the PD in this building? We could do that. To me is part of the value add. Look at what can be done because we haven't talked about it.
We have talked about the garage space in the past.
A long time ago, but then it was shelved and it got put to one side and it never came back again. But it's dead space right now, in effect, for this building. It's used, but it's not used effectively.
It's used extensively for storage.
Bingo, not effective use of space here. So we're looking at spending money to put storage in a less trafficked area, which is probably the best use of space. So, again, I come back to what I talked about with the hierarchy of needs. To me, it was, what would residents want? You give them the option. Do you want a policeman that turns up? Do you want an ambulance that turns up? Do you want your sewers to not back up? Or do you want a nice downtown? Which is why I also asked Erica, what can we help you do to now let that generate its own revenue? We've got to look at the basics. We lost touch of the basics, which is why we are where we are with some of the spending. To the chief, you talk about additional staffing. I'm with Commissioner Balla. If it takes us having an overlap, whatever it may be, if there's a budgetary adjustment that you think would be advisable to come back with and say, perhaps there is an overlap where we can look at trying to maintain keeping someone while someone else is in training to bump that staffing up. Because honestly, I don't want to work 6-7 days a week. Nobody does. Not on a continued basis. I look at that and say, in the public safety realm, and to a certain extent I'm looking at Mr. Zielinski as well, because when something goes south out there, he's got to pull crews in from everywhere, and they're working 12, 14 hours just to try and make sure that the water main is back online, that the sewers aren't backing up. What can we do budgetary-wise to enable these safeties to happen? Because honestly, I will forego other things to build the bottom. We don't have a good foundation anymore. It's crumbling. And everything we've gone through so far has shown us that. But there's not been that plan for, here's the ask. I'm missing the ask. Within the ask, there's something that we have to relinquish. I want to see this balance because the public works, the public safety is not there. So I know I'm going on, it's slightly off topic, but we don't have it. I want to see this ask coming soon.
I'm not sure that it's not there. I think that
it's not clearly there. It's there, but it's more implicit than explicit.
Ms. Ecker.
It's clearly there. There is a balance. We have a certain amount of money, and we have all of these needs, and we're trying to spread it out so that we address each of these areas proactively moving forward when there was a whole gap of lack of investment or minimal investment.
We have a finite pot.
Right. So.
But now we've got to divide it differently. And that means certain areas have to relinquish something. That's where I'm going inside my head. The pot,
Correct.
The pot doesn't get bigger every year.
Okay.
Correct.
Any other questions for Chief Gruey? Okay. Thank you very much. All right. So it is 12:30. With the commission's concurrence, I would like to suggest that perhaps, and apologies to Mr. Ford for a moment, we have 15 minutes scheduled for lunch. If you wish, we could break now, go get it, bring it back, and eat here while Mr. Ford presents. So I don't think we need to close the meeting. We're just going to take a temporary pause. 5 to 6 minutes, everybody, restrooms, lunch, get back, and then we'll have Mr. Ford. Thank you.
These Doritos are the best.
What did I do with my coffee?
You know, they chart the intensity of the flavor. And it's deliberately made to give you a blast of flavor and then quickly diminish.
What?
Yeah. So that you eat more. I'm kidding you not.
It's science.
That sounds like it explains a lot.
Yeah, they do it in a
Yeah.
lab in Secaucus, New Jersey.
Oh, my goodness.
Have you gone on a Doritos field trip or something, or?
It was on 60 Minutes.
Really? Crazy.
I'd be interested to see how they're going to change them when they have to ban that red dye.
Yes,
What are they
red
gonna
dye
use
number
instead?
3.
How does that change when you get a bag that you feel like doesn't have the same level of seasoning?
That's quality control.
I know, sometimes you get one of those.
I don't get enough bags.
We love having her.
Oh, Commissioner Schaefer succumbed.
I know, peer pressure.
All the talk of Doritos just made you give it.
All right, are we ready to go? All right, we are recording, and we have resumed with lunch. Mr. Ford, parking system, thank you.
Well, good afternoon, and I guess I'll follow suit. Anybody who's online is watching. I'm Aaron Ford, Parking Systems Manager. While this is long-range planning, I guess I'm taking this opportunity to actually look back. If everyone remembers, it was a year ago, we decided to make the transition from control of SP Plus, third-party parking operator, to city control. This transition, kind of the process of this transition started in, I guess you would say, October of 2023, when we transitioned I guess the collection of the revenue in the parking garages, so the people, the transients, the people that are paying credit cards when they come into the garages, we transitioned that away from SP Plus to the city. And then the next step was occurred in January 2024, where we officially took control of the day-to-day operations from SP Plus. There was a little bit of a lag time before they fully escorted. I think it was, about the end of January it took before they were officially fully gone. But since then, we've been operating as a city, full city department. And some of the moving parts of this, number one was monthly parking. So when we made this transition away from SP Plus had their own monthly parking system. And while it was an online system, patrons would have their own online account. They couldn't really log in, pay their, they wouldn't pay their bills through there. They would just be able to get an invoice and then have to pay it the old-fashioned way. It was also very separated, had nothing to do with the city. So with the transition, when we bought the new parking equipment in 2023, we also bought the monthly parking sales system called Zephyr. And as part of that, when we got this control, now we transitioned all those monthly parkers with SV Plus to the city, and now they all have their own account, their own portal that they can log into, so they can view their invoices, they can pay their invoices online. And I think the most important thing with Zephyr is people can actually sign up for a wait list with Zephyr. So you actually go to the city's website, you go to the parking page, and you follow the prompts for monthly parking. It shows you a picture of all 5 garages, where they're located within the city, and the rates for monthly parking and evening monthly parking. And they can sign up and register all themselves. They don't need to call our office and do this. I think this is a great step because a lot of the questions that generally come to the office are related to monthly parking. This gives them a lot of ownership in their own experience. Additionally, with the monthly parking,
We are I guess the city parking department, we manage all the monthly parking assets, so meaning we send out all the invoices and we collect all the payments. And that may sound like an assumption, but we don't lean on other departments. So in other words, we're not leaning on the Treasury Department. That's the fire monthly parking system. It's accounts receivable. So like we send out all the invoices for the monthly parking and they all come in. So if somebody can pay with credit card, they can pay with ACH, they can pay with a paper check. Those all come to the parking office in the Chester garage. Now, obviously, we take those deposits down to Treasury, deposit them, and the finance department helps us with the finances. But essentially, we are functioning as our own standalone accounts receivable, accounts payable department. Staffing, that was the next one. So with SB Plus, SB Plus had a department of 14. That included 5 maintenance staff members, 1 maintenance manager, a few office assistants, and then they had 2 people. They had a senior manager and then a regional manager. And then when we proposed to make this transition, we proposed to keep the department a similar size of 14. We assumed some staff would make the transition from SB Plus, and we also assumed that we would bring over the 2 staff that oversee the maintenance department, meaning the maintenance of the meters. So whether it's the stickers, making sure they're painted, making sure the credit card slots are working, the buttons, making sure that all the meters are fully operational. There's the parking enforcement side. That was always intended to stay with the police department, and that has stayed with the police department. So what actually happened, our department is actually 12 people, not 14. We saw only 2 people from SB Plus make the transition. Well, I should say 3. One of the SB Plus managers made the transition. There were 2 maintenance staff that made it, that transitioned over. The 2 meter shop patrons did transition over. And then in our original org chart, we did propose to have 2 part-time seasonal maintenance people. We did not do that. We just ensured that we had a maintenance staff member at every single garage. Call center, this was one of the biggest complaints that I feel like we've received, that the city has received when we were under SB Plus control. If you recall, there was the old parking system. You would credit card in, you would have to credit card out, led to long lines on the entry and the exit. Obviously, with the new parking equipment that was installed in 2023, I believe many of those issues have been resolved. But one of the issues that stayed when we were still under SB Plus control is when you have issues, you'd hit the help button on the kiosk. That would go to SB Plus Internet, or I shouldn't say international. Well, it was an international call center. So it could be located, some of their call centers were in the United States and some of them weren't. And the thing with that is you were not guaranteed to go anywhere. You might hit a call center that was in Mexico, you might hit a call center that was in Texas, you might hit a call center that was in Chicago. So some of the issue was these people didn't have any stake in the game with how parking operated in Birmingham, because this was an SP Plus, so they oversaw the call center for all SB properties around the world. And a lot of those issues were language barriers, and again, just not knowing how the process in Birmingham worked. With this transition, we now, during Monday through Friday, during business hours, which are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., those calls come into the parking office in the Chester garage. So you're getting somebody that works for the city answering that phone. And then during off hours, 5 p.m. and after, and weekends, those calls go to a new call center called Parker Technology, which specializes in parking, located in Indianapolis. So we feel that that has been an upgrade as well, because one, we're answering the calls during business hours, the busiest times. And then during the off hours, they're going to a smaller call center in Indianapolis that specializes in these parking, of which the city had control over, of the types of scenarios. We give the scripts. We give them the scenarios of the type of issues that they might be running into here, specific to our city. Operating expenses, and I guess this is the big one. Comparing the expenses of SB Plus control versus the city control. So when SB Plus would come to the city, we'd get a bill for them. The finance would get all the revenue and all the expenses for SB Plus control. And when you compare it to all the expenses since we've made this transition, you can see there has been a significant savings since this transition has taken place. Some of the key expenses, labor, obviously salary and hourly staff, our structure is a little bit different. Our total overall head count is 2 less than what it was with SB Plus. Credit card fees, obviously, the city always absorbed the credit card fees with the meters previously. SB Plus absorbed all the credit card fees, obviously, because they received all the revenue under the old format. Now, they would, bill us back as part of those credit card fees, but now those credit card fees have been transitioned to the city. And then other contractual services, so this is a variety of just maintaining the facilities, repairs. Again, SB Plus maintained all that. We got invoice for it, but now we've been controlling that. And then uniforms, obviously we didn't have a department previously, now we do, so we're giving all our staff uniforms, and then just general operation supplies. But overall, when you compare these two, we feel like we've done a great job in reducing the expenses. We think we're being more efficient with less people. And again, our head count went down, and we absorbed 2 people from the meter department that previously were with the police department. So while the head count was there of the 2 people servicing the city, they fell under the police department. When we made this transition, we took them out of the police department to parking. So we reduced our head count and added 2 people, and we've still managed to keep our expenses significantly lower than they were with SB Plus. And then I guess I'll break right there if somebody has questions regarding specific comparison with SB Plus. As the last section is, I guess, the 5-year forecast. I have a question.
Commissioner Bauer. If you go back and forth between those 2 slides, this says 1.2 million in 2023, and then I want to just.
Want me to go down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I see operating expenses of 2.5 million in fiscal 23-24. So I'm confused about.
Sure. So,
because, and even if you just stayed on the top one,
sure.
I think it's important to know income and what we either the number of cars parked or the income. It's a dramatic decrease, and I applaud that. There's no question. But without knowing, I mean, you could say that, and if we parked 30% fewer cars, then there would be really no gain, right? If in 2024 we parked 30% fewer cars, then our expenses are the same per car. I suspect we didn't. I suspect we possibly even parked more cars and had more income with less, but you're not selling yourself. You're selling yourself a little short by not providing that metric. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Yeah. So the next page actually does present those numbers, but I'm confused that why the operating expense for 23 is 2.5 million, not 1.2.
Sure. So the previous slide right here, we took the line item out of the P&L statement specific to SB Plus, and we compared it to the new line items that we were created based off the city. So to your point, there were existing expense items that the parking department had prior to SB Plus. Okay. So you had DPS. We get an allocation where DPS plows the roofs, they plow the sidewalks. Gotcha. We get that. You have IT. There's a lot of supporting systems. So
like
what we
to the tune of $1.2 million.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
So there's a lot of additional expenses. We were just trying to show an apples to apples of this is what SB Plus billed us for, and these were the new items that were created because we're now a new department.
And the lion, can you say where the lion's share of those savings came from on that previous slide?
So, yes.
Was it mostly from credit card fees, mostly from labor, or
you know, without knowing their business operation, I would say a lot of it, I would say it's kind of like hidden management fees with, not even hidden management fees, but just straight up management fees with SP Plus. Sorry, I'm trying to find it.
They did throw a lot into that category.
Yes, they did.
Without a lot of itemization.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the exact, where I wrote it.
They weren't, it was.
I'm guessing a lot.
So SP Plus management, so we pay $24,000 annually just for a blanket management fee. They had a call center fee, so their call center fee was $87,000 a year. With our Parker technology, we're at $56,000. They had an incentive fee, which was $20,000. So basically, they gave you key KPIs, and based off of how we completed those KPIs, you had to pay them that incentive fee. Rental equipment, operational expenses were $60,000 more annually. Maintenance fees were $120,000 more annually. So basically, it was a blanket maintenance fees, and I would say the management fee were the big ones where they weren't very specific in what you were paying, which I feel is just their way of kind of giving you the hidden fees.
Okay, thank you very much.
APS forecast. So looking ahead 5 years, I know there's been a lot of discussion with the amount of repairs that we're doing in the garage. Obviously, we've recently hired BCT as an interior exterior designer. We understand they're going to make recommendations on how to improve our parking garages. These are all things that a couple of years ago they were not planned. So I have an anticipation that Commissioner Host will throw out a $15 million number about parking garage repairs, and are we still maintaining that? And to be honest with you, the answer is probably not. When we originally came with those repair numbers a number of years ago, the scope has changed significantly since then. So those were just standard concrete waterproofing repairs to make sure our parking garages were functional and safe. But since then, we're now including LED lighting, mechanical, electrical, plumbing repairs, making them compatible for EVs when we start to add EV chargers. And then that's not even taking into account what we're projecting with the interior exterior design fees. So if you look down under, basically we put this chart together. If you go forward 5 years, the parking fees, we just straight line that. I don't expect that to happen. We're expecting that the revenues to increase. When we go through the budget process, we'll probably speak to increasing the monthly parking at least at one garage again here in the future. I know Mr. Dupuy, the planning department, threw out some interesting information today that we haven't even considered there. So we don't project the parking fees to stay flat. We do expect those to go up, but for the purposes of this exercise, we left them flat. And then the expenses, we still projected a 3.5% increase just because that's what the finance recommends. I guess the big one there would be the CapEx outlay, and this is what we're trying to project with the repairs going on in the garage. So we tried to go through the next few years based off the sequencing of the repairs in the garages. And again, these are basically placeholders because we don't know what BCT will recommend. We have the repairs that are ongoing at the Chester garage, which were significantly more with RAM than we kind of really anticipated. So we kind of use that more as our guideline for the garages in the future. So as you can see, our net position for this year looks great. For future years, because of the capital outlay, obviously it tells a little bit of a different story, but that's because of the CapEx portion. And again, these are placeholders based off of what our experience was with Chester, but based off of the fund balance that we have currently, and then after the CapEx, our fund balance, while it goes down a little bit, you can see it bumps up after the CapEx are completed. And the big one, in 2026-27, the Park Street garage, we know already right now that garage is going to need significantly more help than any of the other garages. The facade around that is going to need to be re-engineered, and we expect WJE, the engineer for all 5 garages, might even make some more I guess, recommendations when we get there. But that garage would be the last one we address, just because I think that is the garage they are concerned with the most, as far as its useful life and how much money do we really want to invest in it. So overall, I think the transition from SP Plus to city-owned has been great. I think it's, for the most part, it has gone very smooth, considering what a major change it is. There are a lot of things that we still think we can improve upon. But again, I think with the changes that the commission has approved with the long-term repairs, and like I said, during the budget season, we'll get into more of the revenues. I think the parking department has a very, very positive outlook and will continue to do so. We didn't get into meter to parking. I know the BSD made some comments that parking is a challenge. And I think BCT has some good ideas. They're going to present to the commission actually at this Monday's meeting. They have some ideas of how they can better, included in their presentation, will better advertising the 2-hour parking. I think just like on the buildings itself, like, hey, we need to be able to promote this more. Try to get those people off the streets. Because my personal opinion is that a lot of the complaints that people get about parking being an issue, a lot of it has to deal with the on-street parking, because they want to circle. They don't want to park in the garage. And I know this is the age-old question: how do we get the people off the street and into the garages? And I think the fact that we're trying to improve them is a good step, and we need to follow up with that with improving the messaging on the garages themselves, which again, BCT I think is going to speak heavily to the commission about as part of their presentations.
Commissioner Host.
Aaron, this is wonderful so far. You said it's great. Well, it's serendipitous. Thank you. And the only thing I want to say is start thinking about congestion fees.
Any other questions on this side of the table? Question? Okay. Commissioner Haig.
So, Aaron, thank you. I made a note while you were talking, but the note that I made while I was reading through this under the staffing, I just wrote efficiency on there. So I'm glad to see that efficiency. It was very, very, very encouraging. Thank you for that. Yeah, and you touched on it on the financial comparison, the previous slide one with all of the numbers on it. The Finance Department's recommended a 3.5% increase per year in operating, and you did talk about the parking fees. You kept them flat, but you didn't expect that. I was wondering, not for right now, when you would be bringing up probably from the APC as well, but when you'll be coming back to us and saying, well, here's suggestions for what we could do for parking fees, because ultimately the revenue versus expenses, it's showing a decrease in net operating income until we get to FY28, but there's some reasons for that. That's one thing that I'd like to see is, we've got to at least maintain rather than decrease. So you got a number guru on that board. I'm thinking of Mr. Kozlowski right now. I would have him attack that really hard and help you with that, because it would be nice to see us at least steady stated as opposed to decrease. But you did touch on that, so thank you. Other than that, yeah. Looks like we're making some really nice progress. It's very encouraging to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure, Waller.
Yes, I think that we've reached the point. For many years, the parking system was seen as a public service. I look at it differently. I look at it as a business, and I think that
it is a business.
The administration is beginning to look at it as a business. It's a $10 million a year business. It could be a $12 to $15 million a year business if revenues go up and expenses are controlled. So, and it's key to the city's success. So I'm really glad to see the progress you've made. You didn't discuss the parking committee. And we recently sort of reconstituted that committee, and I think that it's going to be stronger, and it's going to be able to contribute more meaningfully to the financial results. So I hope that they are engaged, and they do do make those contributions. So.
Yeah, I would agree with you. So we've had a couple new additions to the APC. I think they've been really good additions. We recently had a new chair, Mr. Kozlowski. I agree with you. I think the APC is, got a bright future as well, and we want to. They've showed, they provided a couple topics that they feel very passionate about, and I think we look forward to working with them on this.
You know, we're very lucky to have this system. I don't think there's another municipality around that can say they have a $10, $12 million business that can sustain itself and also possibly, grow and or contribute. One thing I wanted to, I was going to bring this privately, but whatever. There's, you have opined that the funds that the parking system uses need to be used within the parking, that the parking system generates must be used within the parking system. But I think what we've never done is explicitly defined what that means. So let's say, does the street that approaches the parking system and has people backed up waiting to get into the Pierce Street structure or the Peabody structure, does that street qualify as part of the parking system? It's a question that we ought to think about down the road as money gets tight over here, but there's a little bit more over here. Not that there's a ton of money here, because even if we have a $34 million fund balance in fiscal 28, even if we had a $40 million, that's not going to pay for a new parking deck. It might put a dent in one, but part of this whole process, part of running any business, even if it's just your home, is planning for a new roof or planning for expansion in facilities and what you need down the road. And again, one thing that I think you need to do going forward is plan for the day when we need to add on to the parking system and what that's going to cost. We know parking is very expensive to build, so nobody should look at that $34 million and think, oh, we're flush, because that could be gone like that.
Any other comments from the commission? All right, any comments from the public? If you're online, you want to use your raise your hand function on Mr. Ford's presentation about the parking system. I see none, so thank you very much. We move to IT. Mr. Brunk.
He's probably in the ether.
Probably.
Yes, I am. I'll be with you in just a second. Let me get some stuff switched over because I'm doing this and running everything in the background. So let me switch there.
So he is coming? He's
going to be on Zoom.
Oh, he's going to be on Zoom.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Hopefully you've had a good lunch and we can get through this quickly. I'm Eric Brunk. I am the IT director. I've been with the city for 2 years as an employee, but I've been with the city as in IT for 8 years. So come before you a number of times. So today we're going to start, if I can get this to click, there we go. We're going to go through what I have for long-range planning. The primary, or the first thing we're going to touch on is server and desktop software replacement. The current version of software that we have on our servers is 2016. The lifespan of that has expired, and end of life for 2016 is January of 2027. So I am looking to replace, we have currently 12 servers in our environment that need to be upgraded to the latest version of Microsoft Server, as well as a couple of SQL servers that need to be replaced. So that will be the primary thing that we will be adjusting in the short term. Along with that is Windows 10. Most of our desktops are Windows 10 devices. We went through that transition a number of years ago. Windows 10 is hitting its end of life as of the 14th of October of this year. So that is going to be another area that we will be making transitions from Luckily, Microsoft right now is still offering free upgrades to Windows 11 for any machine that can make that transition. We will be evaluating the machines we have and making that transition shortly. Of the machines that we have, there are a few that are going to need to be replaced just because they are older pieces of hardware. There is a replacement optimization practice. It's recommended 3 to 5 years for machines. Most of our machines are getting close to 5 years old. So I am looking at, over the next 5 years, replacing machines that do not meet our standards anymore and upgrading those that do are still viable by adding memory and or changing out hard drives to an SSD drive. We've done that on a number of machines already that we've had some issues with. When these were purchased 5 years ago, there wasn't as much heavy usage for software. We've gotten more and more heavy usage for software, and a lot more packages are going internet-based, so it takes up a lot more resources on the machines. So we will be looking at making that change as well. You'll see that in our budget during the budget season. Our printer fleet. This is where our sustainability comes in.
He's looking for his pen.
Okay, sorry about that. Central, everything going on at once here. Our printer fleet is where we can talk about sustainability. Our printer fleet right now is rather antiquated. The machines themselves are not efficient. It costs a lot more for repairs and toner to keep our fleet running. We're looking at replacing the entire printer fleet within this next year to help cut down on costs, cut down on maintenance costs. Right now, we have probably close to $80,000 in printing costs across all of the departments. And I'm hoping that replacement of that fleet will knock that down by at least 30%, if not more. And then we hit AI. AI is where everything is going. And as Nick from planning brought up, AI is the end-all be-all of where things are focused at. We currently do use AI here at the city. I have a number of systems that use AI. One of them is our antivirus system, which monitors all of the endpoints for malware and for issues that the endpoints have that when they're acting as they shouldn't. It does shut down those machines and notifies the IT department so that we can take appropriate action. We will be expanding that. It also links into our firewall. We are expanding to also add the Internet of Things, because as people are bringing devices into the city and as we have more and more devices being added onto our network, there are more pieces of equipment that touch the network that can be hacked and used to access data. So that is another area that we use AI. Our firewall does a check of everything that's connected to the network. It lets me know what it thinks that machine is and whether or not it needs to be worried about as far as vulnerability. We also have a network monitoring system that monitors all of the traffic inside of the network. So if anything does get through our firewall, the system will monitor that and shut down traffic that it says is not supposed to be running on the network. That we've expanded over a couple of years, and we're going to continue that. It's worked very well. It has shut down a number of possible breaches, and we want to keep that continuing going forward. We also expanded that to cover our attack, what they call our attack surfaces. It monitors our attack surfaces, which is basically anything that is internet facing. So that would be the website, any access points on the firewall itself that we may have vendors coming into or may be allowing network out. And we are currently also pursuing AI for our email. So that will be forthcoming. We're going to be hopefully expanding our AI environment to also include email monitoring for malicious email and viruses. Other things that we are pursuing is AI as a whole. Zoom and Veeam are both adding on VI companions to their software. We have licensing in both, so we will be evaluating that and probably bringing those on board. We are also looking at the possibility of adding AI onto our website. Right now, our website vendor is working on an AI chatbot that they are evaluating and hope to be able to add to their resources. Other things that we may review in as far as AI expansion goes is Adobe has an AI companion, Microsoft has its AI companion, Google has a companion. All of these are going to cost money, so it's something that we will evaluate and decide whether or not it is something that we need to add onto what we offer. Emerging technologies, there is a Linux AI that is out there that is more of an open source. It goes along with the whole generative AI ChatGPT, but this would be an internal rather than a large language model that is held in the cloud. IBM Watson X has a large language model that they are building for businesses to use, where the business gives them the large language model rather than, again, it being out in the cloud. And Qualcomm has an AI appliance that does the same thing. So those are some areas that we are looking at evaluating, and we may bring those forward to you if we deem them to be something that would be usable here at the city. And other technologies that we're looking at doing, we have to do two-factor authentication. We're currently in the process of doing that for our CGIS compliance with PD. Cyber insurance is requiring us to do two-factor authentication as well. So we're going to look at evaluating that and rolling that out throughout the city. That would be for the rest of the city environment that gets logged in. Other hardware things that we need to look at is our wireless access points and network equipment. The access points are about 10 years old, and they are reaching end of life. So within the next 2 years, I'm looking to replace that entire system. Expansion of our network infrastructure. We replaced that about 8 years ago. Most of it is still viable, but we do need to do some expansion, and we may need to replace a few older pieces of equipment. We have connections between buildings. I am working right now on a high-speed internet connection between the IT department and police department for the new camera system that they are putting in place, because we're having some issues with connectivity there. I am also working on expanding our connections to the gun range, the museum, and of course, once we get the 400 East Lincoln project off the ground, we will need to look at making connectivity between City Hall and that project. And other than that, are there any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Brunk? Commissioner Host.
Eric, I'll lump these. We got to replace those servers. You got to upgrade from Windows 10, and you got to replace the hardware. How much is that going to amount to, approximately?
Well, the Windows servers, the licensing on that's about $15,000. The Windows 10, that is a free upgrade for any machine that can make the change. At least for now. It all depends on when we roll this out. When we went to Windows 10, it was a free upgrade to a point, and then they started charging. They shut down the free upgrade portion and started charging. So I'd like to get that rolled out sooner than later so we can take care of that free upgrade. That wouldn't cost us anything. Otherwise, it's about $120 a license for a machine to license Windows 11. And then the hardware, I believe for the wireless access, we're looking at probably $50,000. I've got about 40 access points throughout the city. We may need to add a few, and they're around about $1,000 a piece. And I'm trying to remember what the other one was.
Printers.
For the PCs, if I'm doing just an upgrade of something that's currently viable and just needs a little more power behind it, it runs about $150 a machine. If I have to replace the machine, again, it's about $1,000 a machine, and we have right now about 200 endpoints throughout the city.
And then did you have a cost for your printer fleet, Eric?
The printer fleet, I believe, was $35,000. Is pretty close. And like I said, I'm hoping to be able to recoup that cost within the first 2 years once we replace the fleet with a savings on printer costs.
Okay, is that sufficient, Commissioner Host? Any questions? Commissioner Baller?
Yeah, I have a question for Eric and some comments. The question is, did you evaluate, I assume you're going to stick with on-site servers. Did you evaluate virtual machines and not having those servers in-house and just putting them in the cloud?
We have evaluated that. We are actually using what they call an on-site cloud. All of our environment is virtual, and it's easily upgraded. I don't have the overhead costs of putting it on an AWS server, and they keep changing the costs for those environments. We did have one server that was out in the cloud that they've tripled the cost for cloud services on it. So I'm actually looking to bring that back in-house just because for ease of use and management as well as cost.
Okay. My comment isn't necessarily related to Eric's presentation, but I would like us to discuss the possibility of forming a technology advisory committee. Technology is moving so fast, and AI means so many things, and I don't even want to use the term right now, but for many years we lived under Moore's law, in which computing power doubled every 18 months or so. It's now doubling every couple of weeks. It's
basically once you get a machine in-house, it's already extinct.
Yeah, but the capabilities of what we and it's not just. So I recommend this because we have the resources in this town. When the trigger for the sustainability committee was global warming or climate change in part. And that was the thing that made it necessary. I think the thing that, and we had this amazing resource, this number of people in town who specialize in that sort of thing and were eager to get involved. I think what's happening with computing power, which has only happened in the last couple of years and is accelerating unbelievably, is the trigger, and the number of people we have in this town who run technology companies, own them, run them, I think we would have the same sort of outpouring of interest, and every department in this city could benefit from that kind of input. So nothing to discuss necessarily today, but I would like to see that, and if I have to bring it up at the next meeting, I will. I'd like to see that as a discussion.
Okay, other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Runk.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
Yep. Now we move to the clerk's office.
Okay.
Ms. Bingham.
All right, good afternoon, City Commissioners. Clerk's Office for Long Range Planning. Last year I did talk about software upgrades, and one of the big ones that we were able to accomplish in the midst of 4 big elections was rolling out our software for FOIA. So now that we've tackled this and seen the efficiencies and how it's helped with streamlining all of our communications and responses and tracking better data, we're moving on to our next projects as far as evaluating meeting management software, board member management software, and then possibly some contract routing and digital signature software. I know HR is rolling out DocuSign right now for some of their things, but we're going to have to see how we can do some applications and maybe teamwork with that a little bit. So we've got one of our new pieces of software in place. It's gone very well for both the public and the staff and created more efficiencies. And then so because we have that efficiency, now we're going to allocate more time to finding more softwares that will help us be more efficient and budget for that in the future. Another update for you is we are going to update our annual fee schedule review. Typically, you've seen fee schedule updates in a December City Commission meeting, effective January 1, but to align better with our fiscal year, we're going to start doing your fee schedule in June so that it's effective July 1, so we don't have a cutoff in our fiscal year. So that's just going to be something, heads up, change of a routine that you guys are used to. And then sustainability, every department has had a little piece about this. I do want you all to be aware that printing agenda packets is one of the biggest burdens on the city clerk's printer. We kill about 8 trees a year for you all to deliver your packets to you, for those of you that get them. So at your convenience, when you are ready to be more sustainable, email the clerk's office and let us know when you're ready to go digital, like the planning board and many other city boards.
Some of us are.
Mostly, it tickled me that you wanted a paper packet for the meeting that I had this slide on.
Tickled you, huh?
It tickled. But that being said, you are the best one in terms of digital
Oh, for
packets.
God's sakes, did you have to say that?
Well, he is a shining example in this area.
An observation within that, a lot of the packets have so much data in them, they won't even load onto an iPad. We've run into that more than once, and if you want to be portable with it, as opposed to lugging around a laptop or what have you, then it just doesn't work.
I don't know. I can.
So Eric is looking at upgraded iPads and budgeting to get new iPads. So if you do need a device, we're looking at what Adobe applications that you could also use to write digital notes on top of your packets, because I know many of our paper packet lovers sticky note and write notes all over their packets.
That is-
Yes.
So we're looking for a digital way to help you do that, but we do appreciate those of you that already do.
Yeah, and the other thing is that these frequently blank out during our meetings. And so if I didn't have a paper copy, I'd be kind of stuck.
Mine's already rebooted once today.
May I recommend you look into a software called Hypothesis?
Hypothesis.
Yes, I just started using it. It's amazing.
Okay.
You can annotate web pages and PDFs.
On an iPad?
On any device. Once you annotate it, it's in the cloud, and as soon as you pull up that.
So that'll be
question
teamwork
time?
between Eric and I to figure out if the newer iPads have the capacity and with other softwares that might help you with digital note-taking on your agenda packets.
My 9th gen struggles.
Any other comments or questions?
Well, I have a couple comments or questions, as usual. When it comes to freedom of information requests and the stuff that we deal with, I made a note. Why not make public records public?
Well,
Okay, so this has to do with all sorts of things. constituents have asked me about crime reporting. We used to have newspapers that would come into the police station every day and copy down the blotter and then publish it in the newspaper. We do have some of that on our website. Not all of it, I don't think. If I want a piece of information about, I don't know, the parking system or 400 East Lincoln or any topic at all, for me as a commissioner who's paid $5 a meeting, it's a nightmare to try to find it. I have to use Google to search the Birmingham website to find a particular document using, if I didn't
That's got
save
worse.
it myself.
I have the same problem.
And we brought this up years ago. You, I'm sure, have some system where all of those documents, all the contracts, all the RFPs, all everything is consolidated in one place. We don't. The community doesn't. It becomes very difficult. Somebody will ask me, do you have this? Do you have that? Maybe I saved it. I mean, I have, in the past, I gave up with it, but, in the packet, you can, if you have a good copy, a more advanced copy of PDF of Adobe Acrobat, you can extract pages from it, rename it, save it to your own personal drive. And, I gave up doing that because it was just so tedious. And I beg you, it's like the calendar thing. It's easy.
I was wondering when you would bring it up.
I'm not going to bring it up.
Okay, any other? Commissioner Long?
If we can get the packet where it can be electronically tabbed, written on, I will go electronic, like tomorrow.
You don't need them to give you a hypothesis. I'm just letting you.
I just.
Although you would have to log into it in the browser.
Show me how to do it, and then I'll make this one.
All right, anything else? Thank you.
Thanks, Alex.
Alex, all right, we now move to the building department. For the last time, Mr. Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor Long, Commissioners, and City Manager Hector. Did I say good evening or good afternoon? I'm used to the evening meetings. All right, I'm Bruce Johnson, Building Official of the City. I'm here with John Gallick, our Building Facilities Superintendent, and Building Official Designee Jeff Silke, to talk about a facilities management initiative. And let me get this set up. There we go. So it's facilities management. What we're looking at is assessing the mechanical systems of City Hall. We're going to start by focusing just on City Hall. We're going to take a deep dive into the equipment systems, the equipment and the systems assessment of all the mechanical and electrical equipment in City Hall, analyze the energy usage and monitoring and analysis, then also an examination of the operational needs. What's the FTE needed to manage all of the systems in City Hall, like on an annual basis? And with that, we'll start with Mr. Gallick.
Thank you, Bruce. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Jana, and Mary. Before I get into this slide, I want to touch on something that came up back when Chief Brewery was presenting, and they talked about the access control within this building. So he kind of pointed on the screen where some walls were going into. So we're in the process of working with a design firm. We've already issued a PO. They've come out, they've measured, scanned the walls. So that project is actually moving forward. Their deliverables at this point will give us several design options and like a kind of cost analysis on how we move forward with that. So that's actually, the ball is rolling quite well on that. We're working with Krieger for that situation. It will, help us, as Scott said, limit general access to sensitive areas. People won't be able to come upstairs, walk right into the finance manager's office or the chief of police, things like that. Guide the flow of public. We'll still have the ADA access. They'll be able to come up and access this room. So from there, I just wanted to touch on that. It's been budgeted for in this fiscal year, so the plan is to have the build out of that, which we budgeted like $100,000. I know somebody asked earlier what the price was. The actual design, we budgeted $22,000 for, and 100 was the ballpark estimate at the time for building the actual walls. And we're looking at 4 of them. So from there, I'll move on to this slide. What we're looking for with the Building Facilities Department, historically, it's been a very reactionary department. It's a 100-year-old building that we all love, but as we know, there's some systems in here that are far outdated and break down quite often. We'd like to move this to a shift from a reactionary maintenance mode to more of a preventative and proactive model. That's a far more sustainable way to operate, and that's one of the City Commission goals. So in keeping with that sustainability goal, we're going to look at taking a full assessment of this building, which was done partially back, if some of you may remember, with the Tellurus report, where they came through, and the whole middle third of their report was walkthrough and photos of aging systems. Some of you were taken on a tour of this building. You saw some of the stuff that is degrading. We want to take that initiative now and move forward with actual ASHRAE assessments of this building. ASHRAE is the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, but they have a standard. There's a level 1, level 2, level 3, which some of you are probably familiar with. The level 1 is a very basic, kind of high-level site survey. It looks at cataloging the current equipment that we have, consists of interviews with operators, people such as myself or my assistant, and the needs and shortcomings that we see. It gives us like just some basic projections that we can use towards efficiency. From there, it moves to a level 2, which is a far closer inspection. And that is a bit of a deeper dive. It looks at each individual unit, the condition that it's in, and then they have standards for projected useful life of each of these equipments, which in some cases we're far exceeding already. Some of you may recall that from the YMCA building. We have a similar situation here, but we also have a historic building, so we're not in a position where we can vote to make a whole new building here. We're gonna try to keep this one around for another 100 years. To do that, we have to be proactive. So we look at the level 2 assessment, and from there they will look at. I know it's hard to see on some of these photographs. The upper left photograph there is the air handler C. It sits up in the attic right over there. It handles this room that we're in now. It's 70s era. It's had several catastrophic issues. I had the blower wheel completely blow apart in the motor. Trying to source the parts to replace that are very difficult just because of the age of the unit. For refrigeration, it relies on R22, better known as Freon, which is a, we'll say, limited use substance now. It's projected to be banned by 2030, I believe. It's available to purchase, but what you're buying now is reclaimed. It's very costly. The last time I bought it, it was $1,250 for a propane tank size bottle. I've heard now it's above $1,600. So if there are breakdowns or necessary, it's becoming more costly to replace. So units like that, we have to improve, replace, and to do that, we've got to forecast and come up with a plan. There's a lot of things that need to be replaced in here, and kind of going back to what Scott Zielinski was saying, you can't just replace it all at once. It has to be a planned and methodical approach. So as we look forward for our long-term planning and budgeting, this level of assessments needed so we can document it and then have a plan to work forward for each subsequent budget season. From there, the level 3 assessment kind of helps us with that. It's described as a detailed analysis over 4 intensive capital improvements. And that looks at more of energy consumption standpoint and kind of cost analyzing. If you replace these systems, you benefit at this time, vice versa. Jeff Selke's going to touch a little more on the energy analysis, so I think with there, I'll move it on to him. And
Thanks, John. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Jana, Mary. I just want to touch on the comprehensive energy analysis. When we think of analysis, we think of data, right? And on that chart, that's exactly what it is. It's a comprehensive collection of data. So moving forward, you got to start somewhere in this process. Like John said, it is an old building. It is antiquated equipment in here. How do you improve it? One way is like to get started, you got to get a baseline study where you take a year's past energy usages, compile it, then you take it a little bit step further, and then you analyze it going forward for years forward, for this point forward, monthly, look at it, see where it is, see where the efficiencies are at, where it can be improved. And then, like John said, some of the equipment's old. How do you look at maybe the cost of it, and then look at the usage of it, finding more sustainable solutions to it, find out what the rate of return is on things, and moving forward and taking this building, which is a beautiful historic building and a landmark, and moving it forward. By taking some of this data, you put it in a portfolio manager software. I know there's been a lot of talk of software today. One of the software with this manager portfolio, Energy Star has one, and you collaborate all the data. And again, going back to the chart, it's just a sample of where the data gets collected and where do you go from there. And then moving on with that, and some of the funding of this is looking at seeking out grants through Eagle and to offset some of the analysis cost, and even moving forward, even maybe potentially to offset some of the cost of the improvements moving forward at this point. And I guess with all saying all that and taking that proactive approach, where's everything at, make it more sustainable for the city and moving forward, and then potentially moving on to the other future city buildings here, the YMCA and the other, library, for example. And then from that point, I'd like to turn it over to Bruce.
All right, thanks, Jeff. So in conclusion, kind of, the goal of this initiative is to develop a proactive approach to facilities management. We're going to take a deep dive into this building, start with City Hall, get the assessments completed, so I know the equipment we have, get a replacement schedule, make sure we're getting the most energy efficient. We're making the most energy efficient decisions as we move forward. It's in the past, it's always been reactionary. The C unit that John pointed out, when it goes, it's just now we have to replace it. There's no heating or there's no cooling in here, and we're just reacting to it. We want to be able to make more sustainable decisions moving forward, and then take a look at the operations in the Building Facilities Department to make sure that the FT is adequate to manage all these systems. And once we have that done for this building, we can then apply it to other buildings. We can apply it to the library, the museum, the 400 East Lincoln building when that comes in. The model we create will be able to apply to all of the city's buildings. With that, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Host.
I just want to say how exciting this is that you're doing it like a real homeowner, which I really appreciate, versus we're not kings and queens with Taj Mahals.
Nope. Any questions?
Not a question. I just wanted to say thanks to Bruce for all that you've done over the years, because it's probably the last time we get to do it in a large setting.
Thank you,
Just in
Commissioner
case.
Haig. I will be here for the budget hearing.
Okay, all right. Is that where you kind of go? Cash. All right, well, premature thank yous then.
All right, anything else? Thank you, Building Department. We now have the library. Rebecca Kraft, welcome.
Hello, Commissioners. Jana, Mary. I would like to share an update on the addition. This is finally the last year I'm going to talk about this after 10 plus years of discussing library renovations. So I hope you all have had a chance to visit the library. The atrium has been a fantastic success. It's great to hear compliments every day from visitors. We are getting tons of use in the atrium. We just had an exam cram study week for all the high school students, and it was packed every day after school. We had an after-hours program, so it's well used. We see people playing cards, mahjong, doing tutoring, having snacks with their kids after story time, and it's just very, very well used. So that was a 2,000 square foot addition. We're happy to say the budget came in under $100,000 under budget. So we did a lot of our own grunt work, and we saved money where we could. So happy to help with that. And that was paid for with the trust and donations to the library, and then the city tax millage. Our interior space, it's so nice to have so much light. We have the information desk closer to the entrance, so we get a better sight line. We have the book drop right outside, so you only have to walk about 6 feet to get from your car to return your books in the front of the library, which has been fantastic. And then there's the elevator that brings you up from the main floor to the first level. So people before who had difficulty getting up the stairs or up our long ramp are able to get into the library much easier. And we've moved all of the quick pickup items closer to the front door, the holds, the new items, the hot picks, and the checkout desk. So it's been great. And then we have added 4 new study rooms, and if we could, we would add 30 study rooms, and we still wouldn't have enough. So those are in high demand. They're booked all the time, and they're well loved and well used. And then our plaza, my favorite part of the plaza right now is the snow melt system. So we have the sidewalk up to the front door, that's heated, and then the sidewalk from the door over to our drop box is heated. So we don't have to push our drop box bins through the snow and get stuck. So it's been really fantastic. And then the outdoor terrace has been a great addition. We always see people studying out there. Our Wi-Fi is available 24/7, so people can use the Wi-Fi at the library even when we're closed. So that's been great. And then if you haven't seen the open Nano wall, it's 13 feet tall. And it opens up the inside of the library, that door in the end, so you can walk in and out of the library. And it was exciting to open that up to our first patron, and people didn't even notice because it feels like it's been there all the time. New this year, we added a Best Bets collection. So these are 100 books that our staff have found to be really popular, good suggestions for people. So we have multiple copies of those available, and you can just go to the shelf, check out whichever ones are interested. They're all nonfiction, teen, classics, romance, any type of book. And then we added our Library of Things. This is Jen and Ethan here demonstrating our giant Connect 4 game. So it's a lawn game. We've got lawn games. We have video game consoles. We have record players. We have some tools already, so like a stud finder, I think a CO monitor, and then we have memory kits for seniors too. So those are bags that they can use. And then we added Press Reader this year, so there's over 8,000 periodicals online all over the world, and then it's access to The Economist too at no charge. So that's been very popular. Our ongoing goals are to offer high-quality materials, programs, and services. We spend about 15% of our budget on materials, and we have an extensive range of online ebooks and audiobooks that people can check out. Probably one of the best collections in the area. To provide inclusive and equitable customer service, we are doing training on dealing with people with homelessness, mental illness. We are making sure that we are making it easy to get into the building, and that our staff are friendly and service everyone. Hiring, training, and retaining high-quality personnel. We are working on developing a new website, attracting new users to the library, and then keeping our technology current and effective. So this year, the city, thank goodness, replaced the flat roof. Shout out to Bruce and John Gallick for getting that done so quickly. That was done in October. We are upgrading and expanding our security cameras. Those will be finished next week. We added 8 security cameras in other areas of the building. Our new strategic plan kicks off in March. We are Our teen scene space was displaced because of the addition, and we're hoping to have that open and running with new furniture in March. We are adding an HVAC mini split system to the Idea Lab. The Idea Lab is super popular and super warm. There's so many machines and computers in there that it's like 80 degrees in there, so we need our own climate system in there. And then our website should be coming this June. And then next year, we are going to be replacing our children's picture book shelving. It is used so much that it's not stable enough for. It is stable. Nothing's going to fall. The metal shelves are difficult to use and to reconfigure things. And unfortunately, I feel like library shelving is the biggest racket, but it's quite expensive to replace. It's about 75 feet of shelving that we have to replace at $25,000. And then we're looking at carpeting the lower level public space and painting the meeting room. We'll be expanding native plantings around the building. Staff plant all those, and we work with DPS to purchase the plants. And then we're hosting our Books and Bites fundraiser this fall again. Our last one was in 2018, and it was on hold because of COVID, so now it's finally back. Yay. And then 26, 27, we are looking at adding solar panels to the flat roof to reduce our electricity bills. Last year when we had the quote on this, the cost would be around $160,000 and 12% savings on electricity bills. We'll see how the tax credits roll out, but that's something that we're looking at, and we'll have to get updated budget numbers for that. In the picture that you see right here, we have a sample of protective glass coating. It is little dots in a grid. Can't really see it. Let me. That you can see on the corner of the window. If you go to our outdoor plaza, you can see this. These help reduce bird strikes into glass, and they are applied basically like stickers on the glass. But we would be covering the entire youth room, all those windows, and then the new addition. And the cost for that, it's a feather-friendly product, is $45,000. They have recently added this to McCormick Place in Chicago, which they lost about 5,000 birds overnight because it was on, I believe, it's on Lake Michigan, and it was bird migration season, and so they just walked into so many birds. So we're concerned about that, and that's something we're keeping an eye on. And then also for the lower level, our restroom partitions, those are the metal doors and walls between each bathroom stall. We need to replace those. And then we'd be carpeting, painting, and furnishing lower level staff offices. And then finally, for 27, 28, we're looking at installing a full building generator. We've earmarked $400,000 based on what other libraries have recently purchased generators for. If this item is not all-encompassing of the project, we would make sure that we would be able to power our HVAC system, computers, and lights for the first floor so that we could be a resilience hub for people. We opened up overnight 2 years ago to host people who were without power for extended periods of time. We were a warming center earlier this week, and we just want to make sure that we can offer that service to the community because it's a big space. We are super packed whenever there are power outages in the area. Every table, every outlet is full of people working from the library, charging all their devices and warming up. So it's important for us to be that service to the community. And we continue to be a popular destination, almost 35,000 card holders, 600,000 items were checked out. We're financially stable. We're always looking to upgrade the plant and improve our services and offerings. So I'll take any questions you have.
Any questions? Commissioner Haig.
Yeah, the generator, 400,000 on the generator. I was kind of curious about this one because if you're looking at solar panels on the roof for 160,000, generators also have an annual maintenance budget requirement as well, and we've got location of generator, noise, blah, 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 that gets talked about. What I was wondering was, if we're looking at already putting solar panels up there, could we add more solar panels but put in battery storage instead? Because Harvey Bell's house is sort of set up that way with a battery bank, and there's an awful lot of work going on newer technology. Well, not just Tesla. I mean, the whole voltage system's changed. It started with 12, 24. Now the big thing's 48-volt battery banks, and they're a lot more efficient than they used to be. So I was wondering if 400,000, there's a better way of actually doing this that would be non-polluting in noise, emissions, etc., where we could actually have sizable battery storage for a photovoltaic array that's on the roofing, and maybe get a better value out of it that way. It just sort of struck me because so personally I've just been reading up on this because I want to learn more about grid-tied and off-grid systems right now, and it looked like an opportunity for us to try and meet sustainability as well.
To look at those projects in conjunction rather than separately.
Yeah, that's a really good suggestion.
They could be tied together completely because if you can look at credits, I think there's a net effect here that meets some of the other goals.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for the suggestion.
Commissioner Long. There's also a possibility of, and I'm not sure of the requirements or what have you, but electric vehicles can power homes, buildings. And so you could almost have a twofer there where the city could buy, say, an electric F-150 that can be used.
We have two of those.
Yeah, we've got two of them.
That also.
I don't know if they've got the infrastructure built in.
I don't know if they have it yet, but it's coming.
Particular to certain vehicles,
but it's coming. But it's just another suggestion rather than buying a $400,000 generator that you could get a twofer and just food for thought. I don't know if the technology's there quite there yet, but.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking it up right now. Tesla Powerwall, for instance, it says the first hit was fully installed residential was like 16,800 for a single Powerwall. So for 400,000, we can stick in many kilowatts of battery storage.
You can also sell it back again too if you don't.
Yeah, the grid ties.
Any comments over here? I've been in the new space several times. Love the atrium. Love the new central area. Love the new Friends sale area and the furnishings. It's lighter. It's brighter. It's wonderful. So
thank you.
Great job.
Yeah, it is great.
Great.
Commissioner Host.
I'm just dying to say thank you, Rebecca, and to Doug, Rebecca's predecessor, for doing $8.5 million in the last 10 years, and everybody's happy.
Yep, and we're the happiest because we don't have any more construction. So, yeah, glad it's over. It's been a long time coming and a big accomplishment. So, all
right.
When is Books and Bites coming back?
In the fall, October,
Awesome.
November. We'll have a
Awesome.
date in a couple weeks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Keep us informed.
I have a comment. Comment question. I listened to you describe a community center. You may know that Commissioner Long and I sit on a committee, and we all are dealing with 400 East Lincoln, which is still in the visioning process. And I would like to invite Rebecca to contribute her thoughts, because more than any of us, she has her finger on the pulse of, I think, more than any of us, she has her finger on the pulse of this community. Now, from an intellectual brain point of view, but she sees children, elementary school children, high school kids, middle school kids, all day long. And I think as we continue to develop our vision for the community center, she might be able to talk to us a little bit and tell us what she perceives. And is that something you think you might be willing to do?
Sure, I would be happy to. I've talked to Chris a lot about things too. She's come to me, with phasing and options and what to do and how do you not pull out your hair during the middle of something like this, So it's a long process and you have to be really careful about things.
Yes.
Well, I think she already said one thing, that, how many study rooms do you have?
7.
7, and I think she said she could build 30 more and they would always be full, so. Ding, 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 ding.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Rebecca. All right, now we move from the library to the museum. We have...
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Although I am here virtually, I want to say thank you to all of you and my colleagues for, even though we're running over, I think all of the discussions are very pertinent, and I appreciate all of your comments and questions. For my presentation, I do want to summarize it in the interest of time. So the main priorities for the museum this year will include implementing our landscape master plan, which has 2 phases. The first phase, well, the phase that we're trying to complete is phase 3, which has a couple of key components, which are sustainability objectives and utilizing federal funding to help us do the construction on those projects. Next slide, please. The objectives of that phase 3 project are to provide ADA compliant access to the pond area, to implement sustainable design practices and landscape plantings, to utilize technology to reduce the physical impact on the site, and to collaborate to explore grant funding for some of the components. We also do work with private donors on accomplishing some of the objectives, and we plan to continue to do that. Next slide, please, Eric. So this is a view of the phase 3 that we are working to implement this year. Next slide, please. There's a phase 4 that continues the work of phase 3 by adding additional pathways and access to the Rouge overlook to take full opportunity to make our entire site accessible. And that's some of the most beautiful area on our site. Next slide, please. And the other main initiative we have this year is regards the America's 250th anniversary. There are a number of initiatives coming out of the federal government, supported by the federal government, and also by the American Association for State and Local History. And the main concept here is to celebrate America's history, not just since the Revolutionary War period, or I'm sorry, not just of the Revolutionary War period, but really since the Revolutionary War period, which opens up a lot of opportunities here for us to talk about our local history. But in particular, we want to work with other departments to integrate our celebrations. So the celebration for 2026 is going to take a lot of planning in 2025. So that is on our radar at a very high priority level. And some of the ideas we've already kind of been floating around might include special tours, special events for the tourism component, doing presentations and videos, and possibly some publication opportunities. Next slide, please. And so, as I mentioned, we have a lot of opportunities. There's a lot of various themes in our local history that relate to America's history. You know about the Underground Railroad work we've been doing, but there's much, much more. So we'll be exploring all of that and finding ways to integrate that within the city. And next slide. So at this point, can I answer any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Pilak? No. I have one question. When you said to utilize federal funding, is that something that you're going to be seeking or something that you have already applied for and think you have in hand?
Are you talking about for the 2026 celebration?
No, for the landscape master plan.
For the implementation of our landscape master plan.
Landscape master plan, sorry.
Yes, we do have CDBG federal funding already programmed for this project, which will take some of the pressure off the cost for both phase 3 and phase 4.
All right, thank you. Anything else? Commissioner Bowman.
Question for the city manager. This is the first time, I'm glad to hear that someone's working on a celebration, or is there anybody else in the city coordinating this? Is it
Yes,
is
there
the
are-
BSD? What's going on?
We don't have a formalized plan yet, but we've had several discussions with multiple different departments, yes, to work together on this, and we thought that the museum would be the perfect one to lead that.
From a historical perspective? Mm-hmm. Okay. Just off the top of my head, it's an opportunity to bring the community together on a variety of different things. Okay? It's sort of an excuse for bringing the community together on many things, including maybe the community center or a new police station or all the other things that we talk about and want to galvanize community support.
All right, thank you. Now we move to Christina Woods and Human Resources.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor and Commission. I am Christina Woods, the manager for the HR department, and I'm excited to share a little bit about our vision and our focus as it relates to HR. So the purpose of the HR department is obviously recruiting, onboarding, offboarding, compliance with federal and state regulations. We also provide support for the different departments. If, we're having performance, we're willing to step in and help assist with any guidance or tools, employee relations, and benefit administration, all with the core goal of supporting the staff to effectuate quality services within the city of Birmingham. So our current status, full-time, we have 204 full-time employees, part-time 115 part-time employees. And seasonal, we hire a variety of seasonal throughout, as need is there. We have many different employee groups, and we group them because of each group has similar benefits or policy or organization. So for our non-organized personnel, we have our department heads, our administrative staff, library, and part-time and seasonal. And then the other groups in the city would be involved in the union. So we have the patrol and command Officer Association. We have the Birmingham Firefighters Association, Teamsters, and AFSCME. Currently, this year, we will be doing negotiations with BPOA and BCOA, that's the Command and Patrol unions. The year following will be the Fire and AFSCME unions, and after that will be Teamsters. So it's nice that we have them all on a 3-year rotation. And they're not all at once, because that would be a lot. So as I stand here, to discuss a little bit about our vision with the HR department, we realize that currently we don't have a whole lot of openings. So our focus has shifted from recruitment to retention. And we do this because the loss of a skilled employee who has been here for 5-7 years is a lot greater. We lose a lot more value when that person goes to another position than it would be, than it even is to just, do the onboarding process. So when we do see people leave, we are experiencing more of a value loss. Currently, a lot of our immediate succession needs have been addressed, most notably the finance director position that is, in motion, as well as the building official. So we are focusing on retention. If we look at our employee makeup, we have a lot of people in the pension system, and that kept people here, 15, 20 years. Everybody, all new employees are on the 401, so defined contribution system, which those have vestings of 5 or 7 years. So what we want to do is make sure that we are retaining people past that 5 and 7 year mark, so that we're able to capitalize on the improvement that they do in their job, the mastery that they do in their position, so that we're able to retain that skill set longer. So what does retention look like? And I like to think of it in 3 big chunks. We have role and compensation, so that is where we're looking at the compensation package, and the role expectations. So I know probably everybody has been in a position where they know of positions that, two people have this position, but maybe it could be one, or alternately, maybe, we're putting too much on this one position and really it should be split up. I know there's been a lot of talk about like the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. This, I think, would be our main base. So we can do a lot with like benefits and culture, but really the main core that's going to be keeping employees here is that role and compensation. Are they able to do their job? Is it possible? Like, are we being unrealistic about what we're asking this employee to do? And is the compensation matching to what we're asking them? So this is our like base that we're kind of stemming everything off of. After that, we look at employee support. So what can we do to help develop skills so that we're increasing our value of this employee and fostering personal growth. So we're wanting to make sure that the person coming to work has the tools that they need and the skills that they need to do the role, and they're not, all worried about things maybe going on in their personal life. So we want to treat them and give them as much education and skills as we can to help us both in the workplace and also in their personal lives.
Do we want to advance the slide to?
I'm still talking about this slide.
Okay.
And then employee engagement. So we're building pride and strengthening commitment to the organization. This will help bring commitment to us. There's a reason why, culture is very important in business, because when you get people who want to work for you, it makes everything else that comes after much easier. Okay, so in role and compensation, we're talking about compensation equity. So is the pay in line with current market rates? We're looking at addressing needs, position needs. So reviewing job descriptions to make sure that, we're actually setting that position up for success. Knowledge and skill retention. So thinking about ways that we can prolong our workforce to stay here past that vesting period so that we're building on that tenure. And then also when it's makes sense, thinking outside the box and maybe offering some post-retirement leadership opportunities where we invite people who have the knowledge and skill set come back to advise or like help out with, the new employees who are coming through. And then also looking at non-traditional benefits. So what can we do that is either low cost, no cost, or policy to help make the work-life balance better for employees, to help smooth out any road bumps that they may be encountering. Okay. Also with retention, we're talking about employee support. So professional education and training. So different workshops that are not only work-based, but also, can we present things that are, teaching them about financial literacy and like what their retirement is going to look like, and those things to help really support the employee as a whole. So currently for promoting personal well-being, we have our employee, we have Aetna who comes in, and they're an available resource for all employees to assist with, if there's things going on at home. It's a resource that we give to employees to help, ease anything that might be going on. We also regularly been having Mission Square, which is our retirement coordinator, come in to talk about and take a look at individuals and say, like, how are you looking financially for your retirement, and what do we need to do to make sure that you're able to get to that point, without any worries. We're also looking at equality through policy. So making sure that our policies are not disproportionately affecting groups of employees, and really keeping that fair and equitable standard, because that really means a lot for employees. I'm sure everybody's been in a position where they see policies acted on differently towards different people, and it really takes a hit to your morale. And so we're making sure that we are doing our best and showing up best for our employees by being fair and equitable in how we're effectuating our policy. We also, this coming year, will be looking at supporting new employees for success by having a mentorship program so we can really help minimize the time that it takes from an employee when they start to when they're really getting the groove of their position. If we can pair them up with somebody who can help, maybe it's not even in their department, but can help them navigate the culture and the workflow, it'll really speed up the time it takes to get somebody really functioning in their position. And then also increasing communication. We've done a lot of surveys and just having informal conversations with employees to see like what is what we're trying to do, is it actually resonating? Is this actually something that is being a productive change, or what is it that we can do so that we are supporting you? And obviously that is the goal. And then retention, we're also talking employee engagement, also sometimes called culture. What we're really thinking about is pride. We want our employees to have pride for where they're working and be proud to be a City of Birmingham employee. So we, this past year, created our Employee Engagement Committee, which has been a huge success. It's a group of volunteers from all different departments, and they've done a few different activities, such as the employee picnic, take your kid to work day. We're talking about having branded wear that people can purchase, and just really connecting and having employees involved in that process so that we're making sure that we are actually doing things that they are finding beneficial. We want to increase celebrating achievements. And this does one of two things. It makes the employee feel really good, and it also shows that as our organization, these are the types of things that we promote, that we recognize and celebrate. So doing things that we can do to like just show like the whole organization, like when somebody has accomplished something, so that we can all celebrate in everybody's achievements. Encouraging positive team dynamics. So the thing that stands out most for me with this respect is every Halloween we do a contest amongst our departments where we everybody decorates their department, and at first glance it's like, well, why would you do that? But it brings so much fun. It brings so much team building. The departments are talking to each other. The effect of something as simple as that is way more, it's unquantifiable, because like I think of the saying, I think it's Maya Angelou, people will forget what you said, but they'll remember how you made them feel. So that feeling, that joy is something that we want to encourage and promote within our organization. And that's kind of tying into the promoting fun. I think that nobody wants to be miserable, so whatever we can do to help promote that fun atmosphere, it breeds creativity, it breeds trust. Those are really important things that we are specifically trying to address. And that was all I had. I mean, the HR department, we are very flexible, because as regulations change, as the job market changes, the attitudes change, we just remain flexible and adjust to it by constantly evaluating, what is working, what isn't, what are people asking for, all with the goal of really supporting our employees to do the best work that they can in this city. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions, comments? Commissioner Ballard.
Thank you. As I listened to you, I was most attentive when you gave examples of the concepts. The concepts are all great, but the examples really resonated with me. And maybe next year I'd like more of that. And to the extent that any of it is quantifiable, for example, you talk about retention. I wonder there are rates of retention or rates of turnover that it would be nice to know, because I know that there was a time when we had a problem there, and so it's nice to know that you're working on it and succeeding, and the more you can tell us, the better. I would like to ask you one question, and you may not have the answer right now, What can we do as a commission or a city to encourage employees to live here?
I don't know if I have a great answer for that. I know it's a very personal choice for each employee, and so that means something differently for a lot of employees. It could be financial, it could just be, they have, family ties to where they're currently living. So I don't know if there is an overarching answer for that. It would really be dependent on the person.
Well, let me throw out the notion that you hit when you said it may be financial, that probably has a lot to do with it. Our housing is expensive, and even though we pay our people well, we just don't pay them enough. That being said, there are communities all over the place that figure out ways to encourage their workforce, possibly through financial incentives, to live in town. It may not be the entire workforce that we're targeting. Maybe we're targeting department heads or managers or whatever. But I sure would like to hear some ideas. Not that we're necessarily going to go ahead with them, but boy, I think it's important because almost every day I see examples. I see things that suggest to me that it's important that our staff, some of our staff at least, live here.
Ms. Secker.
I just wanted to say that, to your point, financial is the number one factor. There's no doubt about it. If you look at our organization and you go from the top down through the ranks, the lower you go, the further out people live. I mean, just the price in this area in general is a lot higher. So you do see a lot more management folks living in a close proximity, very few in the community, and then the lower down you go. Like we've got people driving hour and a half to come to work every day.
And if there is, and one more thing, sorry. If there isn't a way to get them to live here, what are some strategies we could use to mitigate the effects of them not living here? I wonder how many of your employees, our employees, have walked the Rouge Trail, for example, or taken their kids to Booth Park, or any number of things, gone to a Wednesday night concert in the park, driven up and down the streets in any neighborhood. And maybe some of those, some staff time ought to be devoted to just doing the kinds of things that people who live here do every day.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that because in our department head staff meetings that we have every week, we rotate amongst the different areas. So one day we'll go to the museum and we'll check out the museum and see what they have over there. We literally did a staff meeting one week on the Booth Park Trail, and we walked along the river and we went through there, and we had Carrie Laird leading it at that time, tell us all about what you're seeing. So we do try to build that in. It's a great idea, and it is something. And of course, the planning geeks like me, we can't help ourselves. We just walk alleys and places and streets and check out these things. But I would say, too, Christina in particular, I'll mention the fire department open house, right? I went there. My spouse and I went there, and we hung out for a while just to see what was going on. And I can't tell you how many employees and their children that I saw during that time just coming to check it out. So we do try to promote that.
Anything else?
Oh, I was just going to ask if there are other communities that have implemented that to some extent as a model. I recognize Birmingham is unique, but is that a condition anywhere else? I mean, I was trying to think how ridiculous that, your employer would require that you live in the community. But then I was thinking about there are certain jobs where you are forced to relocate for any number of reasons, right? So I just didn't know if there was any example of another municipality that had. There are some. There used to be more. They're getting fewer and far between. Now they're really just falling off because you don't see it as much as people have. Well, from one, remote work has changed things too, obviously.
Right. And there were some lawsuits against cities that did require it.
Yeah.
So.
But I agree also that culture is exceedingly important. I focus on this a lot in my business, and so I think I think you're on the right track with creating a culture that makes it sort of foolproof. The people don't even realize they're coming to work, or they don't think twice about it. So we give out. I might have mentioned this last year, but we keep a roll of gold star stickers around. It's the silliest thing. They're like $5.99 on Amazon. And you'd be surprised, like, how when you offer someone a gold star when they do something good, they just are just so pleased. So
It's fun.
won't affect your budget very much.
Right. But your number of separations for the looking at full-time, for the number of employees, knowing that some of those were planned retirements is not high, so.
Yeah, I don't, like I said, I think that's why we're stepping away from being focused on recruiting, because we aren't seeing a lot of turnover. I know that we're going to have a lot of retirements coming up as people in the pension system age out. But right now, we have a lot of applications for each position that we post. We don't, our turnaround is pretty good at getting people in. So it's just keeping the good ones. The other part is performance management, which the departments are all doing a great job doing with their employees. So.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The last but not the least, the manager's office.
Okay, I think I'm first. Hi, everybody.
Yep.
I'm Mary Ann Gamboa. I'm the communications director, for those of you who don't know me. And I've been asked today to give you just a brief overview of communications with the city. And then I will talk briefly about some new things that we're doing and what's coming soon. So the communications team is a part of the manager's office. And our focus is to deliver timely, relevant information, not just to Birmingham residents, but also to people who come into town to dine, to visit our parks, and attend special events. We do have a lot of information coming in from about 12 different departments in the city. So we're each day, that's what I love best about the job. You're getting information about a variety of topics. You're taking a look at timing to get the information out. And then, of course, we have a lot of different platforms, too. So determining what the best platform is to disseminate that information. Next slide, please. So this is just an overview. If you want to see everything, you can go to bhamgov.org/communications. But we have a list here of some of our print publications and also our electronic. So for the sake of time, we won't go through each of these today. But most of these are hyperlinked. So I encourage you to come back to the presentation later to click through these. If you see something you're not familiar with, you can certainly come back to it. And take a look. But as you can see, we have quite a bit of communications for the city. I would like to touch briefly on just a few of those communications that are perhaps the most important. Our constant contact e-blast system, this is what we use to send the city newsletter and alerts. So the city newsletter and alerts group will have the information about snow emergencies, road closures. So if you're not signed up for that, I encourage you to do so, and you can do that by going to bhamgov.org/enews. And our GovPilot system, this is what citizens use to submit concerns and requests to the city. You can do that by downloading the GovAlert mobile app on your phone. Or if you don't like apps, you can submit your concern on our website at bhamgov.org/citizen requests. It's pretty user-friendly. You can upload an image, you can ping your location, and we encourage citizens to go ahead and do that. And then our agenda e-notify, I want to be sure all of you know if you want to receive a text and or an email when agendas are posted, you can sign up for that at bhamgov.org/e-notify. And next slide. So new and coming soon. Many of you hopefully have seen our fairly new city guide. This is included in all of our new resident welcome packets, and we have it out at city counters. It has everything from refuse collection information, historical information about the downtown, a map. It's a really nice publication that came out recently. And another new feature that we're doing is calling out specific articles in our Around Town e-newsletter. And there's a screenshot of it there on the PowerPoint that shows you that we're actually taking some key articles. We have an image to go with it and a link directly to the articles. This was a recommendation from a resident who reached out to me. And we love that when residents reach out and have ideas for how we can better communicate. So we took her advice, and we've been doing that the last couple months. And we are seeing an increase in our click-through rate already significantly. So we're very pleased with that, and that's something new that we're doing. Coming soon this year, we'll have our Parks Guide out that'll have images and amenities and a map for all of our city parks. We are also looking at adding text messaging to that constant contact system that I mentioned. So instead of just getting an email, citizens will now have the option to get a text message when we send out information. And then Eric talked about this earlier, but we are researching adding the AI chatbot to our website. So we're testing that right now. That'll be coming soon. And Commissioner Haig, I was listening earlier in the meeting when you talked about marketing infrastructure improvements and achievements. So we'll certainly take a look at that as well.
Right.
That's all for me. Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions? Commissioner Butler.
How many subscribers do we have, Mary Ann, to the various channels, but mainly the Constant Contact?
So for the city newsletter and alerts group, we have about 7,500 subscribers.
And do you have any estimate of how many, if we had 100% participation, what that number might be? Any clue? Like maybe 2 per household?
As far as our open rates and our click-through rates?
No. If our goal was to get everybody who lives in this town to subscribe, what would number would be our population, right?
Well, we have,
Population is kids.
we have approximately 7,900
Households.
Right.
So times 2
Do we-
or 1.5.
Yeah. Is there any sense, do we collect any other data other than the email address to determine, what percentage penetration we have on that?
One of the things that we do look at when we send out publications are our open rate and our click-through rate. So, and we also look at industry averages. So we are significantly ahead of the industry average. So we do look at the numbers when we send out our communications in that regard. We have a 70% open rate compared to, and a 14% click-through rate. So when we look at the industry averages, those are both well above what you would typically see in our industry.
We have emergency systems, right? If there's and how are those? I mean, do we have 100% penetration on that sort of thing? I'm just wondering if we can confidently say wouldn't it be nice if we could confidently say we can send out an email to every household in Birmingham in the same way that we could print something and mail it, and in that case we would know it would hit. Is there any? Is that a pipe dream?
Well,
there is a system that, oh, sorry, Jana.
No, go ahead.
It's really better for police to speak on it, but there is a system that the police department can coordinate with Oakland County during an emergency situation, and they can actually ping every cell phone in the city. So if there was a true emergency, whether you're signed up for Nixle or not, they are able to ping everybody in the city.
Kind of like the Amber Alert thing.
Right.
Right.
But we can't just, take that data and we're going to use it to send out.
Right. In terms of
Beat you
email
won't, brother,
addresses,
to beat.
we do our best to collect email addresses. Of course, those change as people move and new people come in and what have you. But we do pull our email addresses from all different sources to get as compiled as well as we can.
Get as much coverage as we can. Yeah, great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mary Ann.
Oh, I had another question. I'm sorry. I know you want to go home, but official communications. I've heard some concern. We have legal notice requirements. Did they go through Mary Ann? or should they?
Legal notice requirements, yes, are generally coordinated between Mary and Mary Ann and myself. So for instance, when we had, let's see, the water notices, we will generally, yes, we will powwow, and it'll go through all of the different review processes.
Okay. So I'm guessing we are improving in that regard.
We
I
are.
recall some concerns about the planning department and notificate signs that went up, things of that nature.
We don't have an internal review of every postcard notice that goes out for every single meeting, where it's a very basic information, final site plan review of 300 South Old.
But if it's a form where it's fill in the blanks, maybe she should review the form and say, maybe you could tweak it here and there within the same amount of space to make it more clear and more useful to the recipient.
And ask Mary Ann about her recent project.
You ask her about it. What
Mary Ann,
about you?
tell Commissioner Baller about your most recent work with the Treasury form.
Oh, gosh. I'm not sure we have time to go through that. It was a very old form, and basically whoever created the Word document, nobody could find it. So we had to convert, basically what they had done is converted the PDF to Word, and it introduced all sorts of formatting errors and skewed the logo and skewed charts, and it was quite the project, but it does look much nicer now, thankfully.
To your point, what happens is we have all these forms, and we do try to funnel them through Mary Ann. We call her, she does the style guide for the city with the city colors and city fonts and this kind of thing. So we do try to file as much through there as possible, because over the years, you can imagine, every department has had all these old forms, and it was one that tried to get into the commission packet for this week, and I said, what is this form? Oh, this is not going to work. When was the last time this was updated? Nobody even knew. It was so, it didn't even have, I don't even think it asked for your email address, did it?
Wow.
And it had the old logo, anyway. So yes, we do try to do that. She's our guru for proofreading and for looks and design.
Gurus are good. All right, thank you, Marianne. And now we're moving to Melissa Fairbairn for city-sponsored events.
Yeah, so we'll review the topic of city-sponsored events. The last time we spoke about it was June of 2024, and at that time we were kind of out of sync with the budget cycle. We were just about to jump into a new approved budget, but here we are, looking forward to getting this coming year's balanced budget together. So it's a good time to talk about it again. To start with, we have our city-sponsored events. They are funded by the general fund. We also have some sponsorship opportunities. And one way that we might be able to increase some sponsorship this year is that new portal that DPS and Parks worked on, where you can sponsor a bench. It might be an easier way to get the word out that we're looking for, like, headline sponsors for the parade or for the concerts. But we have the Celebrate Birmingham Parade and the Party in Shane Park following it. That is in May. The Department of Public Services Open House, also in May. The Fire Department Open House, which happens in October. And then the In the Park Summer Concert Series. And those are 11 concerts on Wednesday evenings. And they are, pulled off by our Parks and Recreation staff on a pretty low budget, but gather a lot of community gathering. So we get a great turnout, and it is kind of a cherished event here in the city. In a typical year, there are 11 concerts, but we'll get to that next. So this has been a multi-step ramping up. Last year, as part of the budget, Connie Folk was able to assume a new role in DPS with the ice arena, but then also the maintenance of the DPS facilities. And in doing so, that allowed us to keep Connie and her wealth of knowledge and her amazing ability to plan events, and also add a new person who can also contribute to these events. So that gives a little more capacity for planning and staging these community events that are sponsored by our general fund. So coming up soon, Connie is planning an Easter egg hunt in Kenyon Park, this kind of developed out of that conversation in June when we talked about one of the ways we can expand things is to get into the parks and get some things that were attractive to children and families and get people to come into, spend time with the community. She is also looking at a Halloween pumpkin patch in Shane Park. I know in the past there was one of the nonprofits sponsored a Halloween parade. It might not be quite that, but getting back into a put on your children's costumes and have a good time here in downtown Birmingham event. And most excitingly, for this coming summer season, we're not going to have 11 concerts in Shane Park, we're going to have 12. And that is all based on the work that Connie and Tricia, the other Parks and Rec staff person, did to secure the U.S. Army Jazz Band, the Jazz Ambassadors, to come here on June 29th, which is a Sunday night, not a Wednesday night. But that is at no cost to the city, aside from the staffing of the event. So we're very excited, and we'll make sure that that is well communicated to the community so that they can return and enjoy it. My understanding is they were here about 10 years ago, and it was like a really big hit. So she's super excited. And that was a great way to expand our events at very, very little cost to the city. And finally, our last new thing this year, again, taking the feedback that we wanted to, turn up the excitement a little bit. They are planning a 3-stage multi-act show for the final In the Park concert this summer. So that last Wednesday night will be a little bit of a bigger event than typically, but again, still geared toward bringing our local residents together and enjoying themselves on a weeknight. So we could still expand it, and that's where we might be interested in some feedback from the commission to see where your thoughts are. Because again, these are general fund dollars, so that pot of money is this big, and if we want to carve out more here, we might need to carve out less there. So, one way we can add to the In the Park concert budget, adding some money or doubling it would get you bands that would draw a bigger crowd. It would also probably necessitate need for more police assistance, which also has a cost to the city. The other option, if you wanted a very large-scale event, is to work with like an event planner or promoter to run an additional event or events. I spoke with one this fall, and she was very enthusiastic about an idea of an event in the city. What came of the conversation is that to do something, they would need at least 9 months of planning to really get like the vision of the event down, and then also work out the details. And in that situation, the planner or promoter would be responsible for the event application, securing vendors, liability, and sponsorships, which means the city, if we were to do this, would be kind of turning over the reins, which has good sides and bad sides. The good side is it's less work on staff who are already working on multiple projects at a time. The downside is we lose that control, the quality control, the even like the vibe control.
The flavor,
yep. Now, for a promoter to want to do this with us, the city would be asked to waive any fees for police, fire, road closures, all those fees that we typically charge event sponsors. And that is something we could do, but we have some very long-term, multiple-decade relationships with event sponsors, the BSD, the Chamber, with the Village Fair, and we have asked them
we have forced them, they've had to pay those fees for all of those events over the years. And, I guess that would become a decision, like, would we want to do this with the promoter and waive those fees? Would we then choose to waive those fees for the BSD, for the chamber, knowing that, I talked to Erica Bassett about this. For instance, the Dream Cruise was around $40,000 of city fees. And the BSD paid it, and they made it up. But it's a decision to make. And, the direction that the city wants to go in. I didn't put a slide that said questions, but if you have questions about this or you want to discuss.
I think there's a difference between what the BSD does, which is obviously has a focus to draw people in for shopping and dining, and some of the things that the city does, which are more homegrown and resident-based. And I know, the hometown parade and some of the concerts are always very well attended, but they're also very hyper-local, and I think that's one of the things that people cherish about them. So I think this is worthy of additional conversation about maintaining what we have that people are very comfortable and very protective of, and other great new stuff. So great job. Any questions?
Comment.
Comment.
First of all, you made an assertion which I disagree with, that if we spent money on this, we would have to not spend money somewhere else. That's not the case, I don't think. We have the money in our fund, general fund, to afford to double what we spend on in the park concerts, if that's what we decide. We're not going to make any decisions tonight, but I'm really glad to see that we are expanding in the park concerts and that we're going to do those other events. It's precisely the kind of stuff we want to see. And I, for one, want to see more. So, let's bring it on. And in terms of money, I'm surprised that that's all we spend in the park concerts. That's a bargain, and if we can, we could easily double that and not even notice it.
And not only does Connie do a great job and not spend very much, she has local groups lined up who want to perform. She has more people who want to perform than she has room for.
And so we could go on. We've talked about closing streets and having sort of a street party maybe on Merrill Street or Pierce for one block or even half a block. And that's something that, you hire a band, you close the street, you get the restaurants to, they're already doing their outdoor cafes. And there's so many things that this city has done in the past that that worked, that were very successful, and people love that. For whatever reason, we stopped doing them. And we used to have a jazz series. I think the Community House did that. Ford had the Beach Boys in Shane Park and a fundraiser on the top of the Chester Street parking structure one year. We had the women who run Tender ran this great fashion show thing for several years that was hugely popular. And I don't know if you even remember that stuff.
Yep, that was Beaumont Hospital and the Chamber.
So as much as we can do to foster that stuff, and when we do get something great like that, let's try to make sure we keep it and don't lose it, because it's so hard to get it going again.
Well, in philanthropy, events have kind of a natural life cycle, so it's not unusual. It's not something comes up. You spend a couple years growing it, you maintain it, you change it, interest dies off, and they just have a natural life cycle, and then you replace it with something else. So it's a normal thing. in that world. You had
No, I
comments?
just had a quick comment. I went to a fundraiser for COTS, which is down in Detroit, but it's like their Soup City event. And, they had all these restaurants, different vendors make different soups. And, that would be a great way to engage the restaurants, do something in the fall when it's a little chilly out. It was a really simple thing. They had ice cream soups, and I just think it'd be a great opportunity for the restaurants to get involved in an event. So there's not competition with bringing in food truck vendors and things like that. And I grabbed the card of the restaurant that made cheeseburger soup that was so good. So you never know.
Yep. And I think the BSD started the hamburger competition as sort of a soft, early version of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Really briefly, in talking to some of the restaurant owners, specifically on Merrill, when I loved when we had the lights strung across Merrill, across the building. I thought that was very cool. I don't know why that stopped, but if you had that, maybe a couple other streets like that, and you close them down for 3-4 hours, in the summer or what have you, and allow restaurants to spill out, allow people to gather. Lots of cities do it, and I think that it is overdue here.
I think we'll watch that for the social district part, though. We had issues with that.
We had several discussions about social
Yeah,
districts.
Sure.
I couldn't find sponsors. Commissioner Haig.
So I'm kind of with Commissioner Balla for 28,000. If we bump the budget up, I got no problem with that either. I think it's good value for money. As far as an event organizer, I'd like to see more ROI for city businesses in the city, other than us just kind of going, here, we're going to do this, because we need to be able to see where it generates value for businesses, for the city, whatever it may be. It's not just for the residents of Birmingham at that point. It's a much bigger event.
That's the
BSD, and they do some of that.
Exactly my point.
Yeah.
That's why I'd like to see more of an ROI
on the stuff we do.
Yeah,
it should be more,
We're looking for.
Can you go back to the previous slide, please, Melissa?
This one?
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm looking at the last bullet point. You're looking at a different bullet point.
City does not waive the fee for BSD.
Yes, for the 9 months of planning, for the event planner that Melissa was talking about. That's what I was saying. For something like that, I would like to see the ROI opportunity for city and city businesses to show that it's more than just we are the facilitator of something, but what did it then cost us?
Right. No,
That's what I'm getting at. And then with that point about the fees for any event, for the long-standing partnerships we've got, again, a lack of knowledge question here. I would be curious to see what the actual fees are compared to the standard fixed costs that we have for the services that are provided anyway, and that's that the fees are truly just the incremental cost. Because for long-standing partners like BSD and some of the other community organizations, we've been doing this for many years with them, and we want to continue to encourage that. But it's literally, at that point, for us, as a city, we cover the costs. But that's all it is. I'm sure we're probably fairly close anyway. Again, it's a lack of in-depth knowledge of what the fees really go to versus...
The point was we don't cover the costs. We charge the Chamber of Commerce for the fair.
Because it's going to cost extra police,
yes, it does,
fire,
and that's why I'm saying over the existing fixed costs that we would have to provide services on that day.
Yes,
what's the
we charge for the
incremental?
extra.
Yes, that's what I mean over fixed cost, because the fixed cost is there anyway.
We have a record of it. Where Alex has stepped out, but Alex maintains all of that. There's a whole list for every single special event or every use of public property. There's a charge, department by department.
Yes, there is a charge, but my curiosity question was the difference between what our standard fixed cost for having the fire departments around on Saturday, or the police have certain staffing level on Saturday versus the additional. It's that incremental. That's my curiosity question.
Well, that's what we charge them for. We charge them for the
if they were,
incremental.
yes, I know we charge them. Never mind.
Yeah, so we're not making a profit. It's just
right.
And they don't get that final total until after the event, until after all the actual numbers.
Right. So we give them an estimate.
How
many hours of police overtime.
All right. I'd like to make another point about the promoter. We think in terms of non-ticketed events, but there are many good ideas for ticketed events that the promoter could be invited, we would discuss the variety of ticketed events that they could promote. Through the ticket price, they could cover all these costs and make a profit, because they're in business after all. We would provide them with, we want you to come, we want you to do this. The dinner en blanc is an example of a very popular thing that could be promoted here. All we would have to do is give them a venue and do whatever we need to do, and they would ticket it and pay for everything.
Or lease them a venue.
Right. Yeah, sure. Whatever.
So.
But there are a lot of possibilities, and I think we ought to continue to look into them.
Melissa, you're also going to cover 24-25 grants.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so in total so far in the past 6 months, this is just a look back of what we have been awarded since the last time we checked in, which was in July. We have gathered a total of $1,439,720 of grants that is spread between the BSD, DPS, engineering, fire department, museum, and the police department. And I would say our grants, it's very fluid, because as you'll see in the chart, for DPS and parks, they were awarded that $400,000 for Booth Park this year, or this, in this fiscal year, but we're likely to not be able to spend it until fiscal year 26. So it was awarded in this year, but we probably won't see that spend until 26. Even bigger, engineering was awarded $900,000, but it's not going to be spent until fiscal year 29, and that, I believe, is Adams Road repaving that grant is for. And then some other ones that we were able to receive, $92,000 paid over 3 years. That's for firefighter turnout gear. They try to keep a cycle of continually, phasing some of their turnout gear out, getting new gear in to make sure that they're always protected in case of a fire. They also got an emergency management grant. The Friends of the Museum were applied for a grant to give to the museum, and that is to print updated traveling exhibit panes. So I guess it was probably in 2024. They had the traveling panes for the Underground Railroad exhibit. They have new information, and they're going to update it with that $1,800. And then the police department is always great at getting grants from Oakland County to help with their traffic enforcement overtime. So as Chief Gruey said earlier, we have a lot of traffic enforcement overtime, and the grants do help to mitigate that. And then these are grants that we applied for, and we do have some others that we applied for and we heard negatively on. But these, the departments feel strongly that they have a very good, they're very much in the running for these grants. There's DPS and parks. It's the CHIPS grant, and that would be for invasive plant removal. That one's gone so far where the county's already reached out to staff to schedule trainings. So it's pretty much in the bag, but not enough so to put on the other chart. Same with engineering, the $2 million. They were feeling very confident that they would get the $2 million from the TAP grant to add bike lanes to South Eaton. The grant did move from being under the purview of the county to SEMCOG, so hopefully they're still in as good of a position. Also, fire applied for almost $400,000 for SCBA equipment. Those are the face masks and the breathing tanks and all that apparatus. And also, planning, they feel pretty strongly that they will hopefully be receiving $150,000 for updated bus shelters. And that one would require a 20% match, but that is where we're at. And when I said it was fluid, even after I made the PowerPoint, DPS informed me that they had applied for a community forestry grant from the state, and also that they were awarded an OCPR grant for $25,000 for Booth Park plans. So it's always in flux, it's always in motion, and we will continue to research opportunities for all of our projects.
Any questions? Commissioner Ballard.
Would you say we're pretty aggressive in seeking grants?
I would say we're pretty aggressive in certain areas in seeking grants. For instance, the engineering department, they are very aggressive about going for the big ticket grants, right? But there's plenty of grants out there, $500, $300, $1,000, you know, we don't really go for those. We try to go for the targeted ones. And the one thing I'll say in particular is on the Green Committee, the Sustainability Committee, now that we're up and running and we have a plan, that will allow us to qualify for many different grants. There's quite a lot of grant money out there for sustainability and energy analysis. And I think you're working with a company on energy analysis, are you not?
So the ASHRAE program that Jeff Silke and John Galick were talking about, we are looking at getting funds from Eagle to help with getting those audits completed.
So you can do audits that tell you what your issues are and what improvements you need to make, and then there's other grant money to bring in more high efficiency equipment, more sustainable, that kind of thing.
Is it up to the department heads to be, or do we have someone whose job it is to
We do
search
not
for
have,
grants?
we do not have somebody whose sole job it is. Melissa is in charge of coordinating all the grants, looking for opportunities, sending them out, but it's not her only job. There's also a program that we're looking into. Do you remember the name of it? The Michigan, we went to a seminar on it in Milford, and they were talking about it's a program that you can go and you can put in your projects, and it's something that's offered to municipalities where it lists all the different types of grants that might be up the alley.
The MML kind of runs that or partners on that. So like the grant I said that DPS had applied to for the urban forestry, like that came from that website. It's a great kind of clearinghouse of all the grants that a municipality might be able to apply for. There's always, I would say the majority don't apply to us. Like there's lots of like fisheries grants or grants for cities that have like health departments. But
it's
I
another
try to
resource.
at least every week wade through it and see if there's something that applies to us and send it to the department that it's pertinent to.
So yes, we're starting to do that more and more, but we don't have somebody dedicated solely to it.
All right, thank you. Any commissioner comment? Any public comment? All right, so I'm going to make one last call for public comment for anything we've discussed today or for any item not on the agenda. If you're online, you can use the raise your hand function. There's no public remaining in the room, and I see no hands online, so I'll bring it back. On behalf of myself and the entire commission, thank you to the staff who have mostly gone home and enjoyed the rest of their study for the amount of time, collaborative effort, energy, forward thinking for preparing for this meeting, for all the excellent presentations, and a shout out to Alex for coordinating the actual event and the food. And thanks to all of you. And if there's no further comment, then we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.